Hey, we're back. Good afternoon, good evening, good night, or good morning, depending on where in the world you are watching the show. It's getting very close to 10 o'clock.
Here,
Yeah,
and there.
I know, all over the place. But it's getting very close to 10 o'clock right here in the UK. We're here at part 5. So we're over halfway.
Kick it off.
Can't believe it. We're over halfway through the convention already. This is part 5. Or
You know what,
it's
this
technically
time-
actually halfway through part 5 is when we're
So this time
halfway
last
through.
year we weren't halfway through.
No. But this time we are.
We're breaking the back of it.
Halfway through. When we get halfway through part 5, it's all downhill from there, I'm afraid, guys.
Easy
However,
peasy.
it's not, because we've got some amazing classes coming up.
We have. We're going to start part 5 off with Ellie and Aleks from Canada.
Yes,
Okay.
and then look at this team over here, and I've got the wrong graphics on there. It says design panel.
Oh.
I knew I'd put the wrong
We'll take
graphic
that.
on.
We'll throw some Photoshop at that.
In fact, you know what, Dom? You talk to them a moment, because I'm not happy with it, because
We have to
I
change
put the
that.
wrong.
We can't have that in the
I
background.
put that in there,
I will look.
and I said I
tell you,
knew that there was
even
two
though you
of
should
them.
have all studied your schedule, you should have all looked at it and know what's coming up. But we have. This is the wrong.
There we go.
no,
Fixed.
there we go.
Fixed.
Ellie and
There we go.
Aleks, and then we have our business panel. I'm looking forward to this.
Yes.
We've got a star-studded lineup.
We have Sara, Meyer, Dante, Longhi, Joette, Giardina, Chris, Adamo, and Jackie O, all on the business panel. So
5 people.
somebody says, "Are you sure it's not another design panel?" No, it's definitely a
Could
business
be.
panel.
It could be, but these guys are as much about business as they are design.
So what we need you to do is, if you have any burning questions relating to the business of balloons, it could be anything, you should be putting it into the chat as soon as we get over to those guys, and then we'll do our best to pass those questions on to the panelists.
Yes.
Then going on from there, we have Nicole, Greg, we have Olimpia, Muñoz, Donna, Nelly and Aleks, Yuri, Martha, Edward and Jeff, Marlys, and finishing off the end of part 5 is Susan Zwirn from New York.
We've got a mix of talent once again.
Absolutely, all different types, from twisters to decorators to... Donna's is going to be a very different one.
Yes.
If you are a children's entertainer, you do not want to miss this one, or if you're even thinking about doing any entertainment with children, or if perhaps actually you just want to get on with kids better, this is the person, because it's all about building rapport with children.
Great ideas, theory in there.
I think I remember that she's been entertaining children since she was 13 or something.
That's a long shift.
Well, how old are you saying she is? It's harsh. Donna, he said
Oh.
it. Donna, he said it. I didn't.
Over a week.
Anyway,
Without further ado, we're going to move on.
we're gonna get on. We're straight on with the show with the wonderful Ellie and Aleks. We love them to bits. You can spend some time catching up with them, and we're gonna pass over. I was gonna see if they got into it. Okay, we'll see. Enjoy, and we'll be back afterwards for the business.
Yep, see you in about an hour.
Hey everyone, I'm Ellie.
And I'm Aleks.
And we're from Pacha Balloon Creations on Instagram at Balloons by Pacha.
Thank you to the boys of Q Corner and Pioneer for having us on this incredible online convention once again. Our class today is called Hats Off to House Party Decor. As we continue to deal with this pandemic, house parties will also continue to be a common way for everyone to celebrate special moments and milestones. In this class, we will focus our designs on graduation ideas, but you will all be able to use any of the concepts and convert them to any theme or celebration. Our focus today is going to be on contactless delivery designs that you can offer your clients, including a table design, floor design, and organic garland to go. So let's begin. To start, we'll begin with a fun graduation accessory that we can use on any of our designs that we create later on. We will need scissors, tape, U-glue dashes, 20-inch gold star point, 260Q in chrome gold, and a hand pump. We'll start by inflating the 20-inch gold star point. Now this does not require any heat sealing. It is self-inflating. Okay, and we're just gonna tape back this part, the valve. Keeping in mind we're taping it back towards the actual barcode, and this will be the top and that's the bottom. Now we'll take a 260Q chrome gold, inflate it about halfway, maybe a little more than halfway. Tie it off. Make 2 pinch twists, keeping in mind I'm not a twister. Now measure the hoop or loop to whatever size will fit within the gold star point. And these can be, we're using gold for the sake of this color scheme, but of course you can use any color. And then match whatever color you're using with the 260 on the bottom, just for consistency. Now that that's on there and twisted into the 2 pinch twists, we can do this one of 2 ways. We can either cut off the extra or rip it off. Then the extra that's there, continue wrapping it around. And next, okay. So now we're just going to attach it to the bottom of the what will be the graduation cap. So I'm just going to put a U-glue dash on the 260 where I was measuring before it spun around. And then where it touches, so you want to find the flat parts where they touch together. That'll be the best location to put the U-glue dashes. Okay. Oh, get that out of there.
I love static.
And one more on this last corner. Okay, so we're just taking off the backing of the U-glue dashes and attaching it to both sections. So the hat's ready, but doesn't look finished. Nope. We need something? Need something for a grad hat. We need the tassel.
Right, the tassel.
Yeah. The tassel was worth the hassle.
So with some simple 260s, we can create a cute accessory for the hat.
And attach it on. But how did you make the tassel?
Oh, I should show that. So we will need.
So there's your grad hat in completion. Yay!
So now we use 4 chrome gold 260Q. Put a little puff of air. Tie it off. Use the tulip twist for the end. This one I'm not going to rip. I'm using scissors at the tip of that. Now you want the length, so we're keeping that longer on purpose. Tie that off. Next, take uninflated 260s, measure them about halfway, and cut that.
Yep. So we're gonna cut them.
One more time.
Then trim the bottom. You don't want the knots showing. I mean the right here and here.
Now, with that extra piece that we cut off earlier, we can use that to tie into the center. Tie it nice and tight. Want to clean that off for me, Ellie?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, now in this centerpiece, we'll put another dash. There we go. Squeeze that together to form a little bit more of the shape. Now another one on top.
There we go. Yeah, I just ripped it because it was bent. That's why.
Now you place this right inside the center of the tulip twist. There you go.
Yay! And that's the tassel. Okay, so now we're going to move along to our standalone floor piece design. For this, we will need 260 black, 11-inch black, 11-inch black and white agate, a weight, and your foil balloon graduation. Okay, so let's start with getting a 260. Just make sure you take the arrow. We'll tie from the opposite end that you inflate from. Okay, so we'll just wrap it around a few times. Knot the weight. Knot it around the weight.
You could take the arrow completely, but for this purpose, it's more than enough just using the closed end of the 260.
Yes. So we are just setting that up for the base of balloons to go on top of. Weight it down. Okay.
So now we'll start our duplets. So we're gonna layer this design into a standard square pack. You may use any inflator you're comfortable with. You can even use a hand pump and measure it out. The size will be, for our design, you can choose whatever you prefer, but for this design we'll be using alternating square pack with a 4-pack beginning at 8-inch and then continuing with 6-inch and repeating that pattern.
So we're just tying a duplet together. Together. Now taking that as a 4-pack, and we'll be placing the weight in the center and wrapping it in a figure 8. So,
No tying necessary.
nope. And we can leave this for extra. Okay, duplet. Oh. Okay. We're trying to play to the camera for you, so. Okay, so putting my next. Next 4-pack. So it's just going to be alternating colors as we build upwards. And again, you're just taking your 260, pulling tight. The important thing is keeping it tight together from the layer below. So we're just making a figure 8 pattern, again, down below, figure 8, and continue.
So now we're going to continue this and make 5 complete rows. Now at this point, you may want to start adding another 260 onto that end just to extend it.
Oh, it's on my side. So again, I'm starting from the opposite end that you inflate, just releasing some air. You could even just cut the end to make sure that no air bubbles get in. I just want to make sure it's nice and tight. Now, because I was only going on one side, I might just go back around to the opposite side and make sure it's all the way in the lower levels connected again. The tighter it is, the better. Not too squished down, mind you, but the stronger your structure will be if they're all connected lower down. Okay, so from the side, you can see this square pack. Okay.
So you can really top this design with anything you like. This can be for a birthday, this can be for New Year's Eve. In this case, like we said earlier, we're focusing everything on graduation for this year.
Okay, so we've air inflated the Mylar topper. Now what we will be doing is just cutting off the end for the air to be completely out of it. And then roughly at about the halfway mark, we're going to take it on the end of the Mylar itself. Again, keep in mind the front and the back. I like to roll it towards the back so that you're blocking the barcode. Okay, so we're just gonna roll, 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 roll. Tie a knot. Tie it again. Okay. And now there's your topper. So we're going to attach it to the top. Again, the same method that we used earlier. So just pulling down as tight as you can and wrapping the figure 8 around each of them. Okay, figure 8. A few times, maybe around another level. Hold tight. And there you have it. It's on top. Make sure it's nice and tight all the way down. And it's sitting straight. And there you have the first floor design. Okay, so keep in mind for this design, We used 5 levels. However, if we were to go taller, we would definitely need more weights in the base to make it more sturdy.
Now you can do one of two things. You can keep this nice and simple the way it is, or you can add different types of embellishments like the 260 curls or some 5 inches. For this class, we would like to show actually accessorizing your designs for the particular graduate. So with our industry being so creative, we chose someone graduating from an art school. You'll need a 350 in black or whatever color you choose, a black 262, a 5-inch mocha, and a piece of scrap 260. So we'll begin by inflating the 5-inch just to stretch it out. So we're going to do a raise and twist now, making a knot with just the extra piece of balloon. Cut that off. Put it inside the 5-inch. Get it to the bottom of the 5-inch. Now you're going to feel where that is just to keep it in the center point of that. So what we're doing here is creating an extra tying point for ourselves because this is going to be the tip of our paintbrush. So we want to actually show that form. So we're going to wrap the additional scrap piece of 260 around that knot that we inserted into the 5-inch. Tie it off really tight. Now we're going to re-inflate the 5-inch. So you see, it gives even more of a pear shape so that we have a tying point on this end and a point on this end. You can also use this for the flame of a candle.
Adding personal details like this makes it special to the receiver, obviously. So having a nice conversation with your clients is a good thing to find out more details as to what the graduate is graduating from, a little bit more background, a little bit of details, some likes.
And customizing everything for them because these are very personal occasions.
For sure.
So now I'm just going to put a puff of air into this 350 first. Just because by doing that, I'm stretching out part of the 350. I want to give this brush handle some shape as well. So now, as you can see, we're a little bit thicker on the top than the bottom. So I'm going to tie that piece off. And now, cut this end. Again, kind of forcing the air up just to make it a little bit thicker on this end. Cutting off the excess, tying it off, and then just cleaning it out because you don't need this piece. Now, we're going to tie this to the mocha we created for the brush tip. Cut off all this little extra. And we don't want to leave it like that. That's not very neat. So we'll take the next piece of 260, inflate it about halfway. And now this is going to use the same technique as we used previously on the graduation cap. So now again, we're going to do 2 pinch twists together. Second one. But this time, we're going to actually wrap that right around the neck of our design. And again, measure it where we'd like it to be. Wrap it into it. And for this portion, because we need a tying point afterwards, roll that out a little bit just so it goes a little more round. And we're gonna cut this off so that we have a tying point here now to place it into the design.
Now, what does a paintbrush need? Paint, of course. So, so we're just using any type of acrylic paint. It doesn't matter the brand. I just have a gold. This one is just called, it just says gold, but there's a metallic finish to it. So this is a gold acrylic paint. And I'm just using a paper plate. If you have a palette, that works great. And then the brush, I like a bit of a softer brush just for this. We're just kind of put some brush strokes on it to make it look like the paintbrush itself is painting brush strokes of paint on the balloons. So, this. Okay, don't need too much. It's just, you can add more afterwards. And we'll just fill up the brush with some paint. And now I'm gonna have to place this somewhere else just to dry it. Let it dry. But for now, just the end of the paintbrush itself. We have some more. Obviously, the thicker you go with the paint, the longer it's gonna take to dry. And you can do this well enough in advance that it will dry in time for delivery. So I'll just go a little bit higher. Maybe it's a messy artist. Little bit higher. It doesn't show too much on the brown, which is, it's okay because it's on the black that it'll really show a stark contrast. So there's the bottom of the paintbrush, and I'll hand that to you to dry. And now we're gonna show how the painter of that paintbrush would paint it along. I'm just gonna use the black balloons to do this on. Just some brush strokes, moving my way in and out from one end to the other, and kind of like fanning it out. And then some more. Right now it doesn't seem like anything, it's just okay. But once you add the embellishment of the paintbrush, it makes it look more like the artist was mad at work. So, again, just add a bit more paint.
And again, the thicker you go with the paint, the longer it will take to dry, but also the more effect you have with the paint. So it will be more vibrant on the balloon itself.
So you could get that dry brush look by just not filling the brush too much. And again, I like using a bit of a softer tip of the brush. So right now I'm not doing any design in particular. You can obviously put paint splatters.
Maybe their initials?
Sure, yeah. Right now I'm just doing sort of a paintbrush look because once we attach the paintbrush inside, it'll look like the brush was just painting these sort of dry brush strokes across. Okay, yeah, down, thank you. I know it's a little bit hard to see. I'm trying to fit it into the screen.
We will take a close-up of these for you later, in case you are having trouble watching this.
Okay, so again. Okay, oh, need to refill. That's better. Bit more. Maybe more vibrant at the top. And then again, how far you go towards the sides or the back depends on when you're holding it up, how much of the pattern you want to show. So if we're just getting the initial effect from the front with the brush, I will tend to go a little bit further back on the sides, but it's not really necessary to paint the back balloons.
Unless you need a double-sided design.
Right, yeah. For this purpose, it's
One-sided.
one-sided, yeah. And that's important to know before delivery as well, especially if it's being used as a photo op. And it's fun doing this too.
It's therapeutic.
Art therapy. Okay. So again, I'm just painting out words from one section. Okay. And by the magic of television, it's dry. So now we're gonna attach the paintbrush. Now again, it's just the figure 8 pattern. Again, I'm just making sure it is completely dry. So I'm going slowly. Okay. And we're just putting it in such a way that the paintbrush looks like it's aiming towards the actual paint itself, so that it looks like it is painting the splatters, the brush strokes on the black balloons. And there we have a little bit more of a personalized graduation design floor piece. For this next piece, we will be creating a table design using our foil balloon, a weight, hand pump, 260 black, 11-inch black, black and white agate. Thank you, Vanna White. 7-inch chrome gold, and scissors. We're keeping it simple using a hand pump for this.
So now, if you need to use a hand pump for the entire design, actually, before we start this, Ellie, you want to fix the weight for us again?
Sure. Okay. So we're going to prepare it the way we did the last one. So, okay. For these weights, I always like putting the wires down as well. Just keeping it neat, clean,
Sharp-free?
sharp-free. We don't want anything sticking out and popping the balloon.
Okay. So if you're doing a design by hand, just to keep everything consistent for sizing, these pumps actually work 2 ways. So the Qualatex pump is fantastic just for measuring on its own. People measure differently. You can go 1, 2, or 1 is twice. Just for the simplicity of actually explaining it, I'm going to count single pumps. So we're going to count to 24 with this. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. All right. Hold that. Take your next one. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 1, 2, 3, 24. All right. We're making our duplet.
Have your kids count with you.
Teach them their counting skills.
Yeah. Actually, for this design, we feel like this is a super fun one. Also, when you are planning what designs you're using for different graduates, think about the age categories as well. There's preschool, kindergarten. In our area, it's actually called full day kindergarten. So I don't know if everyone has full day kindergarten, but and that's a big milestone, going from kindergarten to grade 1, or alternatively from preschool to kindergarten. Okay, so these on. And then of course there's grade 8.
I think that's
High
all
school.
different depending on
Yeah,
countries.
and then you work your way older and older. Okay. Start ourselves off.
For the next layer, we're going to make this half the size of the other one, so we'll just count to 12. Again, whatever way counting is more comfortable for you. You can also say that that's 6 pumps, but again, for simplicity, I'm just to demonstrate it all, I'm going to keep this at 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Again. I like to really pull the necks together when we make the duplets so that they're nice and tight. Keeps the design intact, more stability, no matter what you're making. Before we add the topper to this, we're going to actually put accent pieces into this one. Because our overall color scheme is actually black and white agate, and chrome gold, we're going to fill in some chrome gold here. So what we're going to do is take a 260 and cut it in half. I'll hand these to you and then you can do the other part on that. Then again, with counting, we're going to take the 7-inch chrome gold. And you only want just for some spots of gold in here. So we'll make this to about 4 single pumps. Actually, that's too big. Try again. Let's do it just to 2.
Yeah, I think that's enough.
Okay, I'm gonna twist it off just to hand it to Ellie. And then she'll demonstrate how we're inserting them once I make her another. Okay, so keep in mind with these designs, you like the balloons to always be nice and round, so bring the nozzle right to the top of the balloon. If you leave it to the end of the neck, it's gonna have a lot of neck left over and it's not gonna look as nice and as full and get the actual color shaped
We want a nice roundness to it.
Yeah, and a shine with the chrome because they're so beautiful. 1, 2. It off again.
Okay. Alright. Okay, so once you have all 4, we're going to take the end of the 260, wrap it around tightly, knot it a few times. And just to clean the ends, we always like to take the end of the knot off the neck. Okay, and then on this opposite end of the neck, same thing. So it's basically a duplet with a 260 in between, just for extra stretch. Okay, and I'm going to cut this back off and slide it in here, and then I'm just going to lock it into place. Okay, that's one. Same thing on the other side. I like to knot it twice. Clean it up. And again. Same thing on this side. Okay, and clean the end. And then again, we're just locking it into place. It might just shift out of place, but then you can just tuck it back together. So that's the base part. And now for the topper, let's slide this over.
So we have our fun diploma character here, and we've air filled this to go on top of that design.
And again, tied the 260 to it to attach.
And we've been talking about customizing so that it works to personalize things. In this case, as we discussed the FDK year, congratulations, Keith and John.
You have graduated from full day kindergarten year 2. Very well done. So again, we'll be adding it the same way we did the last time. Now I'm holding the neck of the Mylar down tightly first, just to hold it in place as I secure it with one side.
This is also going to help prevent tearing. You don't want to pull too hard where the nozzle of the Mylar is actually going to rip right off. So you're holding it as you're securing it into place.
Okay, and then these guys just came out of place a little bit, so I'll just put them back in. Fix the legs. Okay. And there you have a super fun, personalized graduation table design. For this next design, we will be creating a simple organic garland to go.
This garland is created for the purpose of a contactless delivery option for your client. So it's something that you can just deliver to the client, they install in their home. This is not something you need to install for them. We're trying to keep everything as contactless as possible, which again, that means no installation is required, so you don't have to be in the person's home touching things up.
Especially when in many areas we're dealing with multiple lockdowns and different zone restrictions and whatnot. So just abiding by the rules and making sure everything is contactless.
So for this design, with any organic, you can select whatever sizes you like. We are selecting 11 inch, 3 foot, 16 inch, and we're using 260s to tie the piece together. To begin, we're going to create clusters of 6 balloons. We're using the Conwin Air Force inflator, but you can use whatever inflator of your choice. You can even use a hand pump. That'll take a little bit more time, but it is possible. So everything will be inflated to various sizes. One point I would like to bring up is that with us, we always like to keep everything as round as possible in our organic designs. So for example, this 16 inch wouldn't be left oval like this with us. We wouldn't tie it into one. We wouldn't tie it together in a duplet. It may not be as noticeable in a 16 inch, but we know, so we won't do that. We will actually release the air so that it's as round as it can be. Sometimes we'll pre-inflate just to get an even more round or larger shape. Inflate it once again. And then press down on the balloon just to make sure it's nice and round. And you can get various sizes with the 16 inch, the 11 inch, the 5 inch, all works the same.
And again, when holding down on the nozzle itself, make sure the neck is further down on the nozzle so that the air actually inflates to the top of the balloon first rather than from the bottom up.
Okay. There's one duplet.
Now when varying the sizes, it shouldn't be a huge size difference, but you just want some variation between the sizes, that's for sure.
Definitely make it noticeable. If they're all the same, it won't give the effect that you may be looking for.
Now I'm just putting them together. quad, whatever you like to call it. Okay. Now it's a little awkward to not do against something, but we are playing to the camera, so we'll use both of us together to hold it down.
Yep.
Okay, and just kind of twist it into place. So once you get a shape that you're happy with, we'll imagine building these clusters one by one by one as stepping stones to one another. I almost like thinking of organics as Lego pieces that somewhat fit into one another. So we're gonna start with this cluster and work our way with the next one and the next one and the next one and so on and so on. And the garland will carry through that way.
And depending on how wide you would like the garland to be, you don't have to keep it in one straight path. For the purpose of the camera, we are going to do that for this, but you can also attach a cluster up and then down, come back, forth, in the middle, stagger it so that it is thicker in places if you prefer that look.
Correct. And then even in terms of color, we're just using the variation of colors throughout and combining them all together. And sticking with the same color scheme that we've been using so far. But you could also color block, and you can also play with different custom colors, which is basically when you stuff one balloon color on top of another one. And then you could get many color combinations. It's
Beautiful
fun to play.
ones.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of planning prior to. Now, when we're attaching the 260, you can also use monofilament line throughout the garland. For this purpose, it's just a simple organic garland to go. It's meant for indoors. If you were using it outdoors, you might want to go ahead with the monofilament line. It is stronger.
Or
definitely.
Décor line.
Or Décor line, of course, yeah. For the sake of just a simple contactless delivery piece, we're using 260s for this design. And when you are attaching it in, as you've seen in our previous designs, I made sure that there was no air in the 260. Another method for doing this is just to make sure that you're pulling out the air all the way throughout. So starting at the end of the 260, all the way to the neck. Oh, sorry, I'm not sure if you could see that. And then right at the end, just knotting it off so that once I've released all of the air down the entire 260 and knotted it off, then no air bubbles will get in. And it just keeps it smooth and neat and makes it easier to work with. Okay, so I'll begin by just locking it into place. So I'm just gonna knot one end of the 260, keeping the other end loose, and that becomes my tying point. So again, I'm twisting in place from the first cluster to the next cluster, to the next cluster, to the next cluster. And it doesn't have to be a cluster of 6. You'll find that you...
I'm going to interrupt you here just with
sorry.
the noise, but you can keep talking.
Go ahead. It doesn't have to be a cluster of 6. We are using that for this design. But again, feel free to experiment. That's the whole fun of organic design.
Balloons in general. Any of the designs
Absolutely.
that we're showing, definitely use your creativity to explore options and make them personal to your clients.
Everything we're showing here is just stepping stones. So these are the basics. And then from here, you can add, oh man.
Sky's the limit.
Yeah, exactly. Sky's the limit, always.
Pass you that one and
Okay.
give you one more duplicate.
So now, we're gonna run out of room on the table here. I'm gonna do my best to sort of hold it down, squeeze it down. Let's do this. Okay, I'm gonna need you to hold it because I'm gonna bump into the air inflator. Okay?
Wait.
Oh, I thought you had all 6.
Nope.
Okay.
get this out of your way so that I'm
Thank
holding
you.
it over here.
Okay. All right. So let me play with. Now again, this is one-sided, so I'm just sort of playing with what I want to see on the one side of the garland. It can be double-sided, but as you'll see once we hang ours, it will only be one-sided garland. So I'm just going to hold it in place. Hang on. Okay, so we're going to hold it together. Thank you. It's just shifting slightly. I'm going to push it down, but I'm trying not to block it. There we go. Okay, so the one thing that you might want to do when you're working with building an organic piece is taking a step back or taking a picture halfway through, and that often helps you with figuring out the overall shape that you want to achieve.
Or placement of the colors.
Yes. So if you're color blocking, then you may want all gold here, all black as the next piece, and then the black and white agate. And in this case, we're combining it throughout. Okay? So I'm gonna move this off so that you can pass me the next clusters. Now because this piece is much larger than the previous designs we were creating, I'm gonna build it in chunks and then combine them together. So I'm just gonna move this off screen for now. Thank you.
That one's really big.
Oh yeah. So again, the overall flow is essentially 6-pack clusters, and we're tying them together one by one by one by one, making the chain. And we are also including 3-foot balloons, but in smaller organic design, you don't have to. You can, like Aleks showed us before, inflate the 16-inch balloon, pre-inflate it, and stretch it, and that'll be your larger pieces. So you can even have a smaller garland than this.
And include 5-inch instead. Make 5-inch your smallest.
So depending on the variation in size, you don't, like we said earlier, you don't want to be too small to too large. So you don't want a big gap between the smallest to the largest. However, some variation is fine throughout. So if you have stages, so you'll have small, medium, large, and then extra large.
Okay. Can we hold that for the 260 for you?
Sure. Now, normally what I would do is the piece prior to this, I had a 260 throughout. And what I would do is continue tying the next 260 knotted to that one and continue and continue. And that becomes almost the same method as using a monofilament line. However, it's a 260 rather than, in this case, it's a 260 rather than monofilament line. But because I'm building it in chunks, I'm gonna have to start my 260 all over again. And just for time purposes, I'm gonna take the air out of it, but I'm not gonna knot the end. So I'm just gonna start it on one side of this. Make sure it's locked in.
And when we're doing this, we're actually pulling the 260 and removing the air as we go along, because obviously without tying it on one end, the air is gonna go back in. But we continue just to sort of take the air out as we go along, rather than taking it out from the start.
Okay, just looking at which side of the coloring I want to continue. And making sure that we're coming back into, so twisting, again, the figure 8 pattern, when we're twisting throughout the balloons, starting from the cluster, the beginning cluster to the next cluster, and back and forth. And that's where you'll need, once you've gotten to the end of this 260, you'll have to add another one on and continue. And the most important thing is having it nice and tight.
You don't want it to fall apart or flop over on the client.
Yes.
You want them to be able to literally take this piece, which will afterwards add monofilament line to, so that they have their time points for it, and they can place it wherever they like, a railing, a staircase, if they have something to attach it to, on a wall.
Yes. So one of the other things that we do not do is we never use adhesives of any sort on walls, especially in restaurants or event venues of any kind. We've been to restaurants where as soon as they realized we were the balloon decorators, they stopped us right there and said, you better not put anything on my wall. And so
Just because they saw balloons.
Just because they saw balloons. And we hadn't even showed them what our delivery item was. But just because they saw balloons, they stopped us right there. And what we did was we educated our client, and they were very appreciative of that. And then
This
they
one, can you keep this
Yep.
one? Sorry.
Yep.
And just kind of
Yep.
widen it up over
Hang
here.
on, we're just gonna bump the camera like that.
I'll hold this side then?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll just
Sorry,
get the
I
next
interrupted
one.
you.
No problem.
I do that.
Yeah. So I'll
So the
start from
restaurants
this one.
were saying to you.
Yeah, so we educated our client and just essentially explained to them how we would definitely not use any adhesives of any sort on their wall, and they were so appreciative of that and grateful of that. And actually, we made a new client out of it, because the one thing he said was, well, then at least I know if I have another balloon decor that's needed for one of my clients, I'll definitely be calling you. And that's important to build that rapport with your clients.
And to respect
Yeah.
the location of any venue
Yes. Or property.
or property.
So in this case, because it is a garland to go, and we are adding the monofilament line, if the homeowner chooses to add any adhesives on their wall when attaching it, that is totally up to them. But we do not provide it. All we provide is the monofilament line, and we do educate them on other options, such as attaching to a railing or any other areas of the home that they might be able to rig it to.
Now, if for some reason there's absolutely no rigging point, which 9 times out of 10 there's always something we can work with, but if there happens to not be, and we've had those situations, there's always framing that can be involved in order to create the designs to secure them so that they do stand alone.
Okay, so let's see what we see here. Okay, so with this first piece that we created, and now the second piece that we created, just because we couldn't fit it in camera all at once, we're gonna combine them together to make one complete garland. Normally we would go 6-pack by 6-pack by 6-pack and continue on, and make sure it's super tight. Again, making sure your 260 or monofilament line, whatever time point you use, goes throughout the balloon clusters, throughout, very tightly, back and forth, and making sure it's super tight. And so now we'll put it all together. And there you have the basics of your organic garland to go. And notice it's nice and tight, it doesn't flop around. And you can always add embellishments to this now on top of it. You can add smaller duplets in between, you can add tassels, you can add mini foils, you can add any kind of embellishments you want to customize the look of it for your client. And now let's put all of the designs together. And there you have your social media picture perfect decor ready for any stay-at-home event. Thank you all for watching our class, Hats Off to House Party Decor.
We hope you can use these techniques for your clients and wow them by including
Personalization, embellishments,
And remember that fun grab hat design we made in the beginning of class? Thanks again. Keep safe and keep well. Now let's get this party started.
Wasn't that a celebration?
Welcome back from Ellie and Aleks. Thank you, guys.
And we're back with audio this time.
We are back with
Kick
audio.
that gremlin out the system for now.
One more to go. So what we're going to do next is we are going to our business panel section. So we hope that you guys have been picking your brains so that you can get some questions ready to ask our panelists. So we do have Sarah, Meyer, we have Dante, we have Joette, we have Chris, and we have Jackie. So what you can do, if you wish to direct a question at one of our panelists, you can ask that way. Or what will happen is, if it's a general question, you put it to it, we'll put it across, and we'll put it out for any of our panelists to answer that question. So
we're going to try and bring everybody in.
Are we?
But this is our plan B.
Okie dokie. So what we're going to do is, if I do that, that's all good on that side. We're all good on this side, and
I'm going to give it a go on this side.
Give it a go. Give it a go, Dom.
And if we can hear them and see them.
I wonder if we can hear them.
All right, let's see.
Let's see. Can somebody talk? No, we haven't got anything at the moment.
We've got
but it is coming through there, so it just means it needs putting onto... NDI needs mastering, Dom. You can see that on number 1.
It's because that...
Right now?
Back.
There we go. We can hear you guys.
They're trying.
Should we be wearing masks?
Hey.
We've got them all.
Hello.
We have everybody.
Hey, guys.
Say hi to our audience over there.
We'll
All
use
the
this
delegates
camera this
sitting
time,
and waiting. You're going to use which camera?
This one.
This camera?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah. It's moved
Not
from
this
there.
one,
We're
not
using
this
this
one, not
camera.
this
How are you guys? How you all been?
Awesome.
Yeah?
Do I have to buzz to answer this one?
Yeah.
Let me check to see if
You buzzed too many times.
It's been given strict...
Joette beat you to the buzzer, so that means that she actually gets to answer them first. And then we go from there. No, what we'll do is we'll clear them buzzers off. Because what happens is, and also, you don't get any points for pressing the buzzer lots, but you can get a timeout, Chris. Okay. So.
Right, good man.
It's like too many incorrect passwords.
Yes. So I think what we'll do is we only have an hour to get through as many questions as we possibly can, and we understand that at times multiple people will want to answer the same question, and as we go around, the questions become more difficult. So I think what we'll do is I'm going to put this one.
Uh-oh.
It's just a joke, guys.
Get in early, Dante.
It's good for morale.
Oh, Sarah's cheating though. She's getting help.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we have
phone a friend.
Yeah, we have a few starter questions that we have ready for us. So what we'll do is she'll drop them into the chat so that the delegates can see, and also we shall
Can be translated a little bit as well.
We can put that over there.
Certainly try.
We can do that one. So, and then I'll read it out.
It's hard not being on YouTube right now to see all the comments.
Yeah. Don't worry, it's
How
fine.
many people we got on, boys?
At the moment, we've got 3. That's
Good.
my mum.
Good.
My mum. And one second, let me just check.
That's great.
We got about 350 people on watching yours guys at the moment. So
Oh, wow.
brilliant.
All right.
So
Well, apologies.
It's all for Chris Adamo. It's the girls. It's the girls.
Okay, so the first question, here we
That's
go.
Dante's official business advice.
The first question
Right.
is,
Up we go.
what has been your biggest challenge of the past year, and how did you overcome it? So, Sarah's dived straight in there first. So we're going to have Sara, if you can.
I think she's muted.
No,
Show and tell.
you've got to talk. There's no props allowed. You've got to actually explain.
Yeah.
No, she's blaming the baby for touching the button.
No. I think for me the biggest struggle was that so we had to pivot
all of us had to pivot overnight in balloons. I also work a full-time job, so that was all shifting too at the same time. And I was working from home and childcare wasn't available. So I think a lot of people struggled with that. So like we just had to be super flexible. I mean, I think that was the struggle. It's like you'd want to plan, but you couldn't plan more than like a month in advance because just everything kept changing. So for me, I'm kind of a planner, and I think it was a good lesson in being flexible and kind of going where your customers want you to go and being excited about whatever that looks like. And, I was really open with my customers. Like, I have a baby at home. It's going to be a weird call. She's going to be in the Zoom call. And like, I don't know. I think people like that. People have seen her kind of grow up because I have been working from home. So it's been a struggle, but it's been fun. I mean, I got that extra year with her, which I'm not going to wish away at all, but she was a tiny baby last year during this convention. And now she's
remember
a bigger baby.
Yeah. And it's great that you're using your daughter as a sales tool. So that's, well done. Yes, a great investment. Yeah.
We don't judge here.
We don't. Chris was wanting to jump in on that one as well. Yeah, we can see it's all right. It's fine. You don't have to prove it. We can see it on this side too, Chris. Okay. Yes, mate.
Okay. Biggest challenge was certainly uncertainty. We refunded 95% of orders within a few days. And these orders, we spent weeks, some of them with 70, 80 emails, digital renders, on-site inspections, everything. And I think it was probably like a challenge within myself, like, a confidence thing. Can we do this? Can we afford it? Everything was thrown in the air at once. And I looking back, I'm quite proud on how me and my team handled it. I think we in the advent of what was possible, we kept quite calm and saw other possibilities. And we've discussed this, and I know a lot of you would probably agree that our industry is so diverse. The products that we sell serve and service so many different mediums, different parts of our economy. And it was wonderful and reassuring, I think, to just see that natural demand shift. We didn't actually have to do that much, but follow the demand. So we quickly scaled up on our gifts. We quickly changed the way our website would sell those products. The products themselves changed. And it was exceptionally reassuring to just to see that natural evolution, obviously with a lot of effort behind the scenes, but there's so many industries that can't do that, that don't service so many. They're not so varied that they can't shift literally overnight. So yeah, I guess I'm answering the question a little bit differently here, but I was so reassured and comforted to know that all we had to do was keep our eyes open, and the business followed.
So it was actually just staying positive in a way as well, and having the faith that you have the skills to get through it, right?
That's right. It's a mental game. Confidence is everything. With confidence and a positive outlook, I'm sure Joette would 100% agree over here. Everything else falls into line, but you have to work bloody hard nonetheless.
You're not wrong. Yeah, it's the 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration situation. It's
well said.
It's what it's all about. I know Jackie wanted to add to this as well. Jackie.
Yeah, well, as an entertainer, I'm a children's entertainer as well. I know a lot of my face painter friends and twister friends lost, you lose your whole income doing that. And also another source of income that I had was my printed balloons. And of course, we're having problems getting prints in and getting balloons made. So I had lost that source of income as well. Teaching was also a big source of income for me. And that was also something that, I lost during the pandemic. So it was the pivoting, finding different streams of income. And it was kind of interesting because the deliveries picked up. So while I had lost 3 or 4 different streams of income, my deliveries and sending things out through the house actually picked up. So one of the things that I did was streamlining my delivery pieces, because I found myself making more than I had ever had before, because I never really had to rely on that as a 100% source of my income before. So what I had done is really streamlined my designs so that when I had something coming in, I knew exactly what it was going to look like. I knew what I had to stock beforehand. And that way I was able to get out as many pieces as I could. And I also started utilizing a lot more Mylars in my design, cutting back a little bit more on the twisted pieces, things that would save me time but still look fabulous as well.
Yeah, I like the way that you, I like the way that you, I think you talked about it before, where they're very much modular designs as well, so it makes it a lot easier to price. Yeah. It's a price.
You're not reinventing the wheel. It's a much more efficient service. Okie
dokie. Let's we shall move on from that question, and we shall get on to, I'm going to put this one in here, ready to go, on to this one. I tell you what, first of all, while we're done here, it is great to see you guys and actually have a chat with you guys. It really is. It's really nice. And a lot of people in...
been far too long, boys.
It has been indeed far too long. But soon again. Soon again, I'm sure it'll be fine. Right, okay.
Next question is, when are we all meeting up for a drink? No. On a boat with pizza.
Who asked that question?
Me!
That was worlds away. I was thinking about that the other day. Sydney Harbour. You guys have to come check it out.
It was great. Right.
It was cold in the water.
Not right now, though. It's wet.
Oh, yeah, great. Thanks.
The question that I can't say on that. Okay,
what is your preferred social media platform for advertising and why?
We'll wait for Joette's dived straight in on there. We go on. Fastest finger first. We got Joette answering.
With Party People events, what we have done is over the years, we have been on Facebook before Instagram was a thing. And so we actually have a ton of people who follow us on Facebook and actually interact more there with us than on our Instagram. I mean, Instagram is good, but just for us personally, because of the amount of event planners who have been following us from the get-go on Facebook, they tend to really see the different things that we're doing. And we also participate in a lot of Facebook groups so that when the team is out and builds something and post it onto our business page, I'm then able to share it into community groups where people who are near our shop or in cities that we service, those large groups of people that maybe not see our business page on a regular basis are now seeing us there and being able to interact. And then other people chime in and say, oh yeah, they're awesome, you need to use them. So for me right now, that's been working well for us.
Very good, very good. Okay, Dante?
Yes. Hey guys, first I want to say it's been hard to understand the British and the Australian English. Then if you guys can speak slow, that would be so good. And
Obrigado.
Okay. Okay, the best social media for us is the power of the mouth, because for us it's still like a social media. It's people talk to each other, like you spread the word, like it's social and it's a media. There is nothing never gonna beat that one. Like when you do something right and people start talking about your company to other people, no matter what happens, the people can have 100,000 followers. Like it doesn't matter. They can make no money with that. If you have like 10 good clients, they talk about you, you won't have time to get more business. And that's definitely one, like the best. But when you say social media, if you want to say something electronic, like Instagram is definitely like the best one for us.
Okay, super. Jackie wants to add into this one as well.
I feel a little targeted there. I just... with the 100,000 followers on Instagram. But I'm going to say Instagram is really my number one selling feature for me. It gets my name out there, and a lot of people in my community actually know about my Instagram page, which is fabulous as well. So it does get out to the moms out there, which is, the number one market that I'm usually selling to. So I'm going to say Instagram for mine. Also Facebook. But you know what? I've seen the transition over the years. It used to be Facebook was number one, but it has really turned into Instagram. Like if I look at my daughter even, like she does not use Facebook. Like it's a really generation gap thing. You know, the new generation coming and they don't even look at Facebook. It's all Instagram right now. And the new one, of course, is TikTok, which is what I haven't dived into yet because you can only really do so much, right? So
it's only a matter of time, Jackie.
No, I am not.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah, never say never. Never say never. Yeah.
No, never. But you know what?
Dance video in your near future.
Right? No, I'm not doing it. But
you got to check out Keith's TikTok account. It's fantastic.
The balloons really work so well with Instagram. You know, it's a visual medium. It's what I see it as is it's my resume. You know, if I need to tell somebody what I do, I'm like, here is my Instagram page. Just scroll through it. And this is, you know, and that's why I like to do a little bit of this, a little bit of this on my Instagram page. It's like I do decor, I do the twisting, and then I do the little videos. And it really is my resume there for them to look at. So.
Can I compliment something?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
If it's me, for sure.
No, I say, when you guys talk about social media, I say the power of the mouth, it's free and it's going to work forever. Instagram can shut off like next month without any reason or whatever. You're never going to be, if you survive about Instagram and they shut off, like you're going to die. Your website is the only one, it's yours, like www.yourbusiness.com. If every time when somebody call our company, I don't say go to my Instagram, I say go to my website and fill the form there. Then I can get all the information from the client, keep this to send the emails and everything. Emails, website, and power of mouth. That will survive forever. All the social medias, like I worked before with Orkut. You guys, I'm sure you guys never hear about Orkut. It was like a social media like Facebook. It was the best one. I don't know, like all those stuff, like the messengers, they change. WhatsApp could be like all those social medias. Forget about. You can, if you survive about these ones, you can die one day, and that's gonna be really bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's not personal, Jackie. I swear God.
No.
But it is. It's true.
But you know what you're saying? You can't make money.
But
he's saying you can't make money off of Instagram, and I'm saying you can. It's actually a source of income for me is my Instagram because there are sponsorships as well on there. So
I think that I think what Dante's saying though, Jackie, is just like it's great that you have that Instagram following, and so many people in our industry do. But what happens is sometimes people will use Instagram only and not have a website built, and that tomorrow if Facebook or Instagram or any of the other social media platforms decide to go away, the people who don't have a website, their clients aren't going to have a way to find them. And so
you do need to diversify as well. Yeah, I'm on YouTube as well. YouTube is another good one as well. I know you boys like YouTube.
Do we do? Who said?
Can I jump in there, boys? We can keep on this question.
Yeah.
As soon as it was asked, I knew Instagram would be the top one, and I think it's really important. Like Jackie was saying, I see it as a resume and also like a vote of confidence in a while. Like I don't really care that much about it, but I know my customers do. They want to look at a number and go, well, there's X amount of thumbs up that people are saying that they like them and whatever, they've been established for a certain amount of time, or they're buying likes. Either way, they have likes, okay? And customers like to see that, especially high-end customers who work in events or who are stylists or whatever, and that sort of popularity is important to them. So Instagram certainly has to be explored by every single business. It's just how it is. It's so dominant. But when the question was asked, the thing that I want to share with you all that I find really important is Pinterest. Now, I've mentioned it before in some discussions. I don't use, and I don't think Pinterest generates sales. So it's not quite answering the question here from a marketing perspective. From generating new leads, but what I find it does is it generates conversion. So we use Pinterest because it sorts by boards, and it's so easy on my phone, literally, and I've said this before, I'll be at the lift well, going back to the loading dock, and I will upload that photo of that event in the correct category. And then when we're quoting, we've got 30 different boards or so based on like giant cloud buses, organics, and balloons and pools. It even has its own category and so on. When we're quoting, we will then reference that particular board as a part of the quote, which has all super updated, relevant photos sorted by my favorite ones at the top. And those boards can feed into your website, like Dante was saying. Like, recommending pages on your website is a wonderful idea because the more traffic you get, the better your ranking will be. It's one of the metrics for ranking. But Pinterest, I think, is a really unknown one. I can pull it up on my phone anywhere, quickly buy that board, having an on-site inspection with a client. Okay, just wait 1 second. I've got exactly a reference photo of that color, that style, that thing. And I think it's very malleable and helps conversions. That's my little tip there.
Sarah wants to join in on this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, I love this topic. I could talk all about it, but I've definitely shifted. I used to be like, Facebook, but all of my high-end people still come from Instagram. Every single wedding is Instagram. So I've shifted that to be like my portfolio. So it's high-end photos, it's professional photos. Facebook is where it's at for like flash sales, like buy your Easter, whatever, get your New Year's Eve thing. But the thing that I love that Dante said was, no matter what platform you're on, is you should try to get your followers off that platform into a place that you own. So a mailing list or an Excel document, something, and maybe that's with like a little freemium or a discount. But if you have, you know, like I have 27,000 followers on Instagram and I do not have 27,000 clients. So it's like, what do I need to get them off of the platform and into my documents so I can actually like build relationships with them so that, you know, I'm not just hoping that one day they buy from me, so they become like a customer that I can kind of like woo and go after for really targeted tagged sales and kind of own that instead of like trying to, you know, shoot fish in the sea. It's like shooting them in a barrel. When it's like, I can send this email to these moms that celebrated their kids' birthdays last year. Like they're going to be all about this promotion.
Yeah,
a diversified approach is important, right?
For us, it's a case of all of the platforms have their own
merits and pitfalls.
Yeah, but they have their own motive for doing what they do, and each of them on their own is great. But if you want to directly contact any of those customers on any of those platforms, you're at the mercy of their algorithm of what they're prepared to share. So use them as you wish, but bring them into your own.
We actually do a lot more direct marketing. I mean, we've had the store for 16 years now. We're in 16 years for the store, and we build up quite, because we're a very local store in the fact that we're in a smaller area. We're not in a major town or anything. So we've built up quite a mailing list over the time, and it is that in the fact that we do have all the social media and everything as well, but we rely on that direct connection because
conversion is far higher on that. But that data's come from Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest. We've caught them from there.
And also as well as that, we're keeping our name and faces fresh in those with those customers by the use of various forms of social media. It's there's no one king, right? Or there might be, depending on which business. But for us, it's
I don't know, Excel document. I'm with that one.
But not for Pinterest for me. It's not Pinterest. But MySpace.
I think Keith's TikTok account is probably.
I've got my MySpace account is rocks. Honestly, absolutely rocks.
The dancing cat.
Okie dokie. I think we're going to move on from that one.
We had a good one here. This one.
Okay. So, what are the best practices that this pandemic forced you to do that you will keep? Now, did I reset the buzzers there? Yes. Yes. No. Joette.
I did, but no.
It reset everyone but yours, Chris. Sorry.
Joette?
You hadn't reset it.
I didn't. Right, 1 second. 1 second. Ready, guys. Ready.
3, 2,
right.
1.
I've reset it. It's okay if you want to do it. What are the best practices that this pandemic forced you to do that you will keep? And that is from Karen. It's Karen from SKS, right?
Yes.
Hi, Karen. It's great to see you.
Hi, Karen.
Blue M&Ms.
I know, Karen.
Yeah, and Dante gone right in. Yeah, what is it? What did the pandemic force you to do that you're going to keep?
Yeah, remember when Chris said like how many clients start calling you and ask you like for deliveries and everything? It kind of forces us to do everything easy inside the company. Like it has to be like a production line, and by the end, the thing has to be done. All those like fantasy flowers and little tricks and stuff, that ones just kind of have to disappear from all the stuff we have to do. And then it's basically like, what do? It's a balloon garland on the bottom, a large happy birthday balloon, the number of the age of the kid and the name on top, and like 2 little clusters and like in curly balloons, and that's it. And that's quick. Like we can do a display and be outside for delivery in 7 minutes. And then, like I said, that's what happens with us. Then we have to hire 6 people more to work because we cannot do that one. Then we have exactly like that. I sit on the computer, I answer the emails, I get the orders, all the orders from the phone. The order goes downstairs, they inflate the balloons, they bring it upstairs, they put on the van, and they deliver. Like, it has to be quick because there is no way for people. We didn't give too many options for the clients. Like, okay, you can choose so many. It's like it's a pre-made menu, and you have to choose from there, and that's it. Like, you don't have too much options. And that we never did this before, and it's still working for now.
Yeah, that's excellent. That's excellent.
That's how we love it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, also we have the organic man, as he's calling himself, Chris, jumping in on there.
That was just for you boys.
Yeah, well, sharing's caring, my friend.
It's a stretch, man.
I've got the cape underneath. Sorry, Dante, you threw me. Certainly, the gift products that we made, we had a very basic, humble range of products for many, many years. And during the early days of the pandemic, exceptional, expensive, and personalized balloon bouquets were just so popular. And we followed that. So we started, actually through the demand of our clients, did we create some options, and we tweaked those options a little bit and took photos as they went out. We have a white wall, like a photo studio section in our shop. So it's great to with a couple of studio lights, get some good photos of the products as they go. Because how often do we have time to actually sit there and have a whole day in a studio where we make 20 options and have plenty of time to take photos. So if you take them as they go, then we look back on hundreds and hundreds of photos and pick and choose some of the products that we want to make as our regular fixed products. So that was a wonderful exercise because A, we had the time, B, we had the demand, and we saw the writing on the wall. Our average spend per balloon bouquet went from about $60, $65 up to well over $100 in the last few years. And we often will sell $200 balloon bouquets twice a day amongst the others. And it blows me away. But you have to have those products available. We didn't have anything over $80 or $90 on the website. And there's people that have a budget in mind for whatever their occasion, and they've got a price that they want to spend. And if they can't find that, A, they'll move elsewhere, or B, they'll just spend whatever you have available. So offer really high-end products. Now, I did mention also, Dante, am I talking too quickly? I did mention also that, love you, buddy, that personalized has really taken off. So we've had a vinyl cutter in our shop for years, like I'm sure every second balloon professional does. And some use it, some don't. Now, to use it, you have to market it. You have to make the process easy. Jumping back into what Dante was talking about, like we would only use it if somebody found something on Instagram, maybe our account, maybe somebody else's, and say, hey, by the way, can you do this? Like, how often does that happen? How often do you go to a store or a restaurant and say, hey, can you make me some special meal that's not on the menu? It's very, very rare. So we created a form, and I've spoken about this once before, and just by creating a form called personalized balloons, where there's 4 options to choose as fonts, there's a few options to choose as your deco bubbles, and add this, add that, and the price sort of changes. It's not an online store, it's just a form. And by creating that form alone, which took a few hours, we get at least 2 of those a day, average spend about $90. And I don't think we would have got those sales. I think those customers would have moved on to somebody else who was offering that. So those 2 things, certainly we would never change now. And in fact, I've got a lot of plans to sort of work on that momentum to capitalize on something we didn't realize before.
I think that ties into Dante's as well, the streamlining of the process. Having that ability to give customers a specific product that they can select and have options, rather than like we were in a position of...
It's the same with Jackie as well, with the
how many emails and messages backwards and forwards. That takes so much time. Mm-hmm. You've got that product, but they're trying to decide what they want. So that efficiency of service, efficiency of build, and this is what I sell. So yeah, that worked for us massively as well.
Yeah, we had to streamline our process.
You don't need...
Yeah, go. Sorry, Chris, go.
I was just going to say, you don't need a complicated online store. You just need an offering of those photos with prices, perhaps. You just need more information on your website to direct people to, and they will do the work.
Yeah, one of our biggest problems was, and we've mentioned this numerous times, but was sorting out for the local delivery system, and the fact that we would have so many conversations backwards and forwards across social media, trying to kind of pin down exactly when and where we were going to do it. Then we would get phone calls and more messages chasing up to make sure that we were going to do this. And now we have an online system where the customer just goes in and actually books their own time and date that they want it, depending on availability. And all of a sudden, the amount of time that we dedicated to dealing with those customer questions has just dropped straight off, which can be a lot more productive.
We must have dropped 95% of conversations that were orientated around confidence of, are you going to turn up? Am I going to get what I asked for?
Yeah. So Sarah is wanting to jump in on that question as well. Sarah?
That's great.
Yeah, I'm just piggybacking off of something you guys just said, that I feel like a lot of people were needed to make money doing balloons, obviously. So they were bending over backwards trying to accommodate their customers. And I think luckily, because I have a 9-to-5 job, because I had a baby, because I was juggling so many things. Sorry, she's talking.
Good answer.
She has an opinion.
Out of survival. Out of just pure survival, I had to go the other direction. And it was just like, no, these are our 3 offerings. It's just me. These are my offerings. And deliveries, they're at 8 a.m. every single morning because I drop them off on my way to work. And that was okay with everybody. I didn't have a single person push back. Or like, I still get people every day asking for simple helium bouquets. And I say, like, I don't do that, but here's a party pole. And it's air inflated. And they're all just like, okay, I don't care. So instead of like, old me would have done everything to try to meet their needs. And now it's just like, nope, here's our gallery. Pick one of these things. It'll be totally customized and it'll be amazing. And you just have to, and they do. Yeah. Yes. It gave me this confidence of just like, this is what it has to be. And people were okay with that.
Necessity.
Hey, and Sarah, can you share what you talked to about how you use your stock and your inventory? Because right now, since so many people are having a hard time getting their stock, can you explain how you do your designer choice? Just because I think that'll help a lot of people out that right now are concerned about, ooh, I can't get this certain color, I have a problem, and just being confident in that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't promise anything. I say in the form, like, tell me the age, the theme, their favorite color, and then trust that it's going to be amazing. And people do. I just say it's like flowers. Like, you don't know what flowers you're going to get. You just kind of say like what the occasion is. And then like Chris said, you take pictures of everything and you just like flood people, and every single one looks awesome and different. And you just like, I don't think I was able to get balloons for 2 months, and I just liquidated my stock, and it was just 100% profit. And I mean, it was awesome. It was just like straight money in. And I think out of desperation, I was like, double stuffing and doing weird things with foils and using these things I didn't even know I had. And it just, what is it? What's that phrase? Something is the mother of necessity is the mother of invention. Whatever. That happened to me.
But it's that necessity and confidence of saying, well, I have to use what I've got, rather than maybe backing down in a different position. So that is absolutely a great way to be.
All right, we've got a great question for you guys here to get your teeth into on this next one. A question from one of the viewers on there, which is, how do we educate our customers that qualatex balloons are better than other cheaper options available in the market, and that the premium price they're paying for it is worth it? Who's going to buzz in with that one? Joette! Joette's gone straight in with it. Here we go.
She's on it.
You don't. Okay? Here's the thing. People do not understand the difference in brands, and they don't understand and they don't care how much you pay for a balloon. What you educate the people in is you flood them with the images, just like Chris was talking and Jackie and Sarah. You flood them with the images of the balloon decor that you create, and you sell them on customer service. You sell them that you work with an awesome product. And whether you tell them their name brand, that's not going to mean anything to your client because they don't care. What they care about is, are you going to show up on time? Is it going to look amazing? And is the person that you're sending those balloons to going to feel that they're special because of what you did? So for me personally, I've never ever won a debate with a client about which balloon I'm using because they don't care. They want to know that you are going to have a quality product on time for them. And so I have found that when I have really talked to people about that actual brand that I'm using, they're like, well, what does that mean? Because they don't know. They're not in our industry. So it's more about that you can say that you use professional balloons, but necessarily saying the brand name is not going to give them any extra confidence that it's going to be a good product because they don't know.
Yeah. So. Dante? Yeah, Dante, then you, Chris. We've got an order. We've got an order here.
Chris is in front of me. He's in front of me on the bus.
Age first before. What did they say? You finish it.
He's saying youngest people first. That's right. Yes.
I just very kind of feel like the reverse bus etiquette. Okay, I'll go first. Really quickly, I won't say much more, but Joette, I agree with a lot of what you just said then, because I don't think they do care, and I don't think it's important that they should be a part of that discussion. However, whenever I tell my clients that we're using the best brand in the world, made in America, it's none of these cheaper brands and all the rest of it, that to me is an upsell. People want to know that we're using the best of the best. If you go to a restaurant and you order a steak and you find out that steak has been massaged by, whatever and blah, 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 and it's the most expensive best around, like, of course, you already your taste buds are salivating. You're going to know that steak's going to be amazing. Clients like to show off. People like to wear nice clothes and brands and whatever. And certainly if that part of the discussion is there, I absolutely get right into it and proudly state where they're made and what they are. And even if they are a lot more expensive than some other brands, it's worth it to me because it helps them visualize this premium product and that we ride that wave. Anyway, that was just my little add-on to that. Dante, please.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah, when the clients come to the shop and they waiting until we inflate the balloons, like they can take it home, we like to have a conversation with the client during this time. Then they don't stay quiet all the time looking one to each other. And then at the point, like people start asking about price, about stuff. Then when you say, okay, my hidden balloon is $4, and they say, but the dollar store sells this one for $1.50, something like that. And I say, the first thing I say, well, we use the qualatex balloons. At this point, the game change because they start asking, like, they looking on the wall. We have like the awards from like competitions, like we have trophies and everything. It's like when you go to a dentist and he has a diploma on the wall. I say, you know what you're talking about. You talk to somebody who understands about what they're talking about. And when you say, I use the qualatex balloons, even if they don't know, if they don't care, they say, what does that mean, qualatex balloons? Then you start explaining. It's biodegradable, and then, like, you say, like, imagine a balloon company, like they have, like, big balloon company, they have 50 colors. Qualatex has more than 150 colors in everything. They start, if you see the eyes of the client start going like big and big and big and big, they start understanding, okay, that has a meaning why this balloon costs $4. Like when they see the colors, the print and the images and everything, there is nothing to compare. And by the end of the day, they get those balloons and they bring it home. A week later, they call us back and say, your balloons is still floating. And I say, of course, I told you I use qualatex balloons. They are the best balloons in the world. And they say, that's incredible. I'm going to tell all my friends. And sometimes people come into the shop or they call and they say, I want a qualatex balloons. Do you use qualatex balloon? They start being like a reference for people. I say, remember when I say the best social media is the power of the mouth? They have to care about the brand you use it because that's extremely important. Like there is no way for you to see what we do. When clients bring balloons to us and they say, can you inflate these balloons for me? Okay, they buy arches, they buy everything. They say, can you inflate those 10 balloons for me? I inflate for free. And they say, why are you doing that? I say, because I don't know these balloons. It's definitely not qualatex balloons. I don't have any responsibility from these balloons. I'm going to inflate to you because you make business with me, but I don't care. It's like this kind of balloons in everything. But qualatex balloons, there is nothing to compare in the whole world.
I love the love in the eyes.
Yes.
I think we've noticed a trend change though. Although I do agree with what Joette said, that most of our customers initially didn't care. However, we have had over the last couple of years customers coming in and actually asking us what brand we use, because they're seeing the marketing, they're seeing the Instagram account from Qualatex, they're seeing other businesses.
Yeah. Also, as well as that, through some of the online sales platforms, the Qualatex brand is becoming a lot more powerful.
Very prominent.
I know Jackie is wanting to add to this as well. Jackie?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I do like to educate my clients as well. On my Instagram, it's one of the #1 questions I get is, what balloons are those? I don't know how people don't know by now. Like, the answer is Qualatex. It's always going to be Qualatex with me, but it is one of the right, just scroll down, look at the hashtags, but it's one of the #1 questions. It's like, what balloons are those? Why do your balloons look like that? Why are your balloons so shiny? Why can you spiral your balloons so well? Why doesn't this work when I do it? And I always say, you're buying your balloons from the dollar store. It's the high plastic content in them. That's why they're popping. You're buying your balloons from other sources, and that's why it's not working for you. And also, as an entertainer, when I'm on site and I have those parents standing in front of me and they're looking at my balloons and they're seeing the chrome, and it's always that question, what balloons are those? I've never seen that before. That's fantastic. So I like to tell them they're Qualatex. And sometimes they like to make balloons for little Timmy when they go home, and I say, okay, this is where you're going to buy the balloons. Don't go to the dollar store or wherever to buy them. You want the quality balloons, they're Qualatex, and this is where you can find them. So I think it's good to educate them.
Agreed.
Couldn't agree.
And silence.
No, absolutely. We couldn't agree more.
Agreed. 100%.
We do have, just around the corner from us, we have a high street store that it's well known throughout the UK, but it's a much cheaper store. Essentially, they sell, if you want to break it down to the basis, they sell the same thing, and it's balloons. But so why do we still have tons of customers coming to us when they can get balloons?
Yeah, essentially
far
the same
cheaper,
product,
and it's like, because going back to what you guys have already said, it's service first of all, service and quality, and that's what you deliver, and that level of professionalism.
We really understand the product.
Every time.
We trust our product, we understand our product, and we can deliver on that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have here.
There's another one.
Oh, 1 second. I must reset that buzzer because...
yes. So what can I do to make my business different from my competitors?
Joette's straight in there as well. I was kind of expecting that.
I think she's just pressing the button on. I hope that it's reset.
To be fair, I was expecting it was between... Jackie just got beaten by Joette there. She pipped you at the post. Okay, Joette.
You have to answer your phone. Today, I was on a kayaking trip and I was on a bike, and I am with Tabitha Miller, and she answered her phone, honestly, 15 at least times today with customers calling her. And yes, she was on time off, and she's working on training other people to answer her phone, but she picked up the phone and took their information. And I see this across the board with people who are doing $300,000, $500,000, and $600,000 or more a year. We all know David Mahoney and over $1 million a year in sales. The way they continue to grow their business is they're answering the phone. Yes, you can do emails. Yes, you can do all that other stuff. But what I have found is those people who honestly answer their phone and take the information from their client immediately and then put them through the sales process with the automated emails, they get a higher return because they're able to talk to that customer and hear their voice and build excitement and get them pointed in the right direction. So that's the one that I have seen has worked really well for people.
The only thing is though, Joette, were you on the bike on the kayak, or was that two separate activities? Because I was a little unclear.
It's a biking kayak.
Okay, the rest of it I think was good, but I was stuck on that.
Right, Jackie, please.
Okay, so the question was how to set yourself aside from your competitors. So mine would be the personalization of the balloon. So I know you guys love your vinyl and the personalization. I do that as well. I love that. Another one, if you saw my class yesterday, you know what I'm going to say. It's just adding that little personalized element. You know, I love adding a little twisted bit, and it doesn't have to be very hard. You know, I don't like distortion as much as some of the twisters. It's just something small, a little pineapple, a little swirl, even a little leaf, a little twisted element, just to personalize that balloon and make it different from just a bunch of little round balloons, I think, that you can send out. So just that little touch of personalization with something twisted, and it doesn't have to be very complex at all.
I think especially when you set that expectation to say, I'm going to do this for you, it really makes it stand out as that you've gone that extra mile to do that little something.
It is, though. It's actually, it's very true. I was just thinking there, the way that you were explaining it, it's almost like you're putting a signature on it. Because it's not personalizing it for the client, it's personalizing it for you almost, because you're making that bouquet you're putting your signature on it. So it's a very interesting way of thinking about it.
You know what, there's a lot of balloon decorators in my town, and there's a reason that the same moms and their friends will come to me. They're like, we know what Jackie's stuff looks like. We know it's going to be fantastic. We know our kids are going to look at it and just squeal. I got a message yesterday from a mom. She said, I don't know if you saw my JoJo Siwa piece on my Instagram that went out. She said she squealed when she saw this balloon. Like, she could not believe it. You know, when you just get a stack of round balloons, the kid's not going to squeal. You know, like, she saw this little unicorn on there, and she lost it. So, and that's why I do what I do, because it's fantastic.
Awesome.
Fantastic. Right, Chris?
Yeah, well, firstly, and I knew Joette would beat me to it, but answer your phone is I can't believe how many of those in our industry that we work with, because we relay a lot of work. Yeah, we do a lot of visual merchandising all around Australia, and we call people and they don't answer. They don't reply to their emails. They don't call back after days and days. And I'm a customer to them, and I just can't believe that the same thing would be happening to their customers. So, and then on the same topic of what Jackie just said, a phrase, and it's written up in our shop. One of my staff had a little bit of a joke because she heard me say it too many times, and it was don't be better, be different. And what Jackie was talking about, the little personalized bits, be it twisted or vinyl or whatever it is. But I find that when you're trying to add, change, like not just copy, not just emulate what you see, you're adding value, you're absorbing what the customer is telling you, and you're reacting to something that's unique to them. So don't be better, be different is a great quote. And we really find that when you follow that principle, the work will follow and the reputation will come with it.
Cool. And Sara?
Yeah, one thing that I've really tried to do this past year is de-corporatize my business. It's just me. But when I started, I think I wanted so badly for people to take me serious that my whole website was like, we provide this and our team and we. And it was just like, or my Instagram, it was Wisconsin Balloon Decor and no pictures of me. I wanted so badly to be like a big box shop, which is like the opposite of what I needed to do. So the last year, it's like, my Instagram profile says my actual name. It has a picture of me, and there's pictures of me excited to deliver balloons. And my about page on my website is actually about me. It's not like some weird corporate copy and pasted thing. So people, I'm their balloon girl. I've had couples now that had an engagement party with balloons, and then they carried them to their wedding, and now I've done their baby shower, and then I did their first birthday. And it's like, I'm their balloon lady. And they don't want to go to Walmart. They don't want to go to the dollar store. They want to come to me. One of the little things I have on my website is that my favorite food is Flaming Hot Cheetos. And so many people bring that up. People, they're just like, oh my gosh, these Cheetos reminded me of you. And it's so random, but it's like connecting anything. And then also carrying that through to my communication. So I have a CRM. I have everything everything's a template, everything is pre-done. But instead of sending, you know, that pre-written email that's the same for everybody, I put one line in there like, I hope your daughter was psyched about her birthday party. You did such a nice job. I just can't believe, you know, how cute the decorations were. And I send that to the mom. And like that little connection, you know, just it forms an actual connection, not just like a company that they're going to forget. I think people more and more, not that it's all about me, but people will search for me on Facebook because they forget the name of my business. They're starting to connect, like there's that girl in that town that does balloons. Who is she? And word of mouth through friends, it's like they know I'm here, and it's starting to be a little bit more, you know, memorable, I think, because I've really laid into just being, you know, personal.
Yeah, people, like dealing with people, 100%.
Yeah.
Core values.
Yeah, absolutely. It is people by people first. It's always been, it's an age-old saying for a reason, right? People by people.
Do we agree with that one? You know, we've got a lot of customers that will stick with us, even though we've got like-for-like products with other stores, but they're going to continue to come with us because they've been with us that whole journey. The only difference is with us, Sarah, is we've got now them first birthdays. Them kids are getting really old, and that's not good. We've got first birthdays, fifth birthdays, 10th birthdays.
Right, okay, next question from Andy. How do you approach a client's budget? Do you ask what their budget is before discussing their project?
That's an interesting one.
It's a money question. Jackie, she was ready on that one. Go, Jackie.
I actually buzzed in for the last question, but that's okay. I can answer this one. So what I've done, actually, I just started doing this, and I do market a lot to soccer moms like me. I call myself a soccer mom, although I'm really a hockey mom. But so I do kind of packages. So I have a tall, an a venti, and a grande. So I stole them from Starbucks because that's my market, you know, they're like the Starbucks ladies. So I'm like, this is your tall, you know, price range. This is going to be your venti price range.
Today, Jackie.
No, you are not.
How do you stand
trade?
out
I
from
have
your
trade.
competitors?
Okay, wait.
Different countries.
Yeah, it's going to be maybe different, Sarah.
Starbucks is coming after me, but so I have a tall and a venti and a grande, and I tell them these are my levels. You know, what would you like to spend, and I will make it accordingly. So that's what I do for prices. Thanks, Starbucks.
Yeah, we've just finished one.
We live by the 3 price point rule.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
give them options, and it's usually the husbands, which is so funny. Because they're like, well, pacify my husband, you know, and it's always the husband that nicks it for some reason.
Well,
like, they say no, but if you give them a cheaper option, they will usually go for it, you know. So
yeah,
sometimes you just need a tall, right?
Yep. Speaking of which, Chris.
Price. Love this one, and I think I really learnt over the years. I've been doing this for a very, very long time, like a lot of us here have. And I was very uncomfortable with price early on. I would find myself just sort of teetering around talking about it. And it took a long time through trial and error, I must say. But like what we said, the 3 options of price ended up being one of those great sort of bastions that I always follow for, especially my big quotes. So customers come to us, of course, one way or another, phone, email, whatever it may be. And very, very, very early in, I want to get an understanding of everything about their event. But price is one of them. I will just blatantly go up and ask, you know, what is your budget? Do you have a budget in mind? There's nothing wrong with asking that question. I think it really helps alleviate any probable misconceptions as to what type of product you're going to offer, what type of scale that you can sell. Quite often, you know, they'll say, do you deliver? And I'm like, well, depends where, what, and what time. And it might just be not worth our time. They want it delivered an hour away on a Sunday for $100. So getting that out of the way early saves my time and their time. But when we do get a rough budget in mind and a feel, then I can make sure that those 2 things unite, so I can make sure our expectations are on a level playing field. So, you know, they'll say they've got this, they've got that price, and they're looking for this kind of thing. So if they do work, then I will I will probably then, and I know this, a few of you will disagree, I will break down what it is in a per unit. So it might be a per arrangement price with an A, B, or C. Even with organics, it's a linear meter price, A, B, or C, because I like to be transparent with our prices. And I'll say, and with this in mind, per meter times X amount of meters that, based on the inspo that you've sent us or the particular brief that you've given us, will equal your budget or come close to. But then I will say, we could do this, or there's that option B and C. And I've already given them the metrics of the per meter price or per design or whatever it may be. And then they can see that they can look at it tangibly and go, well, I could just go up to that B based on this. Or they can even just make up their own and say, well, you've said 4 meters or 4 to 5 meters of organics or whatever it may be. But I really like that, and I can see that per meter. Let's do 8, or let's add another 3 over there. If they understand the products and the way that we price, I think it empowers them to scale a little more. There's nothing worse than me as a consumer not understanding the way a price works. I'm sure you might take your car into a panel beater or something, and they look at it and they go, yeah, $2,000. And I'm like, whoa, what about something? And they go, okay, $1,000. And like, where do they get this price? And I think empowering the customer to understand that process a little more, but also guiding them and offering that A, B, C, to me really helps to upsell, but on their terms. I don't ever want to appear too pushy, and I want them to respect our work.
I think one of the ways this question comes about sometimes is that, do you go straight out there and ask for the budget, or, you're trying to pre-validate them. Is it worth spending time for this quote? And I think something we've used for a while is if you've got that initial situation where you don't quite know if they realize how much it is or how much it isn't, we would maybe suggest typically a customer
would spend around
this much money. A typical customer would spend X, and it's just
it's also a validation as well for them to say, that it's okay to spend this kind of money, because people typically do as well. It can be a very latent
and
thing.
That comment for us normally starts the conversation in the, well, actually, no, I'm running with this, or actually, no, I was looking to spend, and then they present their budget without it being that awkward conversation. Because we were like that at the beginning.
I think just
money.
Just to add to that, that typical price usually is if I can't get a budget, because you don't know until you know what is in their mind as to how much they want to spend on Décor and what the value of Décor is to them. And sometimes if I jump in with the typical a little too early, I might have undone the opportunity for an even bigger sale. But you're right, it's all a balancing act.
And also as well, it's all about your own business as well. There's no one size fits all.
Exactly,
I know Joette wants to answer this one, but just to add on to what Jackie said, somebody in the chat, Billy Damon said, "Do you do a latte balloon?"
I do a latte of them.
Okay, you do. I think you texted each other and set that joke up.
Billy, ask this question.
Right.
Because I've got the best response.
Joette, please.
Thanks, Billy.
One of the number one things that happens in our industry is that we so much do not feel confident in saying big numbers. And one time I had a goal that I wanted to land a $10,000 account. That was just something that sounded like pie in the sky and would never happen. And then it happened. And it was like, okay, people do want to spend this much money. And then we did, as party people, we have done things that are over $15,000 or $20,000. But what's happened is in the balloon industry, because so many times when we go to training, we're not allowed to talk about money. We're not allowed to say how to price that. We always say, go do your job cost form. But many times in our industry, and especially people who are new, they don't even know that there are events out there that pay $3,000, $5,000, $10,000 for decor without even blinking. So what I learned early on, after wasting a lot of time going to do site visits with clients who never spent money with me, is I learned up front to become really comfortable in just asking. When they call or they fill out the forms, I find out, what is the event? Where is the event? What's it for? Because now I can paint a picture in my head of what they want. And I ask them, do you have a picture of what you're looking for? And then I feel comfortable saying, what is your budget? Because I can look at that picture that they send me right now online, because it's great. You can be on the phone with them and they can send you a picture at the same time. You can look at it and go, okay, that's $5,000. This should be interesting to see what they're thinking they're going to spend. I'm like, so do you have a budget in mind for your, for the party? Oh, we were thinking like $500. And I'm like, wow, that's awesome. We can be glad to do things for you for $500. But the picture you showed me was a $10,000 event. And then they're like, we had no idea you could spend $10,000 on balloons. And it's not that they didn't want to or that they're not willing to. They just didn't even know it was a possibility. So I think so many times in our industry, we will wait to the last minute to say the price because we can't spit it out of our own mouths because we spend from our own wallets. My husband's a teacher, so I am not my best client. So I think the more you can practice saying large numbers, and then again, the A, B, C, D always works with clients. And typically I have found if you give them 3 options, they'll at least go for the middle one because they don't want to be the cheapest person on the planet. And then later on you can upsell them. But for those of you who struggle, I totally encourage you to practice saying the larger numbers and just know that it's worth it. And there are people every day spending it, and it makes you feel a little more comfortable in asking that budget question and then working around it.
Yeah, super. Yeah,
Dante.
We're coming to you next, Dante. Go dive in there, buddy.
Thank you. It's because I cannot see if the bus works.
Do you need to go to the toilet?
Yeah.
I was just checking. Okay, no.
No, I pee. I pee on the chair.
Nice.
Okay.
It was a venting.
Okay. Okay. Talking about price. 99% of the clients, they have no idea how much a balloon costs. First, that means when they come to talk to you, they don't know if it's gonna cost 100 or 1,000. They have no idea at all. And then when you start the conversation, you say, if you ask like, how much is your budget? They're gonna say, I don't know, like, oh, it's 200. If you start talking about what gonna cost 200 in decoration, you're gonna lose money. Why? Because if you start show your clients the options they have, the client gonna look at one option, they love it, and they're gonna say, okay, I love this option. How much is this one? You say, that one is 1,000. Even if they think about to spend only 200, sometimes they're gonna go over. They're gonna say, oh, what you can do with 600? Because they see what they love is 1,000, but they don't wanna go with the 200 they think first. And they wanna spend more money. If you ask the budget, you're gonna start play like the game with the client about 200, and that will be a mess. You're gonna lose money with that one. And be honest with the price for everybody. It doesn't matter if they are millionaires or poor people. The price is the same. If they are millionaire, it's good for them. If they have no money, it's okay. But I have clients, they say, what they can do with $5,000? I say, you don't need $5,000 to decorate this space. You can decorate this space with like $3,000 and use the $2,000 for something else inside your party. Because if I put $5,000 balloons inside that place, they're never gonna come back to me. They're gonna say, it's too crowded, it's a lot of balloons. If I do not put $5,000, they're gonna understand, he stole my money. If I put $5,000, they're never gonna come back because it's gonna look horrible. And then I wanted the client to come every single month, or like 25% of our clients come back to the shop every month to buy balloons. 25% buy balloons every month. And I say, you have to be fair with those guys. Sorry, guys, go.
Good.
No, it's all right, because actually we're running out of time.
As always.
So, has anybody got any final thoughts that they want to share with the delegates before we say goodbye to our panelists? Nobody's buzzed,
delegates.
so
Nope.
that's fine.
Oh.
Okay. So we just want to say a huge thank you. Oh, is Chris going to say something?
Go on, Chris.
I'll just jump in there. Just one little final thought that I think we all need to keep in mind is to be really appreciative of you guys and Qualatex for putting this on. Education is absolutely everything. If the question was, what's the one thing you recommend people watching today should do? And it's expand your mind. Listen to what some of these wonderful people in front of us and all the other 82 presenters can offer. There's a world of experience and a world of knowledge out there. And a lot of us who started before the advent of social media and YouTube and whatnot did not have this opportunity to do so. So you're all very lucky to be able to expedite your learning process so simply at your own home. And you're absolutely missing an opportunity if you don't absorb all of it as best as you can. So
we had VHS
get in
tapes.
there, and thank you, boys.
Yeah, we started with which ones was it?
It was the Conwin VHS tapes.
It was
You've got digital content. We had to rewind our content.
Yeah. The CBA, I've got the VHS tape from my mother back in the early 90s, still around somewhere.
I had a twisting book from the library that I signed out every month for a year. Yeah, I just went through the same book. It had a red
Cheapskate.
dragon on it. Yeah.
Just buy it, Jackie.
She still has it.
It was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
That fine.
I just my first twisting book was in black and white only, and it was actually all of the pictures were hand drawn of the designs. It was All Wind and Twists by Doug Braisley. Was the book. So
these guys don't know how good they've got it.
They don't know how good they've got it.
Exactly.
Yes.
Back in my day.
Exactly. A handful of freezing cold gravel is all we had to eat. But anyway, that's enough for today. Well, just want to say a huge thank you to our wonderful panelists. We are very blessed to have you guys here. So now you need to get back to your wonderful business, or if you're on holiday, enjoy your vacation.
Yes. Cycling and kayaking at the same time. We want to see photos.
And we'll catch up same time next year, guys. Same time next year. Yeah. Okay.
We'll pencil it in.
We'll pencil it in. Right here. We'll have our people talk to your people. We'll sort it out. Okay.
Fantastic.
WBC 22.
Come to Orlando.
Ooh.
There it is.
I've got the skin for it now. I haven't been outside the studio.
Back
for
to Florida.
2 weeks.
Back to Florida.
Right, guys. Thank you very much.
We're going to say bye-bye again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
There we go. What a panel.
Oh, indeed, what a
What
panel.
a load of fantastic responses.
Guys, in the chat, if you can show some love, that would be awesome. Plenty of golden nuggets in there.
No, we didn't. We should have done.
Yeah, it was.
I love the mixture of responses.
Yes.
That, it's not there isn't a one answer that fits all. There never is going to be on any of those sort of questions.
Yeah.
But if you I would recommend going back and listen to lots of those responses and pull out the bits that you feel, I could try that in my business. Measure it though. Measure the success.
The other good thing as well is that the fact that the mix of panelists that we had came from such a wide variety of styles of business.
Yeah, styles of business.
Entertainment side, corporate decor. It's and everything in between.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was.
Some of those ones hit home really well, and some of them are thought-provoking. Love it. I'm going to rewatch that one.
I'm sure we will too.
Anyway, we're bang on time.
We are bang on time. Who would have thought it after watching last year's Q Corner convention that at this point we would be bang on time. So what we're going to do is we're going to stay bang on time.
I'm going to find who's next.
We're on to 39.
Nifty Nicole.
Nicole Greg. So we're going to head over to Australia for Nifty, and you can spend some time with the wonderful Nifty Nicole Greg. All right. You guys take care. Have fun. We'll talk to you later.
Here we go. Maybe not. Yes.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and if you're in the next zone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Depends what zone you're in. I'm in this zone. Which zone are you? Anyhow, welcome. I am Nicole Gregg, CBA from Nifty Entertainment in Adelaide, Australia, and super excited to share some designs with you on Q Corner Convention. So 2021, thanks everybody for having me, and to Qualatex for putting this awesome event on. All right, we're going to play with a modular quick link sculpture. Hope in this time, this 30-minute segment, I think we'll probably just get through the frog, but I've got a couple of other examples using the same structure because as far as I'm concerned, it is quicker with the link. So obviously we're going to use quick links. So let's start moving, ribbit, and get cracking on this design. All right, we're going to start with 2 6-inch quick links. So I'm going with blush, and I do like Qualatex spring green, lovely colour. Anyhow, with my quick links, I always inflate them and stretch them and bring them down. Like I normally say when I'm teaching a sculpture, think about what you want to do with the balloon, whether it's a 5-inch heart, etc. Quick link, think about what you want to do with it before you tie it. In the case of these, I want them to keep their shape, so I'm going to tie them low to the balloon because I want to keep that roundness. This is going to be the head structure. Now the 6-inch spring green is slightly larger than the blush, and that's a good 5-finger spread. So just slightly. All right, we're going to tie nozzle to nozzle and then link to link. Why not? So I've got the knots in my hand or under my fingers, so I'm just going to nicely lock that in because I want it nice and tight. I'm going to do the same with the links. I'm going to tie the balloons or hold the balloons really close to the balloon on the link because I want to make sure that my connection is relatively tight. So grab your links, pull them in nice and tight. Don't pull them in too tight that you may run the risk of ripping the latex, but I must admit with quick links, they're really good. I don't have any problems with that. So you are going to have a little bit of a gap at the back, but that's okay. We're going to fix that. We're going to cover it. All right, let's grab our 350 spring green. Now I've left that with about a good 4-finger tail. I'm going to give it a little bit of a stretch, and when I inflated it, I did soften it because I want to be able to just manipulate this and shape this a little bit. And also I'm going to be moving it as I'm adding other bits into the structure. So I want to make sure that it's not too tight, that I can, as I said, move it around without any issue. So let's just make 2, 1 to 2 finger pinch twists. They don't need to be too big. So we have that. Very kissable. Yeah, another design. 2 pinch twists, which you can put it on either side. For me, I prefer, because we've got a bit more of a gap where we tied the links, that's where I want to put it. So I'm just going to come under and over and lock that in at the back of the structure. Just like that. All right. Now, this is the throat area. So we're going up and down with our quick links on this one. So I'm just going to move it this way. As you're coming around, so between our 2 quick links, we're going to rest the balloon. But I'm going to just soften and shape as I go around. So it's sitting snug, but I want to be able to still manipulate it and shape it a little bit. Once I'm happy, I'm just going to lock it into the 2 pinch twists at the back. All right. And again, so I can move it up, I can move it down. Sort of squishy, but not too squishy. That's what we have. That's our head start. Or maybe we're just getting ahead of ourselves. Doesn't really matter. We'll work it out. Let's add the eyes now. So I've gone with yellow, obviously 2, and 2 5-inch blacks. So 5-inch yellow, 5-inch black. We're going to marriage twist these together. Make sure you've got a little bit of scrap on you so we can attach it in. Now with the pupil, it's about a 2-finger, and I've tied it low. With the yellow, it's a really small apple. I can hold that in the palm of my hand. I've tied it quite high. Now you've got the choice here when you do a marriage twist. You can either tie the two together. I don't bother. I'm going to put it in my hand and I'm going to be able to manipulate and just squeeze the air. So this one's tied low, this one's tied a little bit higher because we need to have a little bit of room in our yellow to attach. So what I do, I just do nozzle on nozzle. With my thumb, I'm going to come through the other side. So I'm holding both knots. I'm going to grab a little bit of scrap and just between the balloon and my fingers, I'm going to wrap that in and just tie it off. We definitely don't want it coming undone and that pupil going bing. Number one. Let's do number two. Again, with my hand, I'm just squeezing and just controlling the air. I'm going to use my thumb, come through the other end, grab it, twist it, find some scrap, and lock it in. It's mind-blowing. All right, you see, we see, I see. I see twice. So let's attach these. I'm just going to put this one down here and just going to move just my balloon a little bit and I'm going to come through the blush and the spring green quickly. So very gently just with those fingers. So I've come out the other side. And what I'm going to do is, with that bit of scrap, I'm just going to lock it in and around the pinch twist at the back. Let's grab the other eye. And again, just going to move this a little bit. I'm going to come through. Position it on the side. So I'm going to pull it really nice and sort of relatively tightish. I'm going to, with this one, just come around the other eye just for safety. And then lock into my pinch twist at the back. Let's bring it all back into place. All right. We should have that at the moment. All right. Straight away looking at this design, I can see a lot of other designs with this head structure. Dinosaur, snake, sea creature, obviously a frog because we're making a frog. Let's move on to our 160 and we're just going to finish off our head structure. I've left this with about 3 fingers uninflated and just give it a good stretch. So what I'm going to start with, I want to create just a little bottom lip. So I'm going to do about a 3-finger loop twist and always put the knot through so it holds. Now I'm going to attach this where my knots are. So I'm just going to come in and through the blush. So I've just locked that in around. All right. I just do that because I just think a little bottom lip adds to it. And also you might want to just put a tongue out with a frog, the frog to have a tongue catching a fly. So now what we're going to do is, because we want to bring this across the eye structure, I'm going to bring it in between the 350 and my eyes. All right, so we have that. Now I'm going to sit it snugly, and you would have noticed before, I just tucked in the bottom of the eye into this 350. And that's why I want the 350 to be relatively softish, because I want to be able to tuck that in, and it just sits there nicely. All right, so it's just tucked in. I'm going to just put that nicely over the eye structure, and where we have these pinch twists at the back, I'm just going to lock it in and come over the other side. So, same with the other side. Just want to position my eye. Now, in this section, when I come to the front of the balloon, I just need to measure it, twist it off. I'm then going to bring this bit through the 350. And of course, another reason for that little lip is it's a connection point. So I'm going to be able to tie my 160, just basically just swivel it around, spin it around that bottom lip, and it's now locked in. I'm going to hopefully, so again, give it another big stretch. I'm going to hopefully be able to do this now again and go around both eyes. So let's go up and under. Again, positioning across, lock it in at those lovely pinch twists, and do the same again. Now you'll either find that you've got just enough or you've got a little bit too much. Sorry, I picked up some very noisy balloons. So I've got just a smidgen too much. So I'm just going to twist that off, and again, I'm going to wrap it up and around that lip and deflate. But I want to make sure we tie it off because obviously we don't want it to come undone. It's very deflating when that happens, but you have to remember it's only letting itself down. Let's get everything into the right spot. All right, yeah, I'm very happy with that. I must admit on this design I do like to just have the two pinch twists on top of each other at the back. I think it sits better. Alright, now I will be honest with you, the first time I designed this, I only designed it about, again playing with that structure, but I only designed this one just about 4 or 5 weeks ago. The last time I made it, well, second time I made it, again I didn't put a spacer in. And I just find I want that head to sit a little bit further down. So on this one, we're going to put a little spacer in before we put the 6-inch blush for the belly. So it just shows, you know, you can create something and the next time you make it, you can make it a little bit better. So I'm just going to go 2-3 fingers and 2 pinch twists. And again, not big ones, sort of 2-3 fingers. Now, if you're at the end of the balloon like I am, I could probably squeeze and do a second pinch twist, but then the area I'm going to pop is going to be pretty like tight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop first, deflate to where I get to the size, approximately the size of bubble I want, tie it off, and then lock it in. All right. So there we go, that's our head start, and I've already used that. So now I must be getting ahead of myself. Let's continue going. We're going to now add the belly. And whoops, I've lost my blush. It's enough to make you blush, isn't it? So I've made this, again, a bit bigger. So this is probably 6 inches. Again, inflated it, let a little bit of air out, just softened it a little bit. But I've tied it low because, again, because I want to keep the shape. And this is going to be the belly. And I like to continue on from the throat area to the belly in blush. But again, you can use it in do it in any colour. So again, I'm holding on to the knot in my finger and I'm going to lock that in and around the pinch twist. So we have that. And of course, we've got a little bit of a spacer. All right, it's time now to do the back of our frog so we can add legs and arms and everything else in. So I have a 260 spring green and I've left that, whoops, crazy frog. Left that with about, again, 3 fingers uninflated. So I'm going to start at the neck area and I'm going to lock it into the 2 pinch twists where I've locked in my quick link. Come down the body and we want to measure it. I'm holding the link in my fingers here. I've measured the back structure. I'm now going to create 2 one-finger pinch twists. And I'm going to now attach that. Now, if you want to tie this area right down by the balloon, you're more than welcome to, which means you'll hold that knot in your finger as you're attaching it. I don't bother, but please make sure you are holding the balloon, or the link, right at the balloon. Don't attach it by the tip of the link Because if you do that, you're going to create this gap, and we don't want a gap. So hold it nice and close. I come over and then under and wrap it around because I want that to be super, super, super tight, that there is no gap where, you know, someone can put their hand through. Nice and tight. Now we're just going to run up and down the balloon till we run out of 260. So up, lock it in around your neck structure. Back down again to the pinch twist. Up again, lock it in. All right, so I'm going to get about 5 and lock. All right, so I have 5 bubbles there at the back. Whether you've got 4, it doesn't really matter. You can either leave this little extra bubble or you can pop it. Actually, just going to leave it for the time being, just in case. Because if I lose another pinch twist, I can then use that as a pinch twist. So at the moment, it's not doing any harm. If I choose at the end of the sculpture to get rid of it, then that's okay. But it's not doing any harm at the moment. So that's what we have so far. Are there any questions? Just kidding. We'll do that later. It's not live. All right. Currently, it's not a dangerous animal. It's currently unarmed. It's harmless. Yeah, it's for later. All right. We want to now add some arms. So I'm going to just put this to the side. Now, different type of hands. It's really up to you what you want to do with the frog. I like to give them sort of long fingers. And I've done this so many different ways. I always think, which way will I do it? As I said, I'm always coming up with different ways. But this is the way we're going to do it today. So I've got a 160 spring grain, again, about a 4-finger spread, uninflated. So I'm going to start with the first finger, which is about 2 to 3 fingers. I'm going to create just a 1-finger pinch twist. I'm going to come across a bit bigger than that, so a good 3 fingers. Another little pinch twist. Just soften as I go. I'm going to come back and lock in there. Now I'm going to do one of those little sheet bubbles where I want to come back across to the other pinch twist, but I don't want to have another loop, or another bubble coming across. So I'm just squeezing the air out. So if we see, I've basically just got like a little string of balloon in there. And I'm going to create my little end finger. I'm going to pop. Tie. Put that underneath there because I now need to tie this one. And I'll just trim it off. And now with this, I'm just going to come through the middle. And I'll probably just make the middle finger just a smidgen longer. So I've just got just a quick little hand. I'm going to now come through. I don't want to attach it to the neck. I actually want to have them a little bit lower. So I'm going to basically come through the back and sieve this through my 5 panels. So I've come in between the quick link and the 260s at the back. Alright, so you see how I mean, I don't want him, I mean you can attach it to the pinch twist and make it easy, not a problem, but as I said, for me, and you can straight away see, a second ago I had the pinch twist front and back, and you can see it there. If I put both pinch twists to the back, see how that straight away brings the neck down. It gives me that space I need, but it sits a lot better than this one. I suppose it depends on what look you're going for, but personally, I kind of like this one because his head's down a little bit. So, but yeah, by putting it to the back, both pinch to the back, it gives it a different look. All right, let's do the other arm. What we're going to do is we're obviously going to keep this area here. I'm just going to put that to the side, and I'm going to create that other hand. So again, we're not going to use all of this, but I've inflated it again, leaving about a four finger spread. So again, 2 to 3 fingers, a little pinch twist. I'm going to come across about 3 fingers. Whoop, do the hokey pokey. Another pinch twist. Come back, again, soften. And then do that cheeks bubble where we squeeze the air out, but it brings us back to the other pinch twist. Like everything, by doing something like that, every time you break a balloon and you reattach it, it takes time. And especially if you're working, you know, at a birthday party or a restaurant or whatever, line work, etc., you want to be able to work as quickly as you can. Now, I'm going to break this off. I am going to keep it because if something goes down, I've got this as a quick backup that I don't have to inflate it again. Tie it off. So again, we have that. Gonna grab his hand. Whoop. Let's get that pinch twist back. Just shows you we are live, baby. Well, not really. And then just position that down to approximately where you want it. And he's not ET, so oh, you can make ET out of this too. Oh yeah, possibilities. So once I'm happy sort of with the size, just gonna pop it and tie it. There we go, that's handy, isn't it? Oop. Fingers don't fail me now. All right, so that's what we currently have. So that's sitting in, all right, looking good. Show you everything just before we put, sits nicely. All right, let's do the legs. So, just got my balloons falling on the ground. Someone could get that? No, I'll get it. Whoop. Hello, I'm back again. We have a 260 spring green. And again, I've left that with about 4 fingers uninflated. It's my go-to. Now, I kind of like this sort of leg structure at the moment, I have to say. Yeah, I like it. So that's what we're going to do. So let's start with, and again, depends on how fancy you want to make the feet. So we have these 2 lovely pinch twists at the bottom, and I'm going to use those to connect my feet. So I don't want any pinch twists on the feet at the moment. They're going to be the pinch twists at the back to support. So let's start with about a 3 finger bubble, followed by a 1 to 1.5 finger bubble, another about 1 to 1.5 finger bubble, and then measure and create the same. Roll, 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 and wrap through. All right, so that's going to be 1 foot. Like everything, you can make the feet first, then attach it, or you can attach it after you've done 1 foot. Doesn't matter. Whichever way you feel more comfortable doing, do what works for you. I think that's always the best philosophy. Take a concept and, as I said, you always find quicker and different ways to do it because we all work differently. So nothing wrong with that at all. So I'm going to attach the foot in, those 2 pinch twists. And again, a bit like I did on the back of the head where I've got the pinch twists on top of each other, I kind of like to do the same here because I find that pushes, by having it that way, for some reason it just sort of seems to sit better and it pushes the feet into place. I'm going to create the second foot, which was again about a 3-finger bubble, 1 to 1.5 finger bubble, another 1 to 1.5 finger bubble, and again another 3-finger bubble. And I'm going to lock that straight away into the pinch twist at the bottom. So I'm just going to hold those there, and I'm going to put my pinch twist into place. And as I said, for some reason by doing that, it just seems to sit in the right spot for the feet. It just seems to prop the feet up. Now what we're going to do, we're going to do the leg structure that I love. So, coming through. With the rest of the balloon, again, we're just going to come through from the, in between the quick link and the 260s. So nice and gently. If your feet move, that's okay. We're going to position again. So I'm trying to find that little tip of my balloon. There's the start of it. Under, very gently. Pull through, but the key is you don't want to pull it all the way through. You want to give it the effect that we have these little knees and legs. So, and we want to measure it up on the other side. How we're looking. That's actually looking good. So once I'm happy with my measurement, I've just twisted the balloon off there, and oops. Again, twist it off. Lucky it makes a little mark where I twisted it. And I'm just going to come under and over and roll that through my pinch twist. So let's position it down. Before I pop it off, again, I'm just going to make sure everything is sitting correctly. Because it's one of those things, nothing worse, you pop it and deflate it, and then you go back and you've lost something else, another pinch twist is gone. If you've still got it there, it can become one of those pinch twists that you've lost. Or if you're feeling like you're not getting enough structure on your feet to sit in the place that you want, it allows you to put in a 3rd pinch twist or possibly a 4th pinch twist. So I always make sure everything is sitting and I'm happy before I pop. All right, and let's just position everything where we like it. A little bit of shock twist on his hands. And there we go. Ribbit. Ribbit. I think it's pretty cool. Great for a delivery piece or anything, or a really cool present. So I said to you this was modular. I did make just a couple. I didn't make a lot, but obviously you can head on to my Facebook or Instagram to sort of see some of the other modular designs. I'm constantly playing with quick links. So, you know, doesn't matter. Tigers, lions, characters, anything you can use this head structure for. I like the quick link because it's neat, it's clean. I haven't got lots of lines. And it gives it just that chunky look in the cheeks. This one, I've used it sideways. The other one obviously was top and bottom. Same here with my horse, or can be turned into a unicorn. So again, using that head structure, and sometimes I add little pinch twists from the quick links, etc. But no less a modular design. So thank you, Q Corner. I hope you've all enjoyed. Happy twisting. Enjoy the next class and the next class and the next class and the next class and the next class, because this is going to go for a couple of days. Thanks, Q Corner, for having me. Signing off, Nicole Gregg. If you have any questions, I'll see you in the chat. Thanks, guys. Happy twisting. It's quicker with the link.
Hi guys, how are you? My name is Olimpia Muñoz and I'm very happy to be with you for the second time in the Cochrane convention. Yay! My class will be in Spanish, but I will tell you some points in English to guide you. In last year's class, I was telling you about 3 points to have a successful design, and this time we will be guided by them again. Point 1, quality materials. Point 2, techniques that only balloon professionals know. And point 3, new trends. And remember, work and be inspired by qualatex balloon, it's always a good idea. So, thank you for seeing my class. Hola chicos, ¿cómo están? Mi nombre es Olimpia Muñoz y estoy muy contenta de estar con todos ustedes por segunda vez en la Cochrane Convention. ¡Yay! Ahora sí chicos, vamos a comenzar la clase. Lo que les comentaba en inglés era acerca de la clase del año pasado, donde les decía los puntos que sigo para tener un diseño exitoso. Punto número 1, materiales de calidad. Punto número 2, trabajar técnicas que solo profesionales de globos saben hacer. Y punto número 3, tener las mejores y últimas tendencias dentro de nuestro diseño. Recuerden que trabajar e inspirarse con globos qualatex siempre es una buena idea. Ahora sí, la clase de hoy se llama From the Foil to the Top y vamos a realizar una columna. Recuerden que las columnas son elementos de nuestra decoración clásica y si realizamos un diseño muy original, podremos transformar espacios pequeños y grandes en lugares mágicos. Así que ahora sí, chicos, ¡manos a la obra! Bien, comenzamos con nuestra estructura y aquí es donde vamos a tocar uno de los puntos que les platicaba. Tener diseños originales en nuestras estructuras hace que tengamos técnicas que solo profesionales del globo sabemos hacer. Tiene que estar muy bien forrada para que se vea profesional. En este caso, estoy utilizando un corazón de 1 metro por alto por 1 metro por ancho y de nuestra base hacia abajo 90 centímetros. Ahora sí, chicos, vamos a inflar un corazón de 18 pulgadas. Lo vamos a inflar de aire. Listo. Recuerden que nuestros globos de foil siempre deben de quedar con un poco de arrugas. Ahora vamos a esconder nuestra colita de nuestra válvula para esconder nuestra técnica y se vea más profesional. Ahora vamos a tomar nuestro corazón y vamos a tomar un diseño que yo ya tenía previamente hecho. Es vinil. Ustedes si quisieran podrían pintarlo. Y si ustedes quisieran el diseño, pueden contactarme en mis redes y puedo pasárselos para que lo manden directo a corte. Vamos a quitar todas nuestras arrugas. Y vamos a quitar nuestro transfer. Nos volvemos a asegurar de quitar todas nuestras arruguitas. Y listo. vamos a subir nuestra estructura y vamos a colocar nuestro corazón aquí. Nos aseguramos que quede en medio nuestra colita y que nuestro corazón quede como queremos. Vamos a tomar un marcador para marcar. Perfecto, si se dan cuenta, ahora tenemos aquí marcado nuestras 3 partes de nuestra estructura. Y lo que vamos a hacer vamos a ocupar 3 ligas. Vamos a sacar todo el aire de nuestro globo 260Q y lo vamos a colocar en nuestras marcas. Aquí yo tenía previamente preparada unos pedacitos de stretching tape. Vamos a colocar nuestras ligas. De esta manera. Ahora vamos a colocar nuestro globo en nuestras marcas para que nos quede en medio de nuestra base. Y listo, ya tenemos nuestro globo de 18 súper firme. Ok, vamos a continuar con el llenado de nuestro corazón. Para eso vamos a ocupar un medidor y globos de 5 pulgadas. Vamos a realizar una dupla. Vamos a inflarla. Y vamos a medirla a 3,5. Vamos a unir nuestros globos, giramos y anudamos. Ahora vamos a hacer un clúster. Si ustedes quisieran medir directamente de su máquina, pueden hacerlo a punto 7. Vamos a hacer 2 duplas. Como la que ya realizamos. También es globo de 5 pulgadas inflado a 3,5. Anudamos y hacemos una más. Y unimos. Juntamos nuestras duplas y ahora tenemos un clúster. Ahora vamos a hacerlo, pero con 3 globos. Y anudamos juntos. Perfecto. Ahora vamos a utilizar una de estas, vamos a utilizar 4 de 3 y vamos a utilizar 45 de 4. Yo ya los tenía realizados, así que vamos a llenar nuestro corazón. Ok, vamos a llenar nuestro corazón. Para eso vamos a comenzar con nuestra dupla y la vamos a colocar aquí en medio. Luego vamos a tomar un clúster y lo vamos a colocar de un lado. Bajamos, giramos para asegurarnos de que no se saque. Y vamos a colocar otro del otro lado. Vamos y giramos. Vamos a continuar con nuestros clústeres. Colocamos, giramos y empujamos. Y ahora del otro lado. Ahora sí, vamos a comenzar con el armado de nuestro corazón. Y lo que vamos a hacer, ahora sí voy a poder ladear mi columna e ir colocando nuestros clústeres. Continuamos. Y continuamos. Vamos a continuar armando todo nuestro corazón de la misma manera. Y continuamos. Y así vamos a continuar por toda nuestra estructura. Ok, ya que tenemos nuestro corazón terminado, bueno, casi terminado, vamos a llenar esta parte de atrás. Se preguntarán por qué no llené toda mi columna primero y después agregué mi globo foil. Pero eso es porque me haría un volumen muchísimo más para adelante que no necesito para mi diseño. Es por eso que lo que primero que hicimos fue montar nuestro globo foil. Lo que vamos a hacer va a ser tomar nuestras tercias y vamos a agarrar una de las colitas que tenemos del mismo globo. Vamos a girar en nuestra estructura y vamos a girar. Así vamos a colocar nuestros globos de 3 y hacemos lo mismo. Tomamos el otro, nuestra colita, la pasamos sobre nuestra estructura, giramos, que nos quede bien apretado y soltamos. Y uno más aquí, ¿ok? Vamos a tomar nuestra colita, este es como el más difícil, vamos a pasarla por acá. Y vamos a apretar bien, bien, bien nuestro cuello para que nos fije bien nuestros globos. De esta manera vamos a cubrir la parte de atrás de nuestro diseño. Para la parte de abajo de nuestra columna vamos a utilizar un clúster de 4 medido a 7.5. Luego vamos a utilizar un clúster medido a 5.5. Luego vamos a utilizar 7 medidos a 3,5. Ahora vamos a colocar nuestros clústeres de 3 de la misma manera en la que colocamos los rosas. Y listo. Terminamos la parte de abajo. Ahora vamos a continuar con algunos detalles que van a hacer un efecto más impactante para nuestra columna. Para uno de los detalles que va a llevar nuestra columna, vamos a utilizar globos de 5 pulgadas inflados a 2 pulgadas. Y lo que vamos a hacer, vamos a anudar para que nos queden pequeñas bolitas y no se bote el aire y se deforme la forma redondita que necesitamos. Vamos a hacer lo mismo. Vamos a jalar, anudamos, que nos queden bolitas bien redonditas. Y ahora lo que vamos a hacer va a ser anudarlos juntos, pero que nos quede mucho cuello para poderlos colocar en nuestra columna. Ya que tenemos algunas bolitas preparadas, vamos a pasar a colocarlos en nuestra columna. Vamos a tomar nuestro globo y con nuestras ligas que dejamos, vamos a pasar, vamos a girar, vamos a zafar y vamos a ir colocando. Para la parte de arriba voy a utilizar Golden Road, Spring Lilac, Caribbean Blue y Red. De la misma manera vamos a ir colocando todos nuestros puntitos y le vamos a ir dando color a nuestra columna. Para la parte de abajo vamos a hacer lo mismo, pero vamos a agregar pink. Listo, ya que tenemos todo preparado, vamos a llenar toda nuestra columna de bolitas coloridas. ¿Qué tal, chicos? ¿Cómo se ve nuestra columna con los puntitos de colores? La verdad es que luce muchísimo y cambia mucho que un simple corazón rosa. Ahora vamos a hacer más detalles. Para eso vamos a utilizar un globo de 260Q que vamos a inflar a la mitad. Vamos a realizar 2 pinch twists. Para eso, primero vamos a hacer 2 bolitas y vamos a unir juntas. Vamos a hacer los 2 pinch twists de esta manera. Ahora vamos a hacer una bolita y vamos a hacer 2 pinch twists. vamos a hacer otra bolita y otros 2 pinch twists. Si las hacemos juntos es más fácil. Vamos a hacer otra bolita y otros 2 pinch. Ya que tenemos 4, vamos a cortar el exceso de nuestro globo. Vamos a enredar y cortamos nuestros excesos. Para la siguiente parte vamos a inflar 4 globos, dejando una tercera parte sin inflar. Una bolita de aire y vamos a ocupar 3 más. Todos vamos a dejar como una tercera parte sin inflar. Y uno más. Ya que están listos nuestros 4 globos, los vamos a colocar en la primera parte que habíamos realizado de nuestros pinch twists. Vamos a enredar para que quede bien firme. Así vamos a hacer con cada uno de nuestros globos. Vamos a girar para que quede bien firme. Y uno más. Ya que tenemos nuestros 4 globos, vamos a hacer como una curva para lograr la forma que queremos. Y lo primero que vamos a hacer una bolita aproximadamente de 12 centímetros. Vamos a darle como un poquito de curva y vamos a hacer un pinch twist que va a quedar en la parte de arriba. Después vamos a hacer en el globo de abajo una bolita más pequeña que la que tenemos arriba. Y vamos a unir haciendo una bolita en nuestro globo de arriba, pero lo vamos a bajar y lo vamos a unir con nuestro globo de abajo. Después vamos a hacer el mismo procedimiento con nuestro globo de abajo. Va a bajar de tamaño que nuestro globo de arriba. Vamos a hacer una bolita y bajamos. Y Y vamos a hacer el mismo procedimiento con nuestra parte de hasta abajo. Una parte más pequeña, hacemos una bolita, cruzamos y terminamos en pinch twist. Después vamos a subir nuestro globo de la siguiente manera. Vamos a volver a hacer una pequeña bolita como la que está en la parte de abajo y vamos a unir con nuestro globo de arriba. Cambiamos nuestro globo y vamos a hacer el mismo procedimiento. Una bolita, unimos con nuestro globo y volvemos a hacer lo mismo. Una bolita y unimos con nuestro globo. Listo, nos va a quedar así. Vamos a repetir lo mismo que hicimos aquí, pero la parte que sigue va a ser un poco más grande que nuestra primera parte. Vamos a buscar nuestro lugar. Vamos a hacerle como una curva y vamos a hacer un poco más grande que esa parte. Podemos medir que nos quede más grande y vamos a hacer el mismo procedimiento que hicimos la primera vez. Hacemos nuestro pinch twist siempre en la parte de arriba y en la de abajo. Después vamos a bajar para nuestra bolita de abajo de tamaño y vamos a hacer una bolita. Luego vamos a volver a hacer lo mismo de este lado. Y vamos a ir bajando. Y por último, hacemos lo mismo. Más pequeño. Hacemos una bolita. Y por último, terminamos en pinch twist. Siempre el principio y el final van a terminar en pinch twist. Vamos a hacer lo mismo que hicimos en esta parte. Vamos a subir nuestro logo. Haciendo bolitas y cruzando con nuestro otro globo. Vamos a hacer lo mismo. Y listo. Ya tenemos la primera parte. Vamos a repetir el procedimiento y la siguiente va a ser del mismo tamaño que nuestra segunda curva. Vamos a medir que sea del mismo tamaño. Y vamos a continuar. Empezamos haciendo nuestro pinch twist. Y vamos bajando. Y bajamos el tamaño. Ahora también bajamos nuestro tamaño. Y por último, bajamos nuestro tamaño. terminamos en pinch twist. Y lo que sigue es que vamos a subir con nuestro globo igual que en estas luces. Subimos. Y terminamos en nuestro pinch twist. Para nuestra última parte, lo que vamos a hacer es, vamos a hacer la misma medida que hicimos al principio en esta última. Vamos a medir y vamos a cortar a nuestra medida. Aquí ya cortamos el exceso y anudamos. Quedando así al final. Vamos a hacer lo mismo bajando el tamaño de cada globo de haba. Cortamos nuestro exceso y anudamos. Anudamos y por último anudamos. Previamente yo ya tenía hecha una tira de 2 pinch twists y una bolita igual que como la que hicimos al principio. Y lo que vamos a hacer va a ser añadirla a nuestros globos finales. Y listo. Ahora yo tenía unas letras hechas ya listas para agregarlo en nuestro marquito rojo. Son las letras hechas con foam board. Y en la parte de adelante tienen vinil. ¿Ok? Y lo que vamos a hacer va a ser agregárselas a nuestro marquito. Vamos a utilizar unos dashes. Para poder adherir nuestras letras a nuestro marco. Si nosotros hiciéramos esto directamente en vinil, se vería muy arrugado. Ok, vamos a poner otro dash en esta parte. Y de esta manera se ven firmes nuestras letras. Continuamos poniendo nuestro letrero. Y así en todo nuestro letrerito. Aquí se está despegando. Y pega. Y la última letra quedará así. Y nos quedó así. Ahora vamos a quitar todos nuestros excesos, nudos e imperfecciones de nuestro letrero. Y vamos a tomar una liga de 2/60. Lo mismo que hicimos al principio, la vamos a anudar y lo vamos a colocar en nuestro pinch twist del medio. Así. Y vamos a montarlo en nuestra columna. Lo que voy a hacer va a ser pasar nuestra liga por en medio de nuestro clúster de en medio. Y vamos a anudar. Cortamos nuestro exceso y acomodamos nuestra marquita. Y podemos mover nuestra bolita y acomodamos. Listo. Ok, chicos, ya casi llegamos al final. Para eso voy a utilizar unas letras pintadas. Lo primero que yo hago al pintar pequeños detalles es pongo mi letra desinflada y pinto con aerosol. Luego, dejo que se seque, pinto el otro lado, dejo que se seque, inflo y inflada vuelvo a pasar mi aerosol para que quede muy bien pintada. Les recuerdo que para pintar con aerosol es muy recomendable usar mascarillas que nos protejan de las partículas que sueltan estos materiales. ¿Ok? Y otra cosa muy importante es trabajar en lugares ventilados. Vamos a pintar. Listo, chicos, como pueden ver, ya la tengo pintada de ambos lados, pero aún quedan unas pequeñas imperfecciones. Entonces, lo que vamos a hacer va a ser inflar nuestro globo. De esta manera, si notan, quedan estas pequeñas imperfecciones que no quedan tan bonitas, entonces lo que vamos a hacer es darle una segunda mano pero inflada. A mí me gusta darle la primera desinflada y la segunda inflada. Si se dan cuenta, esas pequeñas imperfecciones van desapareciendo. Solo asegúrense de cubrir bien su letra por todos los lados, de ambos lados. Listo. Ahora vamos a dejar que se seque un poquito. La razón por la que yo lo hago... miren aquí. La razón por la que yo hago esta técnica es porque he notado que si nosotros pintamos con la letra inflada, como que hace un efecto la pintura con el foil que se llega a inflar de más y se empieza a abrir, entonces nos truenan los globos. De esta manera yo he evitado que se ponchen los globos, primero inflando desinflada, pintando desinflada y luego pintando inflada. La verdad es que me ha dado un acabado mucho más profesional porque tapo todas las imperfecciones y evito ponchar globos, quemar globos. Hay marcas de pinturas que no hacen este efecto que te truenen los globos. Son muy buenas y más amigables con nuestros globos, pero el problema es que muchas veces no están a nuestro alcance, son difíciles de conseguir o no las encontramos en cualquier lado. Entonces es por eso que tenía que hacer una técnica que me funcionara con materiales al alcance. Listo, chicos. Ahora sí, ya pudimos borrar todas nuestras imperfecciones. Ya tenemos lista nuestra letra. ¿Recuerdan los 3 puntos que les he estado platicando a lo largo de la clase? El punto número 1 es calidades de material, como lo son globos qualatex y las letras Northstar. El punto 2 es una técnica que solo profesionales de globos sepan hacer, como nuestro diseño único y original. Y el punto número 3 son las últimas tendencias de globos dentro de nuestro diseño. Y ahí es donde entran nuestras letras pintadas. Es una tendencia que se viene con mucha fuerza y era importante tenerla dentro de nuestro diseño. Aparte de que ahora tenemos tantas técnicas que nos abren la oportunidad de igualar diseños o globos en los que nos inspiramos. Ahora que ya tenemos así nuestra letra, que ya vimos el punto en el que entran estas letras, vamos a seguir haciendo técnicas que profesionales de globos hacen. En este caso vamos a guardar todas nuestras colitas para que no se vean. Para eso vamos a utilizar cinta adhesiva transparente y vamos a ocultar todas nuestras puntitas. Que no se vea ninguna en la cara de nuestro diseño. Recuerden también utilizar globos plata para pintar sus letras, sus números, porque de esta manera va a ser más fácil llegar al color que quieres. Si nosotros utilizamos letras o números de otro color, muchas veces puede cambiar el color que requerimos o que compramos y se va a ver diferente. Entonces tendríamos que hacer pruebas en cada color y cómo se ve con nuestros aerosoles o pinturas. Ya que está así, vamos a darle un toque final. Un toque que lo haga ver muy bonito, que se vea súper profesional, súper brilloso, que tenga un efecto foil increíble. Vamos a utilizar por último aerosol transparente. Por ambos lados. Y vamos a dejar que se seque para que nuestro globo se vea único. Listo, chicos, ya tenemos nuestras letras pintadas y preparadas. Para la U lo que hice fue colocar una liga abajo y la anudé en la colita. Vamos a sujetarla en nuestra columna y vamos a jalar nuestra liga para amarrarla. Vamos a enredar nuestra liga hasta que nuestra U quede totalmente sujeta y acomodamos. Ahora vamos con nuestras letras M. Vamos a pegarle unos dashes para poderla pegar en nuestro corazón. Una vez que está marcada, acomodamos nuestra letra. Y vamos a acomodar nuestra M morada. Listo, terminamos nuestro detalle final. ¡Yay! Terminamos la clase. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarme. Espero que les haya gustado mucho. ¿Alguien recuerda cómo se llamaba el nombre de esta clase? Bueno, pues era From the Foil to the Top. Toda la inspiración vino a través de este globo foil. Y siguiendo nuestros 3 pasos, hemos creado un diseño totalmente nuevo y original. Materiales de calidad, una técnica que solo un profesional de globos sepa hacer y las tendencias dentro de nuestro diseño. Espero que les ayude mucho y que si tienen algunas dudas me puedan contactar en mis redes sociales. Bye, chicos.
G'day mates, my name is Donna Cochrane and I'm from Queensland, Australia. I'm also known as Miss Donna. As you can see, this is my performing character. Now, I have been asked to come to Q Corner, which is so exciting and really nerve-wracking at the same time. So normally I'm so used to having an audience in front of me, both young and old, whether I'm lecturing or performing. So it's a little bit unique for me to be in front of a camera like this. I'm going to talk to you today about building rapport with kids. Now, I have been twisting balloons since I was 13 years old, so that's 27 years or so now. And I have been performing full-time for over 15 years, running my own entertainment business. And I love working with kids, I love working with balloons, and I love making people happy. So I'm hoping to share some of my experience and my advice with you today about dealing with and understanding and entertaining our little ones. Now, first of all, I would say my first point in working with kids is to treat them like a little bit more like they're little mini adults. So don't baby them. Don't talk to them like they're babies. Once they hit about 3 years old, then they start wanting to be a bit more adult. They can hold conversations with you. So just don't go, oh, would you like a little blue balloon today? And you don't have to talk to them like they're a baby. So they like it when you talk to them like a little bit more like a person. Parents don't talk to them like they're babies. Once they start understanding the language and moving around the house and come on, pick up your toys now. It's not a, oh, come on, pick up your toys. So when you talk to them a bit like that, they're not quite sure how to relate to you. So when you talk to them a little bit more like a normal person in a normal tone of voice, then they understand that you're relating to them and wanting to have a conversation with them. They respect you a little bit more that way too. Now, if you look at the TV shows that we used to watch when we were kids, so go back, 20 to 40 years ago, the TV shows that we used to watch are so much more younger based. They watch a lot more mature stuff these days. They have so much more access to the internet, to Disney channels, to Netflix, to YouTube. They're watching kids shows and stuff on YouTube, and it's not Teletubbies anymore. That's really for the little ones. So if you think about what vocabulary they're using and what they're kind of watching and what they're interested in, it helps you out a lot. If you talk to them a bit more like they're an adult, but remember that they're still learning. They're still mini adults. They're still don't have the same experience as you do. So when you talk to them, try and use vocabulary that they would use, and don't use too big a words or extended, complicated sentences. So practice talking with them. If you're not getting the results that you want, then try something different. Try changing the tone of your voice, try changing how fast you speak, and try changing your vocabulary. Experiment. See how. Number 2, I want to talk to you about reading your kids when you first walk into an event and checking out their shyness level and seeing how they're going to respond to you, or how they do respond to you as you enter. Now, if you take notice of this when you first come into an event or a birthday party, when you're with a smaller group of kids, you will see how they react to you. You'll find a lot, I'm a little uptight. You'll find that a lot of the little ones will be a little bit more scary because you're new and strange to them, and they're not quite sure what to expect from you. So they'll be a little bit more hesitant, generally speaking. Of course, you're going to get the ones that will run up to you and go, "Yay! Who are you? What are you doing here?" Number 3, kids love to feel important. They have adults tell them all day, every day, what to do, how to do things, when to do it, sit still, pick up your toys, don't touch that, stay here, and sit down. So they are constantly almost reminded that they're not as good as an adult, that the adults know best, that they don't know what to do. So they're feeling a little bit inadequate. So if you give them the empowerment to feel important, or to feel that they know something, or they can do better than somebody else, or that they can help you and they knew it was right, then they feel important. And it makes a big deal for them. It empowers them. It's great. It's almost like when you have a boss or a teacher standing and breathing over your neck and standing over you all day, every day, telling you what to do and how to do it. Now, we don't like that as adults, and kids don't like that either. So remember, they are just like a little person that's in front of you, and try and give them as much opportunity to help out and to do things the right way, or anyway, and encourage them and reward them for that with like verbal affirmations, or, you know, you've done really well with that. Oh, fantastic, good job. Oh, you sat there so well, and wow, you were so patient waiting for your balloon today. And they just beam when they have that recognition. Number 4 is empowering children. Now, one of the best techniques you could use to empower a child is to use their name. People feel empowered when you address them with their name, not just, "Hey buddy," or "Hi miss." If you're using their name, you're recognizing them for who they are. Adults have that too. There's a great book called How to Win Friends and Influence People, written by Dale Carnegie. I recommend, if you haven't read it, read it. They even do audio versions of it as well if you want to listen to it. Now, remembering someone's name or addressing them with their name makes them feel valued. And when someone's valued, it improves their experience with you. You are then more memorable to them because you have associated them and remembered them and addressed them with their own name. A lot of kids don't get that recognition unless it's from people who really know them. So to have that extra buzz from someone who is, "Wow, you're amazing and you do these amazing things," and "Oh, and they know who I am," that's really important to them. It makes you stand out. And when you stand out to a client or a parent, it gets you more bookings too. Now, there are lots of ways to remember people's names. You can do a bit of a Google search and find out some different techniques. My favorite two are word association and repeating someone's name 3 times. Now, I'm going to show you a bit of an example. I'm going to bring my husband in for this one. This is Jason.
Hi guys, hi Q Corner.
Mr. J. Hi Q Corner. Now, if Mr. J, pretend he was like a little kind of short person.
5.
5. Oh, you're 5. Okay,
yep.
Cool. Awesome.
I'm a big 5.
So when I'm doing line work, or if I'm doing a show and when I'm getting a volunteer up, or if someone's coming up next to get the balloon from me, I will address them and interact. And I have different acknowledgements for them when they come up to me. I'll quite often go, "Oh, hello, welcome to the front of the line. It's so exciting to see you. And what's your name? What's your name?"
Oh, Mr. J.
"Oh, hello, Mr. J. Nice to meet you, Mr. J. Now, how old are you?"
I'm 5.
You're what? You're 5? Now, within that, I'm going to stop right there. I have already said, "Oh, hi, Mr. J." That's 1 name. "Nice to meet you, Mr. J." That's 2. I've said his name. Then I'll ask him a question like, "How old are you?" or "How have you been today?" But I'll say, "How have you been today, Mr. J?" or "How old are you, Mr. J?" And so I'm saying his name 3 times. So I've already started to embed that in my memory. which is a great technique because when you're starting to talk to him a bit later and then you look at him again and go, oh, I already know his name. So you can refer to him again when you say, oh, Mr. J, what color would you like? So it's a good technique, and once you start doing it, it repeats and it becomes automatic. It becomes a habit, which is amazing.
And it's not only the kids that get recognition from that too, it's the parents that go, oh, you know my child's name.
Yeah, definitely. Now, the other techniques we use often is word association. Now, you're doing this in your head. You're not saying it out to the child. So if I meet a little child called Lily, I'll quite often think, oh, silly Lily.
Or if I do this all the time. If a child's name might be Ted, it might be he's got a red shirt, so it's Ted in red. Or if it's Miller and the mother's got expensive tasting beer, it might be all that Miller beer, or it could be something about Armani shoes or anything like that. You just make that association and tie it back in, and then every time you look at that child, you'll have that, oh, it's something silly. And sometimes, honestly, the sillier, the better it is for you to be able to remember it.
It's more memorable then because it really sticks in your head. I have a couple of favourite names that I just love. So whenever I meet a girl called Stella, I'm like, oh, does anyone ever say, Stella? And the kids are like, what? And the parents all giggle. Or if I meet a Theodore, my favourite name for a boy is Theodore. Or if I meet Isabella, I always go, oh, is your last name Ringing? And they go, what? Like, Isabella Ringing? And they go, oh. No, oh, never mind. Sure, I'll meet a family with a sense of humour sometime. And it's one of those little jokes that the parents get, but it also sticks in my head because it's one of those funny jokes and the play on words. So the more fun or more silly it is the better. Another way to empower kids is to have them help you, or you acknowledge or appreciate their behaviour, telling them they've done a good job, or they've been so patient and waiting in line, they've had the best manners you've seen all day. Another way is for them to one up on an adult. So you being the adult and knows everything, and they're always told to do what they do and sit down and behave and be quiet. So if they get to correct an adult or tell an adult something that they didn't know, they get to feel a lot more proud and empowered by that. So going back to the question I asked Mr. J before, when I was asking him his name, I said, oh, Mr. J, how old are you?
I'm 5 years old.
55? Oh my goodness, did you hear that? He's 55.
No.
I thought you would have been taller if you were 55.
No, I'm 5.
Normally you are. You what, sorry?
I'm 5.
I know you're 55. You're 20. Oh, high five. Oh, look at you. He's 5 too, see?
I'm 5 years old.
Oh, you're 5. Oh, sorry. I thought you said 55. Oh my goodness. I might have to go back to school. So in doing that, I'm taking on the responsibility of me messing up and them knowing better. So it's empowered them. They think it's funny. I've had so many kids come back again and again going, oh, ask me how old I am, because they want that experience again. And they want to be able to correct me again. And they love it. They giggle and in hysterics. Sometimes they'll face plant. Sometimes they go, you know. Or if they're 6, Mr. J, how old are you?
I'm 6.
You're sick? Oh no, he's sick. Oh no, you're not feeling well. You should be home in bed if you're sick. Have you got the chicken pox?
No, I'm 6.
No chicken pox, maybe. Oh, you got the measles.
I'm 6.
I know you're sick. What are you sick with? Or maybe you've been hanging out with the mermaids. Oh, you may have seasickness.
I'm 6. I'm number 6.
You're sick with numbers? No, how can you be sick with numbers? I've never heard anyone sick with numbers before. Oh my goodness. So there's lots of different things that you can do, and you find little bits and jokes and stuff that you can add on as you go, and sometimes your little interaction can go for ages. Sometimes they'll face plant and all sorts of stuff. Mr. J has a routine that he does when a child asks for an animal, and he will go off on a little tangent and they get to correct him all the time. Please.
I love when they ask me for something like a giraffe, and I go, oh, a giraffe. They're the ones with a long neck, right? And they're thinking, yes, I'm about to describe a giraffe. And then I go, yeah, and they're pink, and they've got feathers, and they like to stand on one leg in the water. A giraffe. And they will go, no, that's a flamingo. And I went, no, that's not a flamingo. Flamingos are green. They've got big sharp teeth, and they go snap, 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 and they live in the water. And they go, oh, no, that's a crocodile. And so I keep jumping around different animals, and I give them a bit of a carrot to lead into something by saying, like, if it lives in water, so the next thing might be a hippopotamus. Oh, so it lives in the water. Yeah, and they go, yeah, that's what a crocodile does. Oh, and it's big and it's grey and it likes to stomp on the other animals. That makes them get involved and invested in it, but also brings it back to the fact that they get to tell me that I'm the one that's wrong. I'm the one that's being silly, and empowering them to be able to tell me that I'm wrong. Yeah. Even though they probably know that I'm wrong.
But they enjoy the silliness of it as well at the same time. And they get to correct you and tell you what's right. So it empowers them as well. It's really fun. And the other thing I love doing is if I'm ever making a balloon sculpture and I've got like the extra, I'll cut off the bit, you know, or I wouldn't do that bit. hang on. There's always spares. So if I was to cut off the extra bit and go, oh, you know, oh, sorry, Mrs. Yeah, hold on to that one. And I'll continue with what I'm doing and I'll go, oh my goodness, wow, you made that disappear. He made that disappear. Did you see that? Wow, you must be a magician. Are you a magician? Did you know he was a magician? And doing that, it was fun because the balloon shoots off, the kids giggle and laugh. I'm not making a spectacle of him. I'm not making him wrong for not holding onto the balloon or not having it or letting it go. I've made then him into the, oh, wow, you're a magician. Wow, he was amazing. And half the time they'll go, oh, yes, I am a magician. And it's super fun. So that's another way. There's lots of different techniques you can use to it too. Number 5, why children like to interrupt. Now, most of the time they don't intend to interrupt you or disturb your show or stop you from your flow of what you're doing. They're genuinely excited. They genuinely want to be involved, and this is a fun thing for them. If they're really involved in it and loving it, you're getting a good response from them. So you're doing really well. You'll see little ones, they'll run up to mum, even some middle-aged kids will run up to mum, mum, come and look at this, look at this, look at this. They're excited about something. They may have not even, probably most of the time, not even noticed that mum's in the middle of a conversation with somebody else. And they haven't learnt etiquette yet at that stage. They're still learning. It's all process of learning to be an adult, I suppose. They haven't learnt when it's polite to do things yet. They haven't learnt when it's the right time to clap. They haven't learnt when it's a good time to be quiet or to move out of the way out of people while they're walking through. They're a little bit oblivious. They still haven't learnt quite enough to learn about their surroundings and pay attention to their surroundings. So when they jump up and try and talk to you while you're in the middle of a routine or a conversation with another child, or you're in the middle of your show, they're genuinely engaged and want to talk to you and want to be involved in what you're doing. They're excited. When the kids hit around 7 or so, they start to have a bit of a different personality from the, say, 3 to 6 year olds. They tend to want to be better than everybody else. They want to show off to their friends. They want to be smart. They want to be recognized to be smart and to be clever with their friends. So they will quite often call out things like, oh, I know what you're doing, or, you know, oh, you popped the balloon, or making some comment that they're throwing out there. They want the recognition from their friends that, you know, they said something, or they know what's right or what's happening. So that's why the older kids tend to say that. They're not trying to disturb you so much, but they're just trying to show off in front of their friends. You'll find sometimes getting a volunteer can be a bit tricky, so it's nice to try and get them on board. If I find that I've got a volunteer who's being a little bit excitable and playing with things, or giggling and laughing and trying to hide behind me, I will try and encourage them to come and say, oh, what are you up to? Come on, I see you over here. Come and stand here. If they get a bit too much, then I'll go, oh, look, I need someone who's going to be a good helper. You're going to be a good helper, or should I get, oh, do you want to sit down? Or I'll get you to sit down, or I need to find somebody else to help out. So this is my opportunity to let them know that I'm serious and I want them to be well behaved. They're up there, they're excited, they're in front of all their friends, all their peers, and a lot of them are not used to being in the limelight like that. So they're not quite sure how to handle themselves. So if you can settle them down, you just need to take control. Take that step of, oh, you know, look, I need you to settle down and behave, otherwise I need to get somebody else to help out. that gives them that warning that, oh, hang on, they might sit me down and I might not be able to be up here anymore. Now, most of the time they will settle down and go, oh yeah, no, yeah, I want to be here. I want to be the good assistant that you need. And if they are being a little bit too, or continue to pick things or move things or be more disruptive than you need, then take that opportunity to say, thank you so much, Billy, for helping out today. So you're still empowering them, you're recognizing them, you're not making a big deal out of it, you're not making them the bad person, because you don't want to embarrass them in front of their friends. That's like the worst thing for them. So you thank them and come and sit down, and then you choose somebody else. And get someone to put their hand up, and they will then recognize, well, some of the time that they might have been a little bit out of line, but once everyone's given them a clap and stuff, they don't want to be embarrassed by trying to stay up either, so they'll go and sit down. And most of the time they're quite comfortable to sit down. Sometimes you'll get a volunteer that you find wasn't quite what you expected, and they're a little bit more shy, or they get stage fright and they're like this. And you're not quite getting the reaction that you want out of them, or they're very quiet or don't want to speak to you, or you can see. Pay attention if they are shy. Sometimes they still want to be there, and sometimes they're a bit like, uh-oh, and they're going to turn into tears. So what I do there is I say, oh, would you like to come and sit down, or do you want to stay up here? And it gives them the chance to go, oh, I'd like to sit down, please. And that way you can sit them down and give them a big clap because it was wonderful, and then choose somebody else to help out. Sometimes they'll go, oh no, I want to stay. It's like, okay, no worries, let's do the best that we can with this. Because I would like them to, if they want to participate and they're still up here, then I would like to make that the best experience I can for them. Now, birthday children are a breed on their own. They tend to not know how to handle all the attention. They quite often have had this whole lead up to their party, all the excitement, all the nerves, and they've either not had much sleep, or they're not used to having everyone, you know, give them attention, and it's all about them. And in those cases, they can usually go from one extreme to the next. They go really shut down, quiet, and not go, I don't want to do this, I just want to go sit in the corner and I want to play with my toys. Or they can be overexcited. They're definitely overexcited, and they tend to become that, almost like that naughty kid that you have come up, who's constantly trying to giggle, they're pulling on your stuff, or they may like go out to tap you, or touch your things, or they're trying to be silly and hide behind stuff. So birthday kids, they don't mean to, but there's normally all that extra pressure of this whole experience that they're going through. So I generally be very gentle with them to start with, to see how they're going. Quite often, if I've already got the kids sitting down in front of me and I'm going to get, you know, the kid to come up and help make a balloon, while I'm making balloons at birthday parties, I'll quite often get all the kids to sit down so they can all watch me do it, and then I'll get someone else to come up. I know that COVID has changed a few ways we do things for the time being, but hopefully things will get back a bit more regular soon. Quite often, if I've got the kids sitting down in front of me and I'm making balloons for them, you can see that the birthday child is jumping up and shouting out, or being disruptive with his friends and stuff, because they're reacting that way. Number 6 is kids are unpredictable. It's a given, right? They will jump up, they will call out, they will come out of the audience and be right up in your face trying to have a conversation with you while you're trying to talk to everybody who's in your audience. They'll come up and put their fingers in your balloons or touch your props. They'll call out, they'll say things like, oh, you popped the balloon. Everyone sees that you popped the balloon, but they'll point it out still. They'll call out things like you're fat, or you smell, things like that, just to get that funny laugh from their friends. They will throw you off your script. They will throw you off your patter. So I find it best to just try and go with the flow. They will take you off your script. So having a guideline is nice, but I have got so much more material for my shows because the kids have done fun things or silly things, and they've given me extra parts to my routines or an extra joke. So it's really good to try and go with the flow, go with them. Sometimes I have stepped back and go, oh, you want to do a show? There you go, you do a dance, show me. You know, and let them have a bit of limelight so that they get it out of their system, and then I'll step back in to continue with what I'm doing. I find the unpredictability quite a lot of fun. It just keeps me on my toes. Like I said, it really does bring out new material for my shows and things. I believe that if you have like a performance that's to music, so it's not a talking performance where you're interacting with your audience in that way, you can do it silent to music. I've seen magicians do that, I've seen mimes do it, I've seen balloon artists do it. You're less likely to go off your script with that because you're not interacting verbally with the children for them to reciprocate. I had a child in my show once, was helping out with a magic routine that I do that makes a cake we use shaving cream and toothpaste and a raw egg, and I use a flower from the garden, and we mix it all together, and I will then give the cake tin back to my volunteer, and I'll have the spoon that's got all the stuff all over it, and I'll go out into the audience, towards the audience, who wants to lick the spoon? And all the kids go, ah, no, 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 and they've all scrambled back and move. It's that nice interaction and that whole like, want this, and like, and I go, well, who wants the spoon, And at this moment in this particular show, I was holding the spoon off to the side, and one of the girls that had helped out before in my show had her balloon on the floor and it popped. One part of it popped. So I was like, oh, hey honey, pick it up, keep it in your lap, keep it off the grass, so that it doesn't pop. And as I'm doing that, my other helper off to the side comes up and licks the spoon. Now this floored me. Once I realized what had happened, I just burst into laughter, as well as did everybody else. And of course the kid was a good sport. He laughed and giggled. The parents lost it. His parents lost it. And as I started to regain my composure again, I started laughing again because I couldn't control it. I was just in shock. So my whole show got paused for quite a bit actually, because I kept laughing and trying to get my breath back. And then I looked up to the audience and I was like, well, there's a first time for everything, right? And then lost it again and took a bit to get back. But everyone had a great time because they were enjoying the experience that I was going through, as well as what he was up to as well. And the kid was fine. He didn't get much, but yeah, now I keep my spoon up. So you learn different techniques of avoiding things too while you're in your shows, or while you're performing. While I'm doing line twisting, I have my balloon kits all in sets of drawers, so I can take a balloon out and then close the drawer with my knee or my hand, so it keeps all fingers out of my drawers, which has been one of the best things, because I don't mind kids like exploring and picking up business cards or something like that. I know it's a bit more tricky with COVID these days. We're pretty lucky here in Australia, but yeah, I try and keep them out of my balloons. I try and make things as not accessible as possible. And if I've got my volunteers up to help out in a show, I will have them placed on the stage so they can't touch, they're not too close to touch and start fiddling with other things, other props and stuff in my shows as well. Number 7, breaking the ice, getting them used to you, winning them over. Okay, so one of my first things I like to do when I first go into a smaller event, so if you're going into a private party, family party, birthday party, or like a work party or something where you've got a group of kids that you're going to be there for to entertain, or if I'm doing a show, I'll do the same thing, whether I'm in a big show or a little show. Some big shows I don't have the chance to come and interact with the audience before. If you're following another act, if you're doing a variety show or something like that, or you're on a bigger stage. But whenever I've got the chance to, I will go and interact with my audience that little bit before my show, whether it's interacting on stage with them or actually interacting in the audience or around them, or when I first arrive. I want them to be my friend. I don't want them to be my enemy. I don't want them to feel like I'm their enemy. It's probably more better. I want them to feel like I'm their friend, or that I am on their level, that they can relate to me. So there's a few different things that I do. One of my favorite things, if I'm going to do a magic show or a balloon show or a pirate show and I've got my little stage up, even if I don't have a stage and I'm doing it outside or something, I'll get all the kids to sit down. It's like, oh, I'm just getting some things organized, and I'll get the kids to sit down. And once I'm kind of like ready in there, because they're all excited, I'll quite often go and sit down at the back of the audience or in the audience, and sit there like I'm one of the kids. And I'm looking up. It's going to be a good show. It's very exciting. I heard it was really good. It's a bit boring, it's not started. You know, and the kids will start to giggle and interact. Some will be a lot more noisier and louder and chatting more than some. But after a little bit, you'll find that the others will start to get in a little bit too. And they'll hop on board and start going, oh no, you're doing the show. Or, you know, it was like, well, it hasn't started yet. It's like, why hasn't it started? And they'll go, because you're not up there. It's like, oh no, I always do the show. But I haven't seen it for ages, so I thought I could watch it today. You know, and I'm genuinely excited that the show's happening. And they start giggling. It's like, no, you've got to do the show. I was like, no, I always do the show. Like, I want to watch it today. Like, no, you can go and do the show. And they're like, no. And so I'm like, you go and do the show. And they're, no, you do the show. It's like, oh, sometimes the kids will go, yeah, okay, I'll do the show. I'm like, okay, off you go then. You know, they're going to get up and get a bit awkward and go, oh, sometimes they'll do a dance or whatever. They'll go, and then they'll run back down again. If they do like a little dance or something or tell a joke, then I'll get everyone to give them a clap and stuff. But I'm already there on their level, enjoying what's going on with them. And that kind of gets their comfortability level with me, which is really nice. Then I'll go, oh, you want me to do the show? All right, I'll get up and do the show. So, you know, I'll go up and start. Other ways that I do before I show, I will, especially if I don't have time to actually go down to the audience, I will come out and I'll be a little bit like nervous and shy looking at them. Or if I've got my curtain, I will come out and I'll stick out my head out and go, oh, and go back in and come out, you know. And quite often, if they've been sitting there for, you know, a minute or so with nothing happening, when something does happen, you peer out the side, they go, oh, there she is, you know. And I'll go, oh, you guys don't bite, do you? And they start giggling, like, and I'll go back. It's like, you promise you don't bite? And most of the time they go, no. So I was like, oh, thank goodness. And I come out walking with that relief, like, oh, I thought you guys were going to be scary. So they've already thought that I'm that little kid, or I have that like nervous, I'm nervous just as much as they are, because they're not sure what's going to happen yet. They're excited, but it's all new to them as well. You can use silly things like making noises with a balloon, where you get that whole, oh, who was that? That kind of thing. Kids love silly stuff and they love fart jokes. They love bodily function and noises and all that kind of stuff. I will do things like that where it makes them kind of giggle and makes it a bit silly and fun. As you're doing that, the more that they can laugh and giggle with you, the more they relax and the more they accept you and they get comfortable with you. I was doing a show, or a series of 3 shows for a school, and they were going to break up the groups so that we could do 3 shows because they had a big school. And when I was on my way there, the lady called me and said that they decided to change things around and they split it up with age groups. Instead of a mixed group every time, I'm going to have the really little ones, the middle school or middle-aged ones. So I had like 4s to 6s, and then I had 6s to I think 8s, and then I had 8s and 9s, and then I had the 12 and 13-year-olds, or 9s to 13-year-olds, and that freaked me out because I'm normally, most of my shows are aimed for kids between 4 to 8. If the older kids are there and they're in with all the other kids, it doesn't matter, they'll enjoy it just as much. But a lot of my stuff is a lot more orientated for younger kids. So I was trying to work out, how am I going to do this for a bunch of, you know, 9 to 13-year-old kids? Like, when they're that old, they don't like to be fooled. They don't like to be babied. They don't like to think that they like to be related to more like adults. That's what they're striving to be. They want to be accepted and they want to be independent. So for me to come along, I don't want them to all go, oh, this is baby or something like that. So I took the step to almost be that little bit of nervous when they were all sitting down, and I'm chatting to them as they're all, because they're bringing in the lines of kids, and I've got my microphone on, and I was like, what are you guys doing here? You're too old to watch a show, you know? And they're like, no, we're not. I'm like, yes, you are. Look, this is a kids' magic show. You guys are way too old for this. You don't know. And they're like, no, we want to watch the show. This is fun. And so by the time I've done a little bit of, no, you guys don't want to watch a magic show. This is like for the little kids. And they're like, no. So they were all telling me before I even started my show that they were there and they wanted to watch the show and this was their choice. So I had that easy step into falling into my show. I changed a bit of the pattern and what I said with my words, and not making it too super silly for them, because they react a little bit more to being a bit more adult, as I said before, but still having that bit of fun silliness that they're expecting. And it worked really, really well. I was very surprised. I had so many nerves that day trying to work out how I was going to deal with this situation and win them over. And it was really good. So bringing them onto your side, using a bit of reverse psychology, like, oh no, you don't really want a balloon, you know, you're a bit too old for a balloon, aren't you? That kind of thing can work pretty well. Number 8. Children love to participate. They love getting involved. They love being either a volunteer or shouting out in a crowd and being able to interact. Now, I'll address the volunteer bit first. That can be a bit tricky, learning to pick a volunteer. Volunteers, you don't really want to choose the really loud, outgoing child who's jumping up and down and can't wait, but me, because they can be the ones that are a little bit more excited, a little bit harder to control, a little bit more erratic when they're up on the stage, because they just want to be out there and they want to be involved and they want to be out there in front of everybody else. And you don't want to pick the really, really shy kid who doesn't want to get up and who's quiet, down like that. Sometimes you think you've picked the right volunteer, and by the time they've got up here, they've got stage fright, or they go into overactive mode because they're like, oh, this is amazing. So like I talked to you before about being able to handle your volunteers while you're up here, picking them comes with practice. It really does. I've also learned, don't pick anyone who's being pointed at, because if they don't have their hand up because they want to be involved and someone's going to pick them, then they don't want to be picked. They don't want to be up there. I've given in a few times where a parent is going, please pick them, or a teacher of all people tell me to pick a child, and by the time you get up there they're like this, and it gets a bit challenging. So I've learned to pretend I don't see it or disregard it and go with my own gut. I will normally choose someone who will put their hand up, or even if they don't put their hand up necessarily, I will check with them. But I will pick someone who has been giggling and laughing and joining in with the crowd when everyone's like reacting to the questions and stuff that I say. I will quite often start off whenever I'm starting a birthday party or a show. I'll get all the kids to sit down and go, okay, before we start, we better make sure we're all here. So put your hands up if you're here. Let's go, oh, smelly armpits, boys and girls, like this, you know, and they'll all giggle and laugh, and I'll go, no, put your arms like this, smelly armpits. Okay, hands down. Hands up, who's not here yet, you know, and of course some will put them up usually, and I go, what, you're not here? Hurry up and get here, we've got to start, goodness me. And then I'll do the hands up who doesn't know if they're here or not. And of course, that's a bit of a giggle, and you'll get some kids, it's like, what? Oh, you're trying to trick me, you know. So it's got them answering, I'm encouraging them to put their hands up, I'm encouraging them to be a group and join together. And you'll start to see the kids who are giggling and laughing and joining in and are really involved and got eye contact with you and are enjoying themselves. They're the children that you want to get up to help out, because they're not going to be that explosive, erratic child who's everywhere on stage and totally making your routine a little bit mayhem. And that's my best advice for that one. But like I said, it comes with practice. I'm usually pretty good these days, but occasionally I'll still pick the wrong kid because I haven't been paying attention to my audience, and I'm like, okay, well, have you. Or sometimes I think I've got the right kids, and by the time they come up, they're not. But it all comes with experience. So kids love being volunteers, unlike adults. By the time they get that little bit more awareness of social etiquette and being up in front of people, a lot of adults become awkward in those situations. So if you're ever choosing an adult, it's a completely different category. But you do have to keep your eye on your audience. Children, I find, if they're in a birthday party style group, they're all very familiar with each other, or most of them are, so they're quite comfortable and will participate as a unit more than they would if they are a group at a festival or a shopping mall or at an event where they're not all friends, they've all been brought together and they've mixed friends and family or locals or anything like that. So when you've got a group that know each other, they're already familiar with each other, so they will generally respond as a group a lot faster than a crowd that doesn't know each other, because they're a little bit more nervous about making noise and shouting out when they're not surrounded by their friends. So that's very different for your different environments. Let me see, look at my notes. If you give them the opportunity to shout out and join in and participate, they don't always have to be a volunteer that's standing next to you. They can be sitting down watching you making balloons for the birthday party, or if you're doing a show, it's the same kind of thing. Even if you're got your line, I do a lot of jokes and get the kids to participate and say, you know, knock knock, and get them all to say who's there. So I've got the kids who are a few down the line all interacting and participating. They're getting to find out who I am before they even come up. So quite often they're already excited that I'm going to ask them how old they are, or if they're married, or talk to them and interact with them, because they've already started to see me and who I am, and are more comfortable with me by the time they've got to me in my line. If you give them funny words to say or phrases, if I've got a magic word, so I'll get them all to say the magic word with me. If I'm doing jokes, like I said before, you get them all to participate. I will use silly words as well. So if I'm saying skizzers or smossages, or I say, oh, that was a mistook, you know, instead of a mistake. The kids will go, you said mistook, you know. When I'm doing my magic show and I've got my cake routine that I do that I was talking about before, I have my cake recipe, and the kids are like, recipe. I'm like, that's what I said, recipe. So, and that's their chance to correct me because I'm saying something wrong again, which makes them feel like they know more than me, and they get to correct me, and I'm the silly adult who doesn't know what I'm doing. So having them as an opportunity for them to make noise is really good too. So kids are, like we discussed before, constantly told to be quiet and sit down and stay still. So giving them the chance to then go, yes, you can shout at me, basically, without saying those words. Within my routines, I'll go, oh, you want to see this? Oh, no, you don't. And they go, yes. I'm like, what? You really want to? Oh, okay, here. Yeah, no, you don't. And then they get louder and louder, and they go, yes! And as a group, they're like, they don't often get to shout, especially indoors, to get, you know, together. And so they have a lot of fun in being noisy. I've done a couple of school shows where the teachers in the middle of my show will come up and tell me to tell the kids to sit on your bottom, sit on your, you know, be quiet, shh, you know, watch the show. I'm like, no, but I want them to. I want them to make a noise. It's much more fun when I get to feed off their energy and their excitement as well. So I have to tell the teachers, no, it's okay, they're allowed to. They love the opportunity to yell out and say, it's behind you, or point out something that they know what's happening on stage or with what you're doing, and you as the entertainer doesn't, which gives them that step again of empowering them because they have more knowledge of you. I use that a lot in my performances. I'm the typical magician in trouble. Whether it's whatever show I'm doing, doesn't matter what routine. I do a lot of slapstick stuff, a lot of comedy stuff, juggling. I do a lot of balloon routines as well. And I love letting the balloons go, and I will use that as a, you know, give them the balloon, and as I let go, I've already turned away, so I don't know what's happened. And the kids are all squealing and laughing. I'm like, what? What's wrong? They're like, he's pointing and yelling, you know, so, you know, it's gone, it's shot away. You know, so that's a lot of fun for them. It's like, oh my goodness, so sorry. And I'll blow up another balloon, and there you go, you hold that one, I'll get another one, and I'll get another one for me, and then I'll be like, okay, hold it up in the sky. Now, what? Where's it gone? And they're all yelling and squealing and at me. So they've got that excitement and that element of participation there. And they're eating out of the palm of my hand by then. It's really fun. Taking control of your audience is just as important for your audience as it is for you. The more that they will enjoy their experience with you or your show, and the more attention that you will have. If kids get distracted, as they do quite easily, throughout the show, you'll find a lot more of your audience kind of like milling about and walking off. Now, if you have your audience, your kids, jumping up and moving up, and half of them standing up in the middle of your show when you really want them all to be sitting down, it is your job to sit them down and control them, tell them what to do and how to behave in the best way possible. Now, I normally recommend, well, I normally use, should I say, reasons for things as well, not just stating sit down, or everyone sit down please. I would normally say, okay everybody, sitting on your bottoms so the kids behind you can see, you know, it's like, no, sit down because they can't see in the front, you know, or something like that. Or if I've got line work and they're all creeping forward and milling, or they start moving out of line to kind of come around and see, I will then direct them and organize them again. Okay, everyone take 2 steps backwards, you're all creeping forward. Now, if we all, you know, shuffle over this way, or wriggle over this way, because that way all the kids over there can still see what I'm doing as well. We can all watch together. So I'm giving them a reason for my instructions as well, not just telling them what to do, which is what they hear most of the time. Now, kids love repetition. I'm sure you all know that children will watch a movie, a Disney movie, over and over again. When they're little, particularly, they'll take the same storybook over and over again every night. You know, can you read it and read it again? Especially the little ones, they love repetition. They have that connection of, because they know what's happening, it's not all strange and new all the time. They love that whole like excitement of, I know what's happening and I can participate in this. Make sure that if you're going to be doing a show, that it's easy to follow. So don't make the shows too convoluted or heavy worded, or don't make the plots really complicated. If it's easy for them to follow, you'll keep their attention a lot easier, and they'll enjoy your performance or your interaction a lot more. Now, with the young kids for up to about 6 years old, silly stuff. They love silly stuff. They love silly conversations. They love silly slapstick style stuff. They love silly movements. They love silly props. They love silly words. Anything to make them laugh and be silly is fantastic for them. When they get a little bit older, from like 6, 7 years old and up, they love all the bodily functions and the fart jokes and all that kind of stuff. Now, you don't actually have to say any word. You don't have to say those words at all. You can imply them, like I did before, you know, when I made the noise with the balloon. It was like, oh, phew, what was that? Sometimes I go, oh, that was a baked bean noise. You know, who's been eating baked beans? So I'm not saying anything at all, but I'm implying it. And that's just as much fun for the kids as well. It depends on your personality, on what you feel comfortable with getting away with and what you like to do for yourself. I'm a little bit too cutesy and nice to say things like that. It's just not my personality. I find it challenging, but I love making comments or what's the word I just used? implying those noises or those bodily functions, because they love it, especially the older kids. It's the fun thing to say, because it's so taboo or naughty when, you know, when they're at school or at home. I've got to move on to the next bit now. Alrighty, we're up to number 9. So number 9 is distractions. So if you're wanting your kids to, your audience to interact with you, to be able to have that connection with you, build that rapport with you, if you eliminate as many distractions as you can, it works better for you. The kids have that a more opportunity to focus on you and to be able to hear you and participate better. So if you're finding yourself at a birthday party and you've got a whole heap of adults talking in the background or in the kitchen or whatever, then take the opportunity to encourage them or go and talk to them or announce, depending on your personality. You might be a bit more of a quieter person. And it doesn't have to be when you're doing a show. It can be just you're there doing balloons for them and you've got them all sitting down, but you can't interact and do the jokes with them and the silly things with them, which builds that beautiful rapport with them, if there's too much noise going on because they can't hear you. So I will say, oh, excuse me, mums and dads, I'm going to entertain the kids now. If you'd like to talk, can you please take it outside or into another room? Or could you please keep it down so that the kids can enjoy what we're doing? So I'm not going, stop talking. I'm encouraging them to take it somewhere else, or they can stay and watch the show, or they just keep it quiet. So that, and I bring it back to say it's not for me, but it's for the kids, so that they get more out of it and they get to enjoy the show. And that helps with that distraction. If you've got a lot of noise and stuff going on, or a lot of other activities going on, try and find more of a spot that suits you. Now, you are the professional. You're there getting you in. Sometimes they have an idea of where they want you to be, but a lot of the times you will rock up to an event and they'll go, so where should you go? What works best for you? So have a look around at your surroundings and choose a bit more of a spot where you don't have too much going on in the background, or you're not right next to your musician where they're all singing or got trumpets and things going on, so that the kids can actually interact with you and have that experience. I find it very valuable, and I have a lot of people that I've met over the years that have seen me at a market or a festival and have had that experience of just getting a balloon off me, but for them it's an experience. They're not just coming to buy a balloon or to get a balloon from me. They're actually enjoying the whole experience of the entertainment and interaction with me. So it's not just the balloon, it's that interaction. And I find those interactions for me very rewarding. And having those parents come up, you know, years later and telling me that, oh, we couldn't wait to see you again. We've come back to visit, you know, Queensland, and all the kids talk about is seeing the balloon lady again because she's so funny. Making those moments and having those little bits of interaction, knowing that you've made someone else happy or given them a special moment in their life, it's very rewarding for myself too. Alrighty, to wind it up, I just wanted to thank you very much for watching my lecture today. I hope that you found 1 or 2 little bits of information that will help you with your interaction with kids and with your next events that you have coming up. I hope it helps make things a bit easier for you. Remember, if you do tell a joke or something goes wrong, then don't give up. Try it again, try it in different ways, say it a different way, use a different tone. Remember, doing it to a different audience in a different way can give you a very different result. So just keep practicing until you get it right. Just remember, kids love having fun. They want to be silly, they want to be interactive, they want to be appreciated and acknowledged. They love interacting with people and feeling important. So have fun, enjoy. Remember, the parents love having the fun too, and watching the kids have fun as well. It's just as important to them. Thank you so much, Q Corner, for having me on today. I really appreciate it. Love you guys. Love our balloon family. See ya.
Hola, hola, ¿qué tal?
Yo soy Nelly Mildred.
Yo soy Aleks Hernandez y juntos somos Waikiki Increíble en México. Gracias a todos por estar compartiendo con nosotros estos momentos. Para nosotros es súper especial. La verdad es que esta invitación y el poder estar aquí con ustedes en esta convención de Q Corner que se organiza a nivel mundial, 24 horas de creatividad todo el tiempo, de verdad, es demasiado. Así que bueno, ya han pasado algunas horas, ya han pasado mucho tiempo compartiendo. Damos en los agradecimientos a Qualatex, al comité de Q Corner, a Kid y a Don por esta bienvenida. Chicos, Q Corner, thank you so much for everything and let's go. Vamos acá a trabajar ahora sí con algo muy increíble que les preparamos. Vamos a hacer un helado gigante. Exacto, vamos a hacer un helado. Estos helados, aparecieron en el calendario recientemente, sí. Calendario de Qualatex.
Están geniales porque puedes hacer de muchos personajes, animalitos, para todos los gustos. ¿A quién no le gustan los helados? Y pues genial porque se puede utilizar en buquets, solitos, en...
Sí, los unos para delivery. ¿Sí? Eso, delivery, complementos de decoraciones. Sí, hay gente que llega y me dice, oye, quiero un helado. Pues
solo regalan el helado y es increíble.
¿Cuál es la ventaja de estos helados que nos encanta crear? Vamos a utilizar la bola de helado para hacer ahí un animal. Vamos a crear distintos animalitos, distintas combinaciones. En este caso vamos a hacer un gatito. Sí, vamos a hacer un gatito de helado. Tenemos una controversia, algo un poquito complicado, porque este gatito pues es gris. Así que queremos saber, porque se ve lindo, se ve precioso, pero
¿qué sabores?
No sabemos qué sabores. Estamos con eso, así que mientras vayan escribiéndonos ahí, vamos a estar encantados de responderles personalmente en el chat a cada uno. Pónganos qué sabor creen que sería un helado gris, ¿sí? Tal vez puede ser de carbón. Es hasta ahí donde hemos pensado. Bueno, vamos a ver primero qué es lo que necesitamos para nuestros materiales. Acompáñennos a nuestra mesa de trabajo. Vamos allá. Vamos a necesitar 12 globos de 11 pulgadas amarillo primavera, 8 Quick Link de 12 pulgadas gris, 16 de 5 pulgadas gris, una pieza de 11 pulgadas blanco, 8 piezas de 5 pulgadas amarillo primavera, 1 de 350 gris, 1 de 350 rosa mexicano, 8 de 260 amarillo primavera, un 260 blanco, un 160 negro onix, un 160 verde primavera, un 5 pulgadas cereza, 2 piezas de 5 pulgadas rosa y por último un globo de 3 pies gris.
Ahora vamos a inflar lo que se necesita para el cono. El primero será a 3,5. Ahora a 4,5. El siguiente a 6. Ahora el que sigue será a 8. Y el que sigue será a 9.
Recuerda que cada uno de estos globos tiene que estar bien firme. ¿Cómo lo vamos a hacer? Bueno, voy a girar mis globos jalando perfectamente uno sobre otro y voy a dar 1, 2 vueltas y voy a hacer mi amarre. De esta forma voy a conseguir que mis globos queden bien firmes y entonces mi figura esté totalmente sólida. Ahora sí que ya tenemos todos nuestros clústeres, vamos a ensamblarlos en el siguiente orden. Bien, ya tenemos inflados todos nuestros clústeres y estamos listos para comenzar un amarre central que va a pasar a través de todos los clústeres. ¿Cómo lo vamos a hacer? Primero tengo un globo 260, voy a estirar y sacar el aire. Ahí hago un nudito y estoy listo para amarrar. ¿Qué es lo que voy a hacer? Bueno, tengo aquí mi globo y voy a amarrar del centro de tal forma que me quede aquí. ¿Ven? El 50% de cada lado y voy a terminar mi nudo en el clúster este que es el más pequeñín, que era de 3,5 pulgadas. Aquí está y voy a tomar los dos globos. Siguiente a 4,5. Voy a pasar por el centro, aquí está, jalo fuerte y voy a dar 1, 2, 3, 4 vueltas. ¿Okay? Bien. Siguiente que es a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4 vueltitas. Bien, aquí vamos incrementando el tamaño cada vez. Siguiente a 8 pulgadas. 8 pulgadas. 1, 2, 3. Perfecto. Ya casi terminamos. Nos queda solamente un clúster que es a 9 pulgadas. Vamos a ver, aquí está. 1, 2, 3, 4 y nos queda aquí este sobrante. Este sobrante no hay que cortarlo, lo vamos a necesitar después. ¿Sí? Con esto tenemos ya completo nuestra base del cono de helado. Ahora lo que tenemos que hacer es tejer este helado. Para eso vamos a necesitar los globos 260 que ya habíamos visto en nuestro listado de materiales.
Ahora vamos a inflar nuestros globos 260 para tejer nuestro cono. Van a ser más o menos a 4 dedos antes de la punta. Amarramos nuestros globos. Vamos a inflar 4. Amarramos. Solo nos falta uno. Y con estos globos vamos a hacer un clúster. Primero los hacemos dupla. Hacer nuestra dupla. Amarramos. Hacemos clúster. Ahora lo vamos a amarrar. ¿Recuerdan que habíamos dejado un sobrante? Aquí es donde vamos a colocar nuestro clúster de 260. Jalo y voy a hacer uno. Vueltas y listo. Vueltitas. Aquí ya tenemos nuestro clúster de 260 amarrado a nuestro cono. Vamos a hacer en cada uno de nuestros globos un pinch twist. Giro. Tenemos una burbuja redondita y voy a hacer nuestro pinch twist. Aquí igual, nuestra burbuja y nuestro pinch twist. Hacemos 3 vueltas en cada pinch. Por último, y aquí tenemos nuestros 4 pinch twists y vamos a inflar otros 4 260, ¿ok? Aquí tenemos estos. Igual a 4 dedos. Ya solo uno. Y listo. Estos sí los necesitamos sueltos.
Oye, pero está bien bonito tu arete. A ver el otro.
Miren. Ahora sí. Voy a agregarlos a los pinch twists. Cada uno de mi 260. Aquí tengo mi boquilla. Voy a ponerlo sobre el pinch twist y voy a girar el 260 nuevo que tengo. Giro. Sobre mi pinch twist. De nuevo. Y giro. Y repetimos. Uno más y terminamos. Ahora sí, estamos listos para empezar a tejer. Parece ahorita una araña, pero va a tener forma, lo prometo. Parece ahorita una araña, pero va a tener forma, lo prometo.
Parece ahorita una araña, pero va a tener forma, lo prometo.
De aquí, ¿cómo es lo siguiente? Voy a tomar es una sola pieza. Voy a tomar de una pieza un globo 260 y de otra pieza otro globo 260 y voy a girar justo en medio del siguiente clúster que tenemos. ¿Están bien?
Es decir, que estoy tomando de aquí y del otro lado para formar una cruz.
Sí, va a cruzar justo al centro.
Va.
Veamos. Y nos va a quedar así. Vamos a girar y vamos a repetir lo mismo. Agarro uno que me sobró y otro de otra pieza. Y voy a girar justo en medio. Tomamos uno, otro, y vamos a cruzar en medio. Por último, tenemos otro. Y justo en medio. Si se pone rebelde, lo acomodamos. ¿Cuál es el siguiente paso? Vamos a hacer lo mismo, tomamos uno de un lado, otro de otro y vamos a ponerlo en medio. Tenemos que jalar para que quede firme nuestro tejido. Así, jalamos y vamos a hacer el cruce en medio del siguiente clúster. Aquí tenemos. Giramos y jalamos. Y giramos. Repetimos. Giramos. Y el último. Siguiente, repetimos lo mismo. Siguiente. No importa que ya no tengamos acá otro clúster, igual vamos a cerrar y ahorita vamos a ver cómo queda al final. Y terminamos de tejer. Así tiene que quedar de esta manera.
Ahora que ya tenemos esto terminado, vamos a unir cada una de estas duplas o nuevas uniones que se formaron juntas y vamos a girarlas en una sola pieza. Voy a poner uno aquí, otro acá, otro acá, todos juntos, y puedo utilizar uno solo de estos para girar alrededor. A ver. Voy girando y voy girando. Hay que dar unas 5 vueltas más o menos. Esa es una medida buena. Ya que estoy aquí, voy a utilizar algún sobrante o algo para amarrar alrededor y quede bien firme. Aquí está este sobrante y ahora voy a girar aquí. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Y voy a amarrar aquí. 1. Lo que sigue es explotar cada uno de estos para ya tener como nuestra parte terminada. 1, 2, 3. ¿Listo? Y voy a quitar todos estos sobrantes o todos estos excedentes que tenga. Y voy a esconder esto que está aquí, lo voy a esconder aquí detrás. Voy a pasarlo. Y ordenar. Vamos a ver. Bien, ya queda así. Completito y terminado. Hay que presionar un poquito los que hayan quedado un poquito saliditos para dar una forma ahora sí totalmente uniforme. Bien, seguimos ahora con el montaje de la parte de arriba. Vamos a necesitar un globo de 3 pies. Ese globo de... Vamos a necesitar un globo de 3 pies. Ese globo de... Vamos a necesitar un globo de 3 pies, como este. Y también necesito mi cono de helado. Aquí está. Debe de ser esta su posición. Vean aquí. Se ve genial. Y más o menos esto es 70 centímetros de diámetro. Y la pieza que teníamos, vamos a amarrarla con las boquillas que ya teníamos sobrantes del amarrado continuo de estas piezas. Voy a tomar este y este. Bien, listo. Aquí lo tenemos. ¿Ya saben de qué sabor de helado es esto? Todavía no, seguimos escuchando sugerencias. Así que ahora vamos a hacer la unión de esto, de la parte de aquí abajo. Nelly nos va a mostrar cómo se hace.
Ahora voy a necesitar un aro. Aquí tenemos este aro de Quickly. Tiene 8 piezas, calibrada a 8 pulgadas. Voy a poner aquí, entre cada una dupla de el 5 calibrado a 3 pulgadas. Lo voy a colocar de esta manera, meto por el medio y voy a girar 1, 2. En cada uno lo tengo que apuntar. Meto 1, 2. Uno más. Ya casi terminamos.
sigue entonces que este aro que hizo Nelly lo vamos a montar en el helado. Esto es muy fácil. Voy a poner esto encima y vamos a subir y a subir, a subir. ¡Listo! Ya tenemos nuestra base de nuestro helado gigante. Vamos ahora con la parte de la decoración. Vamos a hacer toda la parte bonita. Les vamos a explicar cómo hacer todos los accesorios que lleva este helado.
Muy bien. Ahora vamos a hacer los accesorios que necesita nuestro gatito, como sus orejitas, naricita, bigotitos y todas esas cosas que lo hace lucir lindo. Voy a tomar un globo del 5 y lo voy a inflar a 3 pulgadas. Voy a hacer nudo para manzana, o sea, a la orilla de la boquilla. Esto va a quedar así. Inflo el otro porque necesito 2 piezas. Igual, mismo nudo. Aquí lo tenemos 2 piezas. Ahora voy a hacer mi manzana. Necesito 2 sobrantes. Voy a inflar la parte que tenía desinflada. Tiene que llegar nuestro nudo hasta la otra parte, más o menos donde tenemos el lunar del globo. Tomo mi sobrante y voy a dar 3 vueltas. 1, 2, 3. Y amarro. Y ya tengo una manzanita. Hago lo mismo con mi índice hasta la parte del lunar. Pero tomo mi sobrante. 1, 2, 3. Hago nudo. Y aquí tenemos nuestras 2 piezas. Las dejamos a un lado. Voy a inflar un 350 gris. Aproximadamente a 30 centímetros. Hago nudo y voy a tener que hacer nudo del otro lado. Voy a cortar excedentes porque esto no nos va a servir. Tomo mi sobrante. Igual, 30 centímetros. Y hago nudo. Del otro lado. Corto para que salga el aire. Hago nudo y corto excedente. Y aquí está. Ahora necesito un globo 350 rosa mexicano. Voy a inflar una burbuja redondita. Tomo mi extremo y mi boquilla y voy a hacer un nudo hasta que quede como un pinch. También voy a cortar excedente. Y aquí tenemos. Vamos a hacer los bigotitos de nuestro gatito. Necesitamos 4 piezas. aproximadamente de 4 dedos. Algo así, 4 piezas. El mismo tamaño. Nudito. Corto accidente. Y otros 2 más. Nudo. Y ya, vamos por el último. Ya tenemos nuestro 4 bigotitos para nuestro gato. Si no ponemos bigotitos, no va a ser un gato. Es importante que hagamos las cosas más representativas de nuestros personajes. Ahora sigue que hagamos la parte de arriba de nuestro gatito. Le pondremos como cremita merengue con su cereza, con un globo del 11 calibrado a 7 pulgadas con nuestro nudo de manzana. Tenemos aquí uno del 5 en cereza, calibrado a 4,5. Este así redondito, con nudo normal, pegadito a nuestro cuerpo del globo. Y voy a hacer una manzana junto con este globo. Voy a poner boquilla con boquilla. Nada más, primeramente tengo que inflar esta parte. Pongo boquilla con boquilla y hasta adentro. Vemos, giro, 1, 2, 3. Tengo, voy a girar este, 1, 2, 3 y hago un nudo. Todavía no parece cereza. Necesitamos el tallito de la cereza. Más o menos a unos 4 o 5 dedos. Ahí. Hacemos nudo. Y otro nudo. Y pues retiro el excedente. Hacemos así para que quede curvito y no vaya a quedar un palito muy recto. Y se va a colocar en esta parte.
Ahora vamos a hacer que esta pieza no tenga tanto movimiento, sino que esté más firme. Voy a conectar este globo de 5 pulgadas, que está calibrado a 3, junto con el pinch twist que teníamos originalmente en el cono y volver a acá. ¿Cómo lo voy a hacer? Voy a tomar un globo 260, puede ser incluso un desperdicio. Aquí está conectado, vuelvo hacia atrás y después voy a ir hacia arriba. Perfecto. Ahí está. Este queda aquí encima. No necesito pasar nada ahí. Y voy a cortar para irme a la siguiente parte. Bien. Ahora voy a buscar el siguiente. Voy a dejar pasar uno que coincide con este de aquí. Y voy a tomar los siguientes dos. Voy a conectar al pinch twist que teníamos ahí dentro. Y luego voy a ir hacia acá arriba. Bien, ya está la segunda conexión. Vamos por el siguiente. Ah, se vino un bigote. Tengo estos siguientes dos. Voy a girar aquí alrededor. Vuelvo hacia atrás. Y enseguida aquí arriba. Bien. Ahí está. Voy a cortar de nuevo. Y voy a hacer ahora la última conexión. Ahí está. Bien, ahora sí, ya queda completamente firme mi conito, mi globo de 3 pies, todo ahora sí. Bien, vamos a la parte del decorado. Voy a comenzar, bueno, les sugiero que comencemos con las orejas, ¿vale? Acérquense acá, vamos a ver. Para las orejas voy a tomar este globo 350. Voy a hacerle un twist por la parte de en medio y voy a pegar aquí arriba 1, 2. Quito los protectores del pegamento. Y voy a pegar en la parte de arriba. Aquí está bien. 1, 2. ¿Sí? Aquí se ve cómo va la orejita de mi gatito. Voy a pasar del otro lado. Vamos a ver. Voy a girar aquí. 1, 2. Y ahora quitamos de nuevo el protector. Y voy a fijar las orejitas de mi gatito. Uno aquí y otro por acá. Bien, ya mi gatito tiene sus orejitas. Ahora vamos a ponerle su nariz. Para la naricita, no, perdón, todavía tenemos estas dos piezas que me hacen falta para las orejas. La parte rosa de las orejitas. Voy a cortar los excedentes, no los necesito. Eso siempre hay que cortarlos. Voy a poner un pegamento en la parte de abajo. Voy a acercar aquí. Ahí está. Voy a repetir el mismo proceso. Retiramos los excedentes. Voy a colocar en esta parte y a pegar aquí. Listo. Bien, ya tiene mi gato ahora sí sus orejitas y vamos, como decíamos, a la nariz. Para la nariz, aquí está este 350. Voy a poner 1, 2. Voy a quitar el protector. Y cuando lo hagamos hay que asegurarnos que quede bien centradito. Ahí. Bien. Ahí está. Vamos a agregar ahora como les diré, merengue, ¿no? Les decían el merengue. Bueno, vamos a hacer el merengue. Voy a retirar el excedente. Vamos a poner 4 pegamentos como estos. 1, 2, 3, 4. Vamos a ver. 2. 3. 4. Voy a quitar los protectores. Y voy a instalar en la parte de arriba de mi gatito. Ahí está. Ahora voy a hacer en la parte de aquí. Bueno, ya lo tengo hecho. Vamos a poner aquí la parte de arriba de la cerecita. Para ese también le voy a poner un pegamento en la parte de arriba. Vamos a ver. Un pegamentito aquí. Listo. Y voy a colocar un arito de burbujas en la parte de arriba. Para este arito en el merengue voy a utilizar un globo 260. Voy a girar 1, 2, 3 y así me voy a ir haciendo burbujas redonditas hasta que tenga la suficiente para cubrir toda la parte de arriba. Vamos a ver. Aquí tenemos otra más. Una más. Una más. Vamos a medir si ya tenemos suficientes. Aún no. Nos hace falta un poquito. Bien, creo que aquí ya quedan las suficientes y lo que voy a hacer es mis burbujas colocarlas hacia la parte de atrás y voy a girar una con otra para bloquear el giro. Aquí se nos regresó una. Así bloqueamos y ya se nos regresan. Voy a cortar para la última. Aquí está. Y cortamos los excedentes. Bien, ya tenemos a nuestro gatito así y vamos a hacerle ahora unas decoraciones extras. Para eso tengo aquí 2 bigotitos. Vamos a ponerlo un bigotito. Otro bigotito, ahí está, y vamos a ponerlos del otro lado. Ahora los del otro lado ya tengo el pegamento, voy a ponerlo aquí. Aquí. Bien, aquí tengo ya mi gatito con bigotitos. Voy a colocar unos ojos. Estos ojos los tengo hechos con vinil. Voy a colocar uno aquí. Hay que asegurarnos de la posición antes de pegarlo final. Aquí está el ojito y ahora vamos a poner sus chapitas. Ya está. Una de este lado. Ok, ¿qué tal? Y ahora, con unos marcadores que tengo aquí, voy a hacer algunas decoraciones extras ya de dibujo. Quiere decir que nos estamos acercando al final. Vamos a hacerle una cejita aquí, cejita de gatito. Aquí está uno. Y acá está otro. Hice una boquita, voy a hacer algunos retoques en la parte de abajo. Es una curva y después rellenamos aquí. Y voy a utilizar un marcador gris para hacer marcas como estas. Estas marcas de arriba, bueno, pues yo las puedo poner aquí para que sean como líneas como de un tigre, ¿sí? Así como de esos gatitos rayaditos. Vamos a ver, voy a darle, le estoy dando una doble pasada para hacer el color aún más intenso. Bien, aquí está este y voy a darle el retoque con el marcador más fino. Aquí está. Bien, voy a continuar a la parte de abajo de la boca y voy a hacer aquí primero la parte externa para delimitar el área. Primero delimitamos área y después ya voy a rellenar. Aquí vamos. Ya casi está completo. Listo. Y con esto podemos dar por terminado la carita de nuestro gato.
Y así es como queda nuestro gatito. ¡Miren! ¡Qué hermoso!
¿Qué tal? Quedó genial, ¿no? ¿Qué les parece? Este gatito entonces está listo para compartir un montón de fiestas. Pueden hacer, recuerden, un montón de detallitos extras. Pueden agregarle también otro tipo de orejas, otros colores para que le den personalidad adicional a su personaje. No sé si ya decidimos aún el sabor. Yo creo que por ahí va a salir cuál va a ser el sabor final de este gato, pero se ve delicioso. Así que gracias por acompañarnos y seguimos con más en esta convención de Q Corner. Adiós y un placer estar con todos ustedes. Bye.
Hola, qué gusto que estén aquí. ¿Cómo están? Bueno, estamos muy emocionados de estar participando en esta ocasión para la Convención Mundial Cochrane que qualatex organiza. En esta ocasión me tocó estar desde esta parte. El año pasado la estuve observando desde mi monitor y es algo muy importante para mí. Estoy muy emocionada de poder transmitirles algo de lo que yo sé. En esta ocasión voy a presentar un proyecto que a mí al principio esta técnica no me gustaba. Poco a poco fui utilizándola, fui manejándola al llegar al punto que pienso yo, bueno, al menos en este proyecto ya lo domino muy bien. Me gusta mucho el resultado y bueno, espero compartir con ustedes la manera en la que a mí me ha funcionado hacerlo y todos los pasos que yo sigo para obtener ese resultado. Mi nombre es Yuri Muñoz, soy orgullosamente del Team Globo Rey, soy de la ciudad de Reynosa, Tamaulipas, México y tengo aproximadamente 15 años trabajando con globos. Lo hacía de forma, era con lo que yo trabajaba, lo hacía también, en un inicio lo hacía pues por gusto, por hacer alguna decoración para mi casa o para amistades. Posteriormente fue con lo que yo seguí trabajando, con lo que yo seguí, pues fue mi fuente de ingresos, ¿no? Actualmente tengo un año que me certifiqué como CBA en la ciudad de Puebla y la verdad fue una experiencia increíble, ya que yo nunca me imaginé que la persona que iba a ser mi sinodal era Sue Bowler. Ella es una persona que yo desde un inicio la miraba en las revistas y decía, ay mira, esta maestra me gusta su manera de trabajar, todo, o sea, era como que yo me identificaba a hacer trabajos como ella. Me tocó que ella fuera mi sinodal. Estuve muy nerviosa en el examen, pero bueno, me fue bien y aquí estoy ahora. Ahora estoy muy feliz de estar aquí frente a ustedes y poder presentarles un poco de lo que yo sé. También, bueno, durante el proceso que se vaya desarrollando la clase voy a tenerles ahí como que varios Yuri tips. Ustedes los pueden tomar, son cosas que a mí me han funcionado, que en la práctica, al estar yo haciendo un trabajo, cosas que me pasan, he ido aprendiendo de esas mismas experiencias y en esta ocasión quisiera compartírselas. Entonces, bueno, vamos a estar ahí de pronto compartiendo varios tips para que se recuerden. Ahí nos pueden estar preguntando también en el chat si tienen alguna duda. Aquí tenemos al Team Globo Rey que nos va a estar apoyando en contestar sus preguntas. Para empezar, les vamos a mostrar un poquito del material que vamos a utilizar, de las herramientas y todo lo necesario para trabajar. Vamos a realizar un arco iris con la técnica duplex. Para empezar, les mostraré los materiales que vamos a utilizar. Para realizar este proyecto necesitamos nuestro globo qualatex. Vamos a utilizar globo rosa mexicano, rosa, amarillo primavera, verde lima, azul caribe, lila primavera y blanco para las nubes. Todo esto es el número 11. El único que vamos a utilizar número 5 es el lila primavera, blanco del número 11 y también vamos a incluir algunos puntos del número 16. También vamos a utilizar ligas. Para las personas de Estados Unidos pueden conseguir esta marca. Características principales son número 32. La pueden conseguir en centros comerciales. La liga más o menos tendría que ser de este tamaño y que sea flexible. Para nuestros amigos que son de México pueden buscar estas ligas. El número en México es 18 y bueno, es lo más parecido a la que les estamos mostrando anteriormente. Vamos a utilizar también monofilamento, al menos, bueno, el que yo utilizo es de calibre 80. También vamos a utilizar nuestra bomba manual, inflador eléctrico y tu calibrador de globos. Posteriormente también podemos utilizar el high shine. Esto ya más adelante vamos a ver cómo lo pueden utilizar, cómo lo pueden aplicar y más detalles que se vayan dando sobre la marcha. Vamos a iniciar. Les vamos a mostrar en comentarios las medidas que vamos a utilizar para cada uno de los colores que vamos a trabajar. Vamos a iniciar con la guirnalda en dúplex. Vamos a utilizar el color rosa mexicano y rosa. El rosa mexicano lo van a calibrar a 9, el rosa lo vamos a calibrar a 8. Vamos a hacer un ejemplo. Vamos a utilizar nuestro inflador eléctrico. Estoy utilizando este inflador que es muy práctico. Aparte, si ustedes van a hacer una decoración o algo, pueden estar 2 personas inflando a la vez. Esta infladora tiene un pedal. Yo no lo utilizo en el pie, lo pongo aquí sobre la misma base y de esta manera yo lo trabajo. Van a inflar y vamos a colocar el globo en la medida 9 y vamos a ir calibrando. El calibrado debe de ser así, de esta manera. El globo debe entrar y salir de forma suave. ¿Qué quiero? Puedo hacer un poquito más redondo mi globo, lo puedo presionar conmigo y vuelvo a calibrar. Siempre que haya una modificación en el globo hay que volver a calibrar. Ahora utilizaré la medida 8. De la misma manera el globo tiene que entrar y salir con facilidad y es momento de unirlos. ¿Cómo los voy a unir? Los tomo los 2 juntos, estiro, doy doble giro y anudo. Es muy importante que recuerden, esto debe de quedar siempre así justo. ¿Para qué? Para que nuestro trabajo quede lo más impecable posible. Nuevamente, vamos a calibrar a 8 pulgadas. Entra y sale con facilidad. Nos vamos al número 9. Voy a presionar porque lo quiero hacer un poquito más redondo. Y vuelvo a calibrar porque su medida se modificó. Aquí les va el primer Yuri Tips. Siempre, para que tu trabajo tenga un mejor resultado, se vea impecable, debe de ser una sola persona la que infle y calibre. ¿Por qué? Porque todos tendemos a calibrar diferente. De pronto yo tengo una manera, pues a mí me gusta que el globo pase suavemente. Hay personas que lo dejan un poquito más apretado, pero ¿qué pasa ahí? Si ella sola calibra todos los globos, todos le van a quedar igual. En cambio, si a mí me ayudara otra persona que calibra, dejando los globos más apretados y yo los dejo un poquito más suaves, vamos a tener variaciones en las medidas y entonces nuestro trabajo ya no va a ir uniformemente. Recuerden, esto es muy importante para que el resultado de nuestro trabajo quede impecable. No debe de haber tanta separación entre los nudos. Les voy a hacer un ejemplo como de un atado incorrecto. Calibramos 8, calibramos 9. Un atado incorrecto sería posiblemente que yo los tome o sujete los globos desde la boquilla y anude. Esto me va a hacer que quede un espacio, una flexibilidad en el globo que al final va a obstruir o me va a desfavorecer el resultado de mi trabajo. Otra práctica incorrecta que muchas personas hacen es colocarlo entre sus brazos para amarrarlo supuestamente como más apretado, pero al final vienen obteniendo el mismo resultado que sería una dupla totalmente separada o floja. Entonces ustedes los deben de amarrar de esta manera y no de esta. ¿Y ven? Aquí cabe totalmente mi puño y en esta otra dupla es un poco más difícil. Continuamos con las siguientes medidas. Ahora vamos a utilizar el amarillo primavera y el verde lima. El amarillo lo vamos a inflar a 7 pulgadas y el verde a 6. De la misma manera, primero, bueno, identificamos nuestras medidas, 7 y 6. Bueno, otro Yuri tips es siempre calibrar de forma recta. Si el calibrador te queda muy lejos y no alcanza, si quieres calibrar de lado, esta es una manera incorrecta de hacerlo, porque si yo lo hago de lado, miren, ya aquí se modificó la medida. Calibración en forma recta siempre. Amarillo a 7 pulgadas, verde lima a 6. Otra cosa que pueden hacer es, para que no se aprecie tanto la gota del globo, podemos recorrer el aire hacia el frente, hacia el interior, hacia adentro del globo y volvemos a calibrar. Al igual que cuando calibré a 9 y lo quise hacer redondo, lo presioné hacia alguna superficie. Siempre que hagamos alguna modificación en la manera en que tomamos el globo, hay que volver a calibrar. De la misma forma, hay que apretar, doble giro y anudamos despacio. Recuerden, el arco iris es con técnica duplex. Conforme vayamos avanzando, ustedes van a ir, les voy a enseñar a cómo identificar qué tanta cantidad de globo van a necesitar. Algo muy importante que siempre deben de tener son estas bolsas transportadoras. Estas son indispensables, las debes de tener siempre contigo. ¿Por qué? Porque estas bolsas te van a ayudar a transportar tus globos, los vas a poder, si tienes un evento, una decoración al día siguiente, tú puedes iniciar con tiempo, con anticipación a tener tu material ya inflado y aquí la puedes ir almacenando sin estar batallando que ya se te pega el polvito, cabellos o lo que sea. Estas bolsas no deben de faltar en tu equipo de herramientas. Continuamos inflando. Otro tip que les puedo pasar es, a veces, no sé si les ha pasado, estamos inflando demasiados globos y ya sea por el cabello, por el tipo de ropa que traemos puesto, si estamos en un lugar que tiene alfombra o a veces el mismo mantel, ayuda bueno, a nosotros no nos ayuda, pero es un ambiente favorable para crear estática. Entonces, estas bolsas también nos apoyan con eso, nos pueden cortar la estática. También otra cosa, si llegaras a estar trabajando en un área donde hay alfombra y de pronto sientes que pues ya estás ahí como quedando muchos toques, puedes utilizar un atomizador de agua y rociar un poco el área donde estás trabajando tú y con eso vas a quebrar un poco la estática. Voy a dejar por el momento estos colores y vamos a pasarnos a la siguiente medida. Aquí es donde vamos a utilizar el número 5, que es la última guirnalda de nuestro arco iris. ¿Por qué utilizo el número 5? Porque a mí me gusta que mi arco iris quede totalmente, o sea, que quede muy cerrado. Entonces yo encontré, o a mí me funcionó, que utilizando una medida muy pequeña al interior, yo podía hacer el arco más prolongado. Aquí les voy a pasar otro Yuri tips. El globo, muchos ya sabemos, para los que no les vamos a comentar, el globo se compone de 3 partes, de lo que es boquilla, cuello y cuerpo. Cuando ustedes vayan a inflar un globo, recuerden que para que un trabajo quede impecable, hay que tratar los globos de la misma manera. A mí me gusta que los globos se vean redonditos, entonces, para inflar este globo, lo que vamos a hacer es ingresar la boquilla de la bomba hasta la parte del cuerpo de nuestro globo, que sería hasta esta parte. Y vamos a proceder a inflar. Y en esta ocasión voy a sobreinflar porque quiero que el globo tenga flexibilidad. Lo voy a calibrar. Lo sobreinflo y lo calibro. Pero yo lo quiero más redondo, entonces lo voy a volver a manipular y lo vuelvo a calibrar. De esta manera ya tengo la mitad de mi dúplex. Y ahora vamos a utilizar la medida número 5. Pueden utilizar también globo del 5 para esta parte, pero en esta, para la medida 5, calibrarlo a 5, ya de pronto el globo sí se tiende como que muy tenso, entonces lo vamos a utilizar en esta ocasión número 11, calibrado a 5, pero vamos a recorrer el aire para que no se llegue a notar tanto la gotita del globo. De la misma manera que las anteriores, lo vamos a unir lo más justo que podamos y anudamos. Algo muy importante para que un trabajo sea impecable, es otro Yuri Tips, tenemos que retirar la mecánica. Si yo dejara en mi arco iris estas boquillas, de pronto van a llegar a saltar, se van a ver. Entonces tomamos unas tijeras y a todas, la última guirnalda, a la más pequeña, le vamos a retirar parte de las boquillas. ¿Para qué? Para que quede una guirnalda un poco más limpia, sin tanta mecánica a la vista. Recuerden, la última guirnalda la estamos calibrando a 5 y 4,5. Van a inflar un globo del 11, vamos a retirar aire y lo recorremos hacia adentro para sacarle el mayor brillo posible. Calibramos. Giramos. Pueden utilizar también un inflador eléctrico. Ahorita les voy a demostrar cómo lo pueden usar. Sobreinflamos nuestro globo color lila primavera. Lo vamos a calibrar a 4,5. Lo vamos a calibrar a 4.5. Lo queremos más redondo, hacemos presión y volvemos a calibrar. Y anudamos, recuerden, lo más justo posible. Otra cosa, el último paso es retirar las boquillas. Bueno, tenemos ahora también, para las personas que cuenten con la leyenda, encontré que la medida 4.5 es equivalente en el tiempo a 1.7. Vamos a hacer una prueba. Aquí pasa lo mismo, igual que el inflador manual, tenemos que ingresar la punta del compresor hacia lo que es el cuerpo del globo. Sostenemos y presionamos. Vamos a verificar nada más y esta sería la medida, un poquito más apretado, pero como ya no lo vamos a calibrar, pues lo podemos dejar así, todos exactamente de la misma manera, y va a ser lo equivalente a 4.5. Seguimos con el globo azul caribe. Vamos a recorrer el aire. Y lo vamos a verificar aquí, que sea 5 pulgadas. Recuerden, el mismo consejo, anudar fuertemente, 2 giros. Y vamos a retirar el excedente de las boquillas. De esta manera continuaremos inflando las duplas que sean necesarias. Como les comento, ahorita que empecemos a tejer les voy a enseñar cómo cortar y cómo contar y cómo pueden ustedes saber qué tanto material se va a requerir para el trabajo que van a hacer. Pues ahora continuamos con el tejido de nuestra guirnalda. Vamos a iniciar por la última guirnalda que inflamos. Recuerden, punto importante, que estén amarrados fuertemente para que no haya mucho espacio entre globo y globo. ¿Cómo vamos a iniciar a trabajar el tejido en dúplex? Vamos a tomar monofilamento. Recuerden, yo utilizo de calibre 80, pero si no llegan a encontrar pueden usar 50, pero de preferencia es un calibre mayor para que sea más resistente. Iniciamos, tomamos una dupla, damos 2 giros y hacemos un nudo permanente. ¿Cómo es el nudo permanente? Este es pasando 2 veces este sobrante sobre el orificio que creamos aquí. Lo pasamos 2 veces y estiramos. ¿Cómo vamos a iniciar? Vamos a poner uno de forma horizontal y otra dúplex en forma vertical. Damos un giro, otro giro y continuamos con otra dúplex. 1, 2. Vamos a ir haciendo una especie de X. La presión que vamos a ejercer es mínima hacia la parte baja y el monofilamento lo vamos a estirar firmemente. Damos un giro, 2 giros, continuamos con la siguiente dupla. La guía que deben de tomar es que los colores vayan quedando hacia un mismo lado. Presionan, giran 2 veces, continuamos. Recuerden no sobrepasar la presión, porque si llegamos a hacer una presión mayor, llegamos a formar al final lo que sería un clúster y no queremos eso. Solamente necesitamos que se lleguen a topar mínimamente. Recuerden, retiramos los excedentes de las boquillas para que no se lleguen a apreciar tanto en nuestro tejido. Si ven, aquí ya la guirnalda está tomando una forma curva. ¿Por qué toma una forma curva? Por la diferencia en las medidas que estamos utilizando. Continuamos. Debe de quedar un tejido muy limpio, muy uniforme. Si ustedes manejan muy bien la técnica del inflado, calibrado, atado correcto, van a tener un buen resultado. Claro, también es muy importante cuando estamos tejiendo que ejerzamos la misma presión en todas nuestras dúplex. Vamos a retirar un excedente. Es un poquito difícil iniciar, siempre a veces cuando no dominas esta técnica se dificulta un poco las primeras 3 duplas, pero cuando ya logras pasar esa parte ya lo demás es muy fácil. Esta misma pasos los vamos a hacer con los 4 colores que nos faltan. Vamos a crear otras 2 guirnaldas más. Ahorita vamos a contar cuántas colocamos de cada color. No les quise dar la cantidad exacta porque la verdad no es una regla que un arco iris tiene que llevar esa cantidad, tal o cual cantidad de globos. Aquí colocamos ya nuestra última dupla. Voy a retirar el sobrante del monofilamento, pero voy a dejar una parte larga. A mí me gusta dejar siempre un excedente porque a veces yo le voy agregando más según el diseño que yo quiera hacer. ¿Cómo voy a terminar esta parte? Se termina de la misma forma que iniciamos. Vamos a pasar el monofilamento una sobre la misma dupla y vamos a hacer un nudo permanente. ¿Cómo es el nudo permanente? Sobre esta argolla que tenemos aquí vamos a pasar el sobrante 2 veces y vamos a estirar fuerte que se llegue hasta el fondo. Cuando ya no estira más el monofilamento, hasta ahí lo van a dejar. De esta manera tenemos nuestra primera parte. ¿Sí? Continuamos con la parte que sigue. Voy a guardar aquí en mi bolsa transportadora. Continuamos con el color amarillo. Pueden retirar las boquillas. Aquí de pronto todavía se llegan a ver si las dejamos muy largas. Yo prefiero retirar un poco lo que es la boquilla. Vamos a iniciar. Recuerden, doble giro. Hacemos una argolla y pasamos el sobrante 2 veces. 1, 2. Esto sería un nudo permanente. Colocamos la primera dupla. Tiramos bien. Y lo vamos a trabajar de la misma forma que la anterior. Vamos a poner una horizontal y una vertical. Ejercemos presión a la parte inferior y con la mano derecha estiramos hacia arriba, damos un giro, 2 giros. Nuevamente, presión hacia abajo, un giro, 2 giros. Presión hacia abajo, 1, 2. ¿Ven? Lo más difícil cuando no manejamos o no dominamos esta técnica es iniciar, eso es lo más difícil, pero con un poco de práctica puedes llegar a hacerlo sin ningún problema. Continuamos aquí. Hay que ejercer una presión hacia afuera y con la otra mano es hacer fuerza hacia nosotros. Pueden apoyarse un poco levemente, no hay que presionar tanto, porque de pronto podemos llegar a deformar nuestra guirnalda. Recuerden que los globos son biodegradables, entonces su proceso de descomposición inicia desde el momento en que abrimos la bolsa. Si ven, pues cuando abren la bolsa lo empiezan a manejar, de pronto empieza a aparecer una capa blanca. Eso quiere decir que el globo ya está en proceso de descomposición. Podemos darle más vida o revivirlo con el Shine, un producto que a mí me gusta utilizarlo en lo personal porque aparte de darles un mayor brillo a los globos, hace que duren más tiempo. Claro, esto siempre lo utilizo en interior. En exterior te ayuda mucho también para prolongar su brillo. Entre más chica, por ejemplo, si ustedes quisieran hacer una jardinera redonda para colocar en algún tipo de árbol o algo, si quieren que algo que su curva sea como más prolongada, tienen que utilizar una medida muy pequeña al interior y un poquito más grande al exterior y se va a ir cerrando con más facilidad la curva. Si tienen dudas pueden escribirlas y les vamos a estar contestando en el chat. También les vamos a proporcionar las medidas que utilizamos, los colores, todo para que lo tengan y puedan realizarlo próximamente. Ok, de esta manera ya tenemos nuestra segunda guirnalda, la vamos a retirar hacia un lado. Recuerden, voy a dejar un poco de excedente en el monofilamento. Vamos a cortar y terminamos de la misma manera. Hay que colocar sobre el mismo globo, hacemos la tipo argolla y vamos a pasar el sobrante 2 veces. Esto se llama nudo permanente. Con esto nosotros sellamos nuestra guirnalda para que ya no llegue a desanudarse el sedal. Continuamos con nuestra tercera guirnalda. Recordamos nuevamente ponemos el monofilamento, damos 2 giros, pasamos, hacemos la argolla y pasamos el sobrante 2 veces por el orificio. Estiramos y de esta manera ya creamos un nudo permanente. Iniciamos nuevamente uno horizontal y uno vertical y presionamos hacia abajo, damos 2 giros y continuamos. 1, 2. Recuerden, siempre el inicio es lo más difícil. Si ejercen presión de más, van a formar un clúster. ¿Qué es un clúster? Es una composición de 2 duplas y no queremos eso. Aquí vamos. Esta es nuestra última guirnalda para crear el arco iris. Esta ya es de un tamaño mayor, entonces aquí nos vamos a ver un poquito apretados. De igual manera que los anteriores, estoy retirándole las boquillas, los excedentes, para tener un mejor acabado, un trabajo más limpio. Aquí también se va a ir formando la curvita, pero va a ser como menos prolongada. ¿Por qué? Porque estamos manejando medidas ya mayores. Entre más pequeña la medida de diferencia que manejemos, va a estar más cerrada la curva. Vamos a dejar un excedente y hacemos el nudo de seguridad, argolla y doble giro sobre el monofilamento y aplicamos la tensión. Bueno, ahora continuamos con la parte del armado. Es un conjunto de todo lo que hemos visto. Tanto es importante amarrar correctamente, anudar y todo. Es esto es parte esencial de que el arco iris quede de una manera perfecta. Vamos a utilizar las ligas. Muchas personas utilizan globo 260 para unir cada guirnalda con la siguiente, pero bueno, yo les voy a enseñar la manera que a mí me ha funcionado. Vamos a iniciar por la medida más pequeña, que va a ser esta, y vamos a colocarla en forma que se acople la guirnalda 1 con la guirnalda 2. De esta manera. ¿De qué manera vamos a colocar las ligas? La voy a colocar en forma de zigzag. Vamos a iniciar con este globo y nos vamos a ir hacia abajo. Siempre es preferible que pongan primero la liga en el globo más grande y la sujeten hacia el globo más pequeño. Deben de ver que llegue hasta la parte de abajo y que no se llegue a ver. Ok, entonces colocamos de esta manera la liga. Ahora nos vamos a ir de este mismo globo amarillo hacia la parte, hacia el globo lila. Vamos a agarrar una liga. La importancia de utilizar una liga con medidas uniformes es de que va a ejercer la misma presión siempre. ¿Por qué no utilizo globo 260? Porque puedo de pronto estar ejerciendo diferentes presiones y no sería la uniforme a la que te daría una liga. Empezamos con esta parte, terminamos en amarillo primavera, bajamos lila primavera y vamos hacia arriba nuevamente. Ingresamos la liga. Siempre es preferible que ingreses primero el globo grande y acabes con pequeño. Otro tips es, bueno, en esta ocasión por la medida de las guirnaldas yo estoy abarcando 4 globos. Cuando agregue esta tal vez no voy a abarcar 4, solamente voy a abarcar 2 o voy a abarcar 3, pero va a depender de cómo te lo vaya dando la liga. La liga te va a ir diciendo qué tanto le falta o qué tanto le... Ok, nos quedamos aquí. Vamos nuevamente hacia abajo. Continuamos. Al mismo tiempo vamos acomodando nuestros globos que vayan encajando en cada una de las partes que le corresponde. Nos quedamos en esta parte. Ahora nos vamos a ir hacia arriba, pero vamos a ir acomodando. Ok, correspondería este globo. Ingresan la liga, lo bajan, bajan y llegamos hasta el lila primavera. Lo vamos a ir recorriendo y recuerden, al mismo tiempo tenemos que ir acomodando. Nos quedamos en este globo, vamos a ir hacia abajo. Ingresan el globo grande, la liga en el globo grande y van hacia el pequeño. Al mismo tiempo van ajustando, acomodando, nos quedamos aquí, vamos a ir hacia esta parte. No traten a veces por el tiempo o por querer acabar más pronto, a veces queremos evitarnos pasos, queremos poner menos liga. La verdad es que yo una vez así lo hice y no obtuve el mismo resultado de siempre, entonces opté por trabajarlo siempre de la misma manera y no por tratar de ahorrarme ligas o por el tiempo no tener el mismo resultado. ¿Okay? Les comentaba de esta liga, es la que a nosotros, a mí, a mi equipo nos ha funcionado, es con la que nosotros recomendamos que pueden trabajar porque existen diferentes calidades y pues no todas nos ofrecen el mismo resultado. Okay. Como ven aquí nos faltan unas duplas. Las podemos agregar ahorita. Déjenme, voy a agregar la tercera guirnalda. Igual que la parte anterior, voy a iniciar desde este extremo y vamos a seguir los mismos pasos. Ok, continuamos con la tercera guirnalda. Utilizamos nuevamente las mismas ligas. Recuerden que necesitamos que todo el trabajo tenga la misma presión. Entonces, si de pronto se les llegan a terminar o algo, pues esperemos no tengan ningún inconveniente en el cambio de materiales. Tratamos de tener siempre lo que vayamos a necesitar para que todo nuestro trabajo se termine de la mejor manera. Iniciamos nuevamente en el globo de mayor tamaño, ingresamos y como les comentaba, en la primera y segunda guirnalda alcanzamos a cubrir 4 globos con la liga, pero en esta ocasión, como ya es de mayor tamaño, ahora solamente vamos a llegar hasta el tercero y hacemos el primer anclaje y al mismo tiempo vamos a ir acomodando. Iniciamos en el rosa mexicano y vamos a bajar hacia el amarillo primavera. Introducimos 2, 3. Recuerden, al mismo tiempo tienen que ir ensamblando los globos. Nos quedamos en esta parte. Aquí, si me alcanzan a ver por la parte de arriba, esta liga no se ingresó bien. Hay que aventarla hasta la parte de abajo. Nos quedamos aquí y vamos a iniciar en el globo grande. Avanzamos y terminamos en el amarillo primavera. Vamos nuevamente al globo mayor. De pronto nos regresamos un poquito a un Yuri tips de la cuestión del tejido. Yo ya me acostumbré y la verdad es que no me corto los dedos ni nada con el monofilamento, pero si tú de pronto sientes que te llega a lastimar mucho, puedes tejer desde el mismo carrete, sujetar el carrete y de ahí ir ingresando el monofilamento que necesitas. Nos quedamos en este, vamos hacia arriba, iniciamos. También puedes utilizar algún guante si ves que te molesta mucho el monofilamento. Bajamos. Si tienen alguna duda de lo que hemos hecho hasta el momento, la pueden anotar en el chat. Vamos acomodando, que todo vaya embonando bien. Y ya nos falta un poquito de mesa, pero aquí vamos. Aquí es el momento cuando yo dejo siempre el excedente porque a veces necesito agregar más duplas al trabajo. Tenemos una nueva. La vamos a colocar. A manera de que me quede en forma recta. Ok, continuamos ahora. Ya tengo previamente inflada una nube, la cual utilicé la técnica orgánica. En esta técnica utilicé 3 medidas diferentes. y agregué toques o detalles con globo número 16 blanco. Les voy a explicar más o menos la composición de esta nube. La tenemos por aquí, varias partes. Van a inflar globo blanco número 12. En esta ocasión no los voy a redondear tanto. Uno lo voy a calibrar a 9, uno a 8. El atado es el mismo, hay que hacerlo con presión. Voy a utilizar un tercer globo calibrado a 7 pulgadas. Y le vamos a agregar un globo 16 pulgadas. Este globo lo voy a presionar para tratar de hacerlo esfera. Cuando ya lo veo en forma circular, lo agrego al 7. Y hacemos una composición de un clúster. De esta manera vamos a jugar con las medidas. Aquí ya tengo inflados, donde utilicé las mismas medidas, 8, 8 y 7, con un 16. Es 9, 9, 7 y 8. Vamos a ir haciendo como una secuencia con estas tres medidas. Vamos a utilizar el monofilamento. Vamos a iniciar como lo vimos en el ejercicio anterior con el arco iris. Hacemos la argolla, doble giro y anudamos. Posteriormente vamos a agregar un clúster que tenga una medida grande de 16 pulgadas y ejercemos presión hacia la parte superior. Hacemos un giro simulando un 8. Agregamos un clúster de medidas pequeñas y lo que les comentaba hace un momento, si a ti se te dificulta colocar el monofilamento o tomarlo con los dedos, porque la verdad es que sí lastima, puedes utilizarlo directamente del carrete. Con el carrete y sin tocarlo con tus manos puedes trabajarlo. Yo la verdad es que ya estoy muy acostumbrada a trabajarlo directamente, no me molesta a mí usarlo así, pero si tú tienes problema con eso lo puedes hacer de esa manera. Aquí vamos a ir jugando con la dirección de estos globos grandes. Hacemos presión y giramos en forma de 8. Colocamos un clúster más. Si queremos incrementar la cantidad el tamaño de la nube, pues tengamos manera de hacerlo. Tenemos aquí otra nube. ¿Cómo van a calcular el material que se van a utilizar? Bueno, más o menos tienen que contarlo así. Sería 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. 41 duplas requerimos para hacer la parte superior del arco iris. Para la parte central utilizamos, vamos a rectificarlo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. Fue la misma cantidad. Y para la parte, me acomodo aquí. Aquí vamos a contar 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42. Generalmente la columna interna lleva un poquito más, pero no es así como que demasiado. De esta manera es como ustedes deberían de contar. Bueno, para finalizar, el montaje del arco iris lo voy a hacer en la parte exterior del lugar donde nos encontramos, pero quiero mostrarles la base que voy a utilizar. Es una base de acero, mide 30 por 30 con un tubo superior de 30 centímetros y la medida es de 3/4. Le inserté un tubo conduit galvanizado de media pulgada. Lo colocamos dentro de la base y lo forramos de la siguiente manera. Esto más que nada para cubrir un poquito la mecánica y que no se vea el tubo por la parte de atrás del arco iris. Lo van a hacer de la siguiente forma. Van a colocar un poco de aire en un globo 260, lo vamos a insertar aquí, a colocar sobre el tubo y vamos a ir desplazando el aire. Esto con la finalidad de forrar el tubo. De la siguiente manera. Entre la parte que une el tubo con la base, a mí me gusta utilizar el globo 646 porque me da una mayor firmeza. Y así no tengo problema en que de pronto se pueda zafar la base del tubo. Da un mayor agarre. Lo podemos cortar y terminamos haciendo un nudo y retiramos el excedente. De esta manera es muy difícil que la base se despegue del tubo. Otra recomendación, otro Yuri tips que le voy a dar es que si ustedes, bueno, ahora lo vamos a colocar al exterior, les vamos a mostrar ahí, les voy a mostrar ahorita la forma en que se aplica este shine. Te ayuda para darle un mayor brillo, mayor durabilidad al globo, pero también si tú quisieras hacer este trabajo para un evento interior, alguna exhibición, puedes aplicarles a cada uno de los globos una gota de high float y también te va a ayudar porque crea una capa interior en el globo que va a evitar que el aire se fugue por los poros del látex. ¿Qué pasa si de pronto ya estoy en el evento, ya monté y de pronto, yo creo que ahorita lo alcanzaron a ver, un globo de aquí se había bajado, ya lo reemplacé, pero pues puede que ya lo tengo montado, ya está armado y de pronto un globo se me revienta. ¿Qué es lo que vamos a hacer en esta ocasión? Me voy a ir por la parte de atrás. Aquí tengo una dupla que había inflado anteriormente. Retiramos este globo verde. Me voy a quedar únicamente con el globo que se dañó y lo que voy a hacer es quitar el excedente que se dañó y voy a ingresar este mismo, tratando de insertarlo en el lugar que iba. Vamos a dar giros y lo van a anudar con el de la parte inferior. ¿Para qué? Para que no se quede suelto el de la parte de atrás. Van a tratar de hacer un nudo. Es un poquito difícil, pero no es imposible. No sé si se los voy a tratar de mostrar ahorita. Aquí si ven, yo ya los uní y únicamente lo acomodo en el lugar que le corresponde. Vamos a iniciar con el montaje del arco iris ya en un exterior. Para esto vamos a utilizar las bases que les mencioné anteriormente. Previamente le coloqué una liga. ¿Cómo hago la liga? Utilizo un globo 260Q, lo van a tomar de la parte superior con su dedo índice y pulgar y con la otra mano van a sacar lo que es el aire hasta llegar a la boquilla y vamos a hacer un nudo. Esto nos va a servir para anudarlo. Lo van a poner aquí en la base, hacen un nudo doble y buscan la altura que ustedes gusten tenerlo. En este caso, y como va a ser como estamos simulando un evento pequeño de niños, vamos a utilizar esta altura. Van a tomar los extremos del globo y lo van a meter. Vamos a dar un giro al frente y un giro aquí atrás. En esta parte hacemos el mismo procedimiento, lo ingresamos al frente, giramos y lo traemos hacia atrás. Ahora me voy a ir al otro extremo. Hago el mismo proceso. Si creen que necesita uno más, pueden agregar. Las nubes, ¿cómo las vamos a colocar? Las que habíamos hecho previamente. Podemos hacer un punto de apoyo, un soporte más fuerte que las ligas. Utilizando el globo 260Q vamos a sacar un punto de agarre desde nuestra base y lo vamos a estirar hacia el frente y lo vamos a montar al frente del arco iris. Solamente se coloca haciendo giros y de esta manera queda sujeto. Aquí, bueno, se nos hace un poquito para adelante, esto lo podemos acomodar en un momento. También tiene que ver el piso. Volvemos a hacer liga. Buscamos la mejor forma de nuestra nube. Y de esta manera lo colocamos. Cuando estén en el exterior, obviamente el aire no nos ayuda mucho, el viento. Podemos hacer contrapesos con globos con agua y agregárselos para que la nube no se nos vaya a soltar. En esta ocasión estamos usando las bases que tienen un peso de 5 kilos aproximadamente, que serían como 10 libras. Pero si llegaras a estar en una ciudad como en la nuestra, ahorita estamos en un lugar bardeado, no llega a molestarnos tanto el viento, pero si llegaran a tener alguna decoración que no tengan estas condiciones, podrían utilizar unas bases de mayor peso. A veces utilizamos nosotros unas que miden 50 por 50, que vienen siendo más o menos 2 pies, más o menos, y tienen un peso de 20 kilos. Y bueno, amigos, con este montaje doy por terminada la clase del día de hoy, pero no se retiren, todavía hay más maestros, más instructores que traen algo padrísimo para nosotros. Agradezco mucho a Qualatex que me haya dado la oportunidad de presentar un poco de lo que yo sé, compartir la manera en que yo trabajo, y espero que les haya gustado. Nos vemos en la próxima. Recuerden, si no lo practicas, no lo aprendes, entonces deben de seguir practicando hasta que su arco iris les quede perfecto. Fue un gusto haber estado con ustedes. Nos vemos en la próxima.
Cardona y soy dueña y creadora de Martha's Balloons en Las Vegas, Nevada. Hi, my name is Martha and I am creator and owner for Martha's Balloons en Las Vegas, Nevada. Hoy vamos a realizar una creación con un tema del Día de las Madres. Lo que vamos a realizar es una pared de quickling con un detalle orgánico. Les voy a acercar un poquito la creación que vamos a realizar el día de hoy. Aquí la tienen. En esta ocasión yo voy a hacer tiras de 8 globos para poder formar una pared de aproximadamente 6 pies por 6 pies. Entonces aquí yo ya tengo 6 globos, que la tira debe de tener 8. Entonces lo que vamos a hacer es agregarle los 2 que faltan y así poderles explicar cómo es que se tienen que inflar y amarrar estos globos. Ok. En esta ocasión no voy a utilizar máquina para evitar un poco el ruido. Entonces lo que vamos a hacer es que vamos a usar nuestra pompa manual. Acuérdense que esta pompa manual tiene doble acción, tanto cuando hacen esto como cuando hacen esto. Ahorita no vamos a tomar medidas con los pompazos que hagamos, vamos a usar nuestro calibrador, pero lo que quiero es tratar de evitar un poco el ruido para que me puedan escuchar. Mi globo que estoy usando es un quickling de 12 pulgadas. Okay, lo que yo estoy haciendo es calibrarlos a 9. Vamos a tomar nuestro calibrador qualatex. Vamos a buscar el 9. Que se me escondió, aquí está. Y lo vamos a calibrar a 9 pulgadas. Vamos a agarrar el segundo globo. Y vamos a hacer lo mismo. A 9 pulgadas y vamos a amarrar juntos nuestros globos. Damos doble vuelta y amarramos. A mí me gusta que quede muy fijo esto, porque no me gusta que nuestra pared quede con algunos huecos y que se nos abra. Incluso es mejor para tratar de desgarrar un poco menos el cuello de los globos. Ahora, nosotros lo que yo les recomiendo es hacerlos de 2 en 2 para poderlos juntar y formar una línea de 8. ¿Ok? Entonces aquí lo único que voy a hacer es unir. Voy a hacer exactamente lo mismo. Doble vuelta y amarramos. Y tenemos nuestra tira de 8 globos. En mi diseño lo que estoy haciendo es hacer 8 tiras de 8 globos cada una. Para aventajar un poco el trabajo, yo tengo aquí ya mis 8 tiras realizadas. Lo que voy a enseñarles ahorita es cómo juntar nuestras 8 tiras. Las primeras 2 duplas de globos las vamos a juntar por los primeros cuellos que tenemos aquí. ¿Ok? Ahora, para formar nuestra pared de globos, lo que nosotros necesitamos para sostener y para poder crear nuestro diseño son globos de 5 pulgadas. Entonces, para poder juntarlos, para poder unirlos, les voy a explicar. Los globos de 5 pulgadas, yo los estoy inflando a 3.5 pulgadas. Entonces, recuerden que nuestros globos de nuestra tira están calibrados a 9 y nuestros globos de 5 pulgadas, que son los que nos van a ayudar a juntar nuestras tiras, están calibrados a 3.5. ¿Ok? Entonces aquí lo que vamos a hacer es inflar nuestros globos y con nuestro calibrador lo vamos a calibrar a 3.5. ¿Ok? Amarramos la misma técnica, tratamos de jalar nuestros cuellos de globo para que queden muy justos. Damos una, damos 2 y amarramos. ¿Ok? Yo ya tengo un poco aventajado y ya tengo todos nuestros globos de 5 pulgadas inflados. Lo que yo quiero es que ustedes vean cómo es que vamos a amarrar y inflar nuestros globos, porque eso es muy importante para que nuestro diseño quede perfecto. Vamos a calibrar a 3.5, perdón. ¿Ok? Y vamos a amarrar. Vamos a jalar la boquilla de nuestros globos. Vamos a dar doble vuelta y amarramos. ¿Ok? Ahora, para nosotros juntar nuestras tiras de globos, lo que vamos a hacer es acoplar nuestro globo. Le vamos a dar una vuelta y tiene que quedar uno por la parte de enfrente y uno por la parte de atrás. ¿Ok? Para seguir uniendo nuestra tira, en esta parte no vamos a unir porque es imposible llegar. Lo que vamos a hacer es brincarnos uno y nos vamos al segundo globo. ¿Ok? Vamos a realizar exactamente lo mismo. Agarramos nuestra dupla de 3.5 y lo que vamos a hacer es dar vuelta para unir nuestros tiras de globos. Y recuerden, uno adelante y uno por atrás. Vamos a hacer lo mismo. ¿Ok? Vamos a unir con nuestro globo nuestra dupla de 3.5. Y por último, tomamos nuestra dupla y volvemos a repetir. aquí es diferente. Aquí no se unen en los primeros dos, se unen en el tercero. ¿Ok? Entonces aquí, para unir nuestras dos tiras, lo que vamos a hacer es amarrar las primeras dos boquillas de nuestras tiras con mucho cuidado. ¿Ok? Y vamos a tomar una dupla de nuestros 5 pulgadas para poder ingresarlo de una vez. ¿Ok? Aquí no podemos cruzar nuestros globos, pero es muy fácil juntarlos si ya tenemos listas nuestras duplas de 3.5. Ahora lo que vamos a hacer simplemente es juntarlas, pasamos uno de nuestros globos, vamos a dar vuelta y recuerden que uno queda adelante y uno queda atrás. ¿Ok? Vamos a seguir repitiendo el proceso. Nuestras primeras 4 tiras, 2 y 2, seguimos anexando 2, 2, 2 y así sucesivamente, ¿ok? Ya tenemos nuestras otras 4 tiras de nuestros globos, ¿ok? Lo que vamos a hacer aquí es volver a unir, repetir este proceso de unir 2 con 2 y agregarlas a estas. Lo que vamos a tomar son nuestras duplas de 3.5. ¿Ok? Y repetimos el proceso. Habiendo unido esto, que es lo más importante, recuerden que todas nuestras paredes deben de tapar, bueno, todas nuestras decoraciones, les recomendamos mucho tapar nuestras mecánicas. Recuerden que eso es demasiado, demasiado importante. Entonces, si yo aquí ya tengo mi pared, me estoy dando cuenta que me falta tapar mecánica, me falta tapar nuestros nudos de ahí. Rellenamos. Les recomiendo, claro, pueden solo meterlo, pero si ustedes le dan una vuelta, esto queda más fijo y nos ayuda a tapar perfectamente nuestras boquillas sin necesidad de cortarlas. Ahora, ¿por qué los huecos de aquí? ¿Por qué tenemos huecos? Porque nuestro diseño así lo necesita. Entonces, yo aquí tengo, les voy a volver a acercar rapidito la creación para que se den una idea más o menos de lo que queremos realizar, ¿ok? Nosotros tenemos aquí nuestra pared, si se fijan, perfectamente con sus medidas. Pero lo que yo quiero o la intención es realizarlo en un toque orgánico. Lo que estamos realizando es que nuestro globo rosa pastel es de 16 pulgadas y lo estamos inflando a 11. ¿Para qué? Para que sea más grande que nuestros globos de colores. Porque queremos que resalten, para que la creación se vea diferente. ¿Ok? Entonces aquí en nuestra pared ya tenemos aquí más o menos nuestra guía. Y vamos a seguir esa guía que yo decidí usar. Ustedes pueden crear cantidad de diseños, cantidad de imágenes. Entonces vamos a seguir esta guía que tenemos aquí. Y lo que vamos a hacer es que aquí prosigue a agregar un amarillo que yo decidí poner. Bueno, dejen que lo encuentren. Por lo pronto me voy a poner los lilas, porque estamos siguiendo una línea. Vamos a seguir poniendo nuestros lilas. Y ahorita les voy a explicar cómo amarrarlo, a qué medida está y por qué está de 2 colores. Ya se los voy a explicar. Ok, aquí yo ya terminé mi color lila de este lado, ¿ok? Les voy a explicar por qué. Yo los globos pequeños los estoy poniendo a 8 porque queremos que resalten tanto los 3.5, tanto los 9, como estos que están calibrados a 11, para que sea un poco diferente. Lo que vamos a hacer es que los vamos a inflar, lo vamos a calibrar a 8 pulgadas. Ok. Ahora, ¿por qué el otro color? Porque el otro color realmente es la parte de atrás, ¿ok? Yo no les recomiendo a veces que usen el mismo color, porque si les queda un hueco, bueno, por ejemplo, mi pared es blanca. Si quedara un hueco, se vería el globo de atrás. Pero como mi pared es blanca, perfectamente puedo usar el mismo color en la parte de atrás, debido a que no se va a ver. Pero siempre tratando de usar los mismos colores que vayan con tu decoración. Este no tiene una medida. Este siempre tiene que ser más pequeño en el de atrás y simplemente es para sostener y que no se salga nuestro logo, ¿ok? Este, si se fijan, es más pequeño que este, pero no tan pequeño para que no se salga de aquí. Alcanza a entrar, más no se puede salir solo. Vamos a hacer lo mismo, vamos a amarrar, doble vuelta y anudamos, ¿ok? El azul, si no me equivoco, lo tenemos en esta parte de aquí. En el centro, aquí el rosa estaba en el centro, creando lo mismo, una línea por color. Ok, vamos a ilustrar nuestro logo. En nuestros huecos, si se fijan, entran un poco a presión, pero no se salen nuestros globos, porque tratamos de hacerlo de tamaño y le dé soporte para que nuestro globo no se salga. Está nuestro globo de 11 y este no necesita tener una medida, siempre y cuando pueda entrar, más no salir. ¿Okay? Nuestro globo azul. Seguimos con nuestro globo rosa. Vamos a ver el resultado al terminar. Aquí nos falta el amarillo. Ok, listo. Aquí nuestra pared ya está terminada. Ahora, lo que vamos a hacer es ponerle la base a nuestra pared para poder así continuar con los pequeños detalles. Nosotros lo que vamos a hacer aquí, en esta ocasión, estamos al interior, no hay aire, no hay viento, el clima pues no es como un exterior. Lo que voy a usar yo son 2 soportes de lámpara. Es que no lo vamos a amarrar de aquí, porque nosotros no queremos que se vea nuestro tubo. Lo que vamos a hacer es lo vamos a amarrar de la mitad de nuestras primeras 2 tiras por la parte de atrás, para que así nuestro tubo no sea visible en la decoración. ¿Ok? Lo único que hay que hacer es tomar las boquillas de los globos de 3.5 pulgadas, aquí están, o los quickly, y con sobre esto amarrar nuestro tubo. Es demasiado fácil, lo voy a agregar aquí rapidito. Lado derecho, si se fijan, y no se ve nuestra estructura. Y está nuestra mariposa otra vez, y estamos agregando los nuevos globos qualatex para Día de las Madres. Happy Mother's Day, the new qualatex balloons, new items for 2021. Y aquí vamos a tomar una de nuestras bobos. Recuerden que nuestras bobos siempre vienen con nuestras bolsas cerradas para que se mantengan en perfecto estado, que no tengan humedad y que no se maltraten. Esos globos normalmente tienen sus tiras para cuando son globos con helio. Nosotros en esta ocasión se los vamos a retirar. Recuerden, siempre es muy importante reciclar, entonces estas tiras te pueden servir para un futuro. Ok, yo no voy a usar máquina, pero si gustas puedes usar una máquina que sea para globos de aire, no helium en esta ocasión. Si deseas helium, adelante, son diferentes inflados. Okay, en esta ocasión vamos a usar nuestra pompa. Okay. Y si se fijan, nuestra bobo ya no tiene ninguna marca en nuestras orillas. Y así está perfectamente inflada nuestra bobo que vamos a agregarle a nuestro diseño. Lo voy a dejar por aquí un momento. Ahora, nuestras mariposas y nuestros globos de 18 pulgadas tienen una válvula de inflado. Yo ya tengo mis 2 mariposas para ahorrar un poquito de tiempo, pero les voy a explicar un poquito cómo inflar nuestro globo de 18 pulgadas. Aquí tenemos nuestra válvula. Recuerden siempre de ingresar nuestra pompa manual con mucho cuidado para no lastimar la válvula del globo y simplemente inflamos. Recuerden que es de doble acción. Inflamos así, inflamos así. Tenemos que tratar de calcular nuestro aire y ahí está. ¿Ok? Ya tenemos nuestros 2 globos inflados, nuestras mariposas y nuestras bobos. Listo. Ahora, aquí. ¿Por qué la creación debe de ser orgánica? Porque no solo nuestros globos de relleno están en diferentes tamaños, sino que vamos a agregarle 2 pequeños garlands en las orillas, uno en la parte de abajo y uno en la parte de abajo de este lado. ¿Ok? Primero vamos a agregar nuestros pequeños detalles. Tenemos aquí nuestra mariposa. Nosotros vamos a usar glue dots. ¿Ok? Vamos a usar tape para poder esconder la mecánica de la válvula. Y la vamos a aventar hacia atrás, para que no sea visible al público. Ok, teniendo esta válvula ya escondida, vamos a cambiar de lado. Lo que vamos a hacer en el diseño es agregarle en esta parte de ahí. Ok, vamos a tomar nuestros glue dots y la vamos a pegar. A mi diseño, pero ahorita les voy a explicar un poco rapidito cómo pueden ustedes crear también su propio curler. Vamos a acomodar un poquito que se acomode a nuestro diseño. Es simplemente amarrarlo a nuestra pared o a nuestra base y es demasiado fácil. Podemos hacer con un globo 260. Permítanme un segundito. Vamos a tomar nuestros globos 260 y vamos a amarrar nuestro pequeño curler. ¿Okay? Vamos a amarrar aquí por la parte de atrás hacia nuestra pared. Vamos a amarrarlo directamente de nuestra base. ¿Okay? Aquí lo único que voy a hacer es acomodarla. Ok, para la parte de arriba vamos a realizar la misma técnica. Vamos a tapar nuestra válvula de nuestro globo con un pequeño tape hacia la parte de atrás para que nuestra válvula no se vea en nuestro diseño. ¿Ok? Vamos a tomar nuestros pegamentos. Pueden usar el pegamento de su preferencia y lo vamos a agregar a nuestro diseño. Disculpe que me dé la espalda. Vamos a agregar un poco más de tape para fijar bien nuestro globo. Okay. ¿Listo? Ahora, aquí en la parte de arriba yo tengo una pequeña, un pequeño garland con globos de diferentes tamaños, usando globos de 16, globos de 11, globos de 5, en diferentes colores de acuerdo a nuestro tema, para poderlo agregar nosotros a nuestro diseño. ¿Okay? Lo vamos a poner en esta parte de aquí. Voy a usar mi escalera. Y la vamos a agregar en nuestro diseño. Ok, aquí ya lo acomodamos, ya lo dejamos hacia enfrente. Y ahorita les voy a explicar más o menos cómo hacer un garland para poder agregarlo en el lado contrario. Okay, yo aquí ya tengo mis globos tipo concentrados. Les voy a explicar la manera en la que yo utilizo los garlands, en la que yo lo realizo. Aquí yo ya tengo mi parte de abajo, ya la tengo con un hilo para que sea más fácil para mí explicárselos. Yo lo que hago es usar tercias de globos, ¿ok? Yo no hago duplas, pero sí les recomiendo hacerlas o hacer tu garland no solo con una tercia, no solo con un cuarteto, sino pueden hacer quintetos y agregarlos de diferentes tamaños para que así tenga una onda un poco más orgánica. Si ustedes lo hacen normalmente de los mismos tamaños, lo único que van a tener es un arco simple, cuadrado y sin ninguna forma. Ok, vamos a agarrar nuestra primera tercia de globos y lo que vamos a hacer nosotros es ir alternando globos. Y si se fijan, son de diferentes tamaños. Lo que vamos a hacer es irlos moviendo de manera que si yo aquí tengo un globo grande, acá voy a agregar el globo grande para que así se vaya viendo diferente. Si no, yo simplemente voy a estar agregando grandes de un lado y no se va a ver orgánico. Si yo tengo mi globo grande hacia allá, en esta ocasión lo voy a poner hacia este lado. Simplemente hay que empujar con su mano izquierda y jalar con su mano derecha para que quede justo su monofilamento. Estamos usando monofilamento de 50 libras, es el que yo les recomiendo más porque es menos fácil de romper, le da más soporte a tu trabajo y te corta menos tus manos. ¿Ok? Ahora, aquí le voy a agregar de otros tamaños con otro detalle de color para que sea similar a mi garland de este lado. ¿Ok? Le vamos a dar un poco de soporte dándole varias vueltas. Vamos a agregar otro de otro tamaño y otro color. Si nuestros grandes están de este lado, les aconsejo que lo vayan turnando. ¿Ok? Al igual que los colores. Hasta que ustedes sientan que está fijo, son las cantidades de vueltas que yo les recomiendo que den, ¿ok? Vamos a tratar de acomodar nuestros colores de manera diferente y lo voy a poner de este lado. así quede fijo tu garland. ¿Ok? Vamos a esconder mecánicas o cortarlas para que no se vean. Aquí ya tenemos la base de un garland. No es un garland como tal todavía porque me falta agregarle detalles. Solo es la base de mi garland para agregarlo igualmente aquí en la parte de atrás. Voy a tomar mis globos 260. En este caso voy a usar el blanco nuevamente porque es el color de mi creación. Si yo uso un rojo y el globo se alcanza a ver, pues se va a ver feo en tu trabajo. ¿Ok? Lo vamos a agarrar. Si se fijan, nosotros ya tenemos aquí nuestra base y lo que vamos a hacer es empezar a agregar detalles. Yo lo que agrego son globos de 5 pulgadas en diferentes tamaños para agregarlos a nuestra creación. Los puedes inflar a la medida que tú desees. Vamos a agregarle, yo lo que uso son las boquillas de nuestros globos y simplemente jalo y acomodo. Y eso es todo. Puedes usar, si no tienes mucha boquilla, puedes usar tus globos 260 y simplemente agregarlos a tus globos para poder así agregar tus globos de 5 pulgadas. Yo aquí tengo ya algunos colores. ¿Okay? Por ejemplo, aquí tenemos un rosa, tenemos un lila, tú los vas a ir acomodando como tú quieras, como tú creas que quieres tu diseño. No tiene una regla, no tiene una forma. Automáticamente tu diseño, tu vista sea a toda la decoración y no a un punto focal de un solo lado. Aquí lo que vamos a hacer lo mismo. Vamos a tapar nuestra válvula de la parte de atrás y lo único que vamos a hacer es agregarla de la manera que tú quieras. La ventaja de los pegamentos es que tú puedes acomodar tu mariposa, tu globo, tu diseño a donde tú lo quieras guiar. En este caso es una mariposa. Vamos a hacer que se vea como si estuviera volando. Vamos a agregar nuestro primer pegamento. Vamos a ver por dónde queda. Agregamos un segundo. Y podemos agregar un tercero, cuarto para que quede muy fijo. Ok, lo voy a agregar aquí en la parte de atrás. Mucho cuidado. Y en la parte de así nuestro globo. Ok, y por último aquí tenemos otro globo de 18 pulgadas que vamos a agregar a nuestro diseño. Vamos a esconder la válvula hacia la parte de atrás para tapar nuestro código de barras también. Vamos a tomar nuestros pegamentos y simplemente la vamos a agregar a nuestro diseño. Vamos a agregar por aquí. Después de agregar ya nuestro globo metálico, tenemos tenemos así nuestra pared orgánica. Pueden utilizarla para photo booth, pueden usarla para incluso agregar algún cilindro y poner tu pastel. Puedes utilizarlo para, no sé, una silla de bebé, para sus sesiones fotográficas, y puedes utilizarlo para infinidad de cosas. El tema que utilizamos en esta ocasión es para el Día de las Madres, así que creo que es un tema demasiado bonito, tiene muchas opciones. Nosotros usamos esta opción, pero espero que les haya gustado. Si tienen alguna duda, no saben, escríbanlo por aquí. Nosotros vamos a contestar todas sus dudas. Y por favor, no olviden en seguirnos en nuestra página de Instagram como Marta's Balloons. Y gracias por acompañarnos.
嗨，大家好，我是 Edward。今天很高兴呢，谢峰呢在这次的 Q Corner 里面呢，又可以再次跟大家见面了。那这次疫情一来啊，大家都好像是都好久都没有在玩气球，是不是很多时候呢都没有办法跟一些好朋友啊，或者一些老师们继续在研究新的一些气球啊。这次呢很高兴谢峰呢又办了这次活动，我也很荣幸这次呢能够成为其中的一个老师这样子。那今天呢，我们在这里呢要上的课呢是要教公主系列的 Word。那这次呢，除了我之外呢，我们还有另外一个老师来陪我们一起参与这堂课程。我们欢迎我们老师 Jeff。
大家好，我係嚟自香港嘅 Jeff Wong。好
，Jeff 啊，那你這次我們這次 Q Corner 的課程啊，要謝謝先鋒辦這次活動。去年你也是有來這次跟大家分享的課程。
係啊，喺上年 Q Corner 嘅報告網做咗個。
對啊，那今年這次我們有新的課程要教娃娃課程。這一年來，從去年到今年，有什麼不同的設計嗎？不同的新的想法嚟嘅？
對唔住啊，今年我因為啱啱嚟咗台灣啦，所以都真係比較忙，生活上真係好多嘢，真係冇乜時間，所以今年都係同你一齊做咗呢個教學，就真係冇乜時間嚟，真係比較忙。
好啦，這次那就麻煩你來幫我咯。
好
，OK。好，這個之前呢，我們 Q Corner 的這個課程呢，這次有也是一樣，是我覺得這個好厲害，就是不間斷的教學課程，從去年失敗，然後這次又來一次，我覺得對於老師啊，對於學生都是一個很大的挑戰。
係啊，因為呢一年疫情關係啦，都好大挑戰啦，同埋工作嘅轉型都好大分別，大家都。
對啊，那沒關係，等到我們課程，我們一樣會努力的把這個課程帶給大家，這樣子。那我們今天開始我們今天的課程咯。我們今天課程呢是要教一些娃娃來的，對，我們這次是教這個長髮公主。香港有沒有這個角色？
有長髮公主呢個角色有嘅。
有，這個是蠻迪士尼算是經典的角色。
啊，對啊，
對，那我們今天課程就會用它來做一些造型來的。那我這次設計呢是想說用同樣的技巧、同樣的架構來做很多不同的公主，這樣子我們做一次就可以做好多不同的變化來的。
那就靠你啦。
那我們就開始介紹今天的造型了哈。那今天呢，我們要上的這個是娃娃。那其實啊，我們政府常常在跟做派送啊，或做什麼，是常做這類型的作品。
對啊，好多小朋友都女生都差不多都是
Elsa， 對不對
？Elsa 對，好一點點有其他不同的
Snow White 啊，白雪公主啊，或者是好多的造型。
對，
好。那我們就從材料開始好了，今天會用到這個球叫做 亏粒6寸亏粒 brush 肤色的球。这个亏粒其实是我们很爱用的球。对啊，我觉得它比圆球好多不同的地方可以设计它新的造型。
就我比较喜欢它，因为它多一个绑点，好方便。
对，多一个尾巴这样子。对，那其他的呢，就是有260的深紫色，260的浅紫色，260白色，160的黄色跟肤色。好，
都有了，都有
了哈。那我们就开始今天的造型啦。好，那我这个先放在旁边。好，从什么时候开始？我们先从做娃娃，以前我们都是从做头开始。这次我也设计这个造型，因为我希望它是能够很平稳的站在桌上，所以我这设计的造型，它是从下面开始做。
为什么你从这方的做上的？
因为啊，很多时候我们在展示这个东西的时候，展示这个娃娃的时候，拿到手上拍照很 OK 没问题。
对。
可是如果说不能站，放在的时候，他们都躺在那里，有没有？感觉就好奇怪。所以我这次设计呢，下面的一个特色，它都是下面是平的，很容易可以站起来。因为有时候我们站起来会利用，比如说拿个水球，或者是什么方式把它站起来。
还是不可能水球。
对，所以这样很快它就站好的，它就很容易的站好，这是想法来的。好，那来公主去旁边先躺好睡觉啊。来，我们从裙子开始做起哈。来，这个是260的深色，260肤。
尾巴多少？
尾巴多少？大概是15公分。好，哇，好，3个都。3个都冲起来。
好无聊，帮你充气。
不会啊。其实充气，我觉得有时候啊，充气要充得好，这件事情也是
好重要。
对。好，3个，我们从裙子开始做起啊。
好，3个怎么样
？OK，3个。第一个，每一个都做一样的事情，大概是10公分，然后一个 twin 熊耳结来的。这个一个
大是每3个，开1.5。
对，每个东西一样大就行了。3个，
好
，OK。然后呢，我设计造型我喜欢就是把每个 component 每个元件做好以后再组合，就是把每个球耳套这个套它的熊耳结，这个套它的熊耳结，好，这个再套回它的熊耳结。
OK， 等一下，你好快啊！
来啊，来这个号怎么这样？好 ，OK， 然后呢，接下来也是一样，每个都是10公分，因为我要做一个一样，我们要做正三角形，2个，中2条。对。另外一个呢，也是一样，做正三角形，弄成像一个金字塔一样，这样 ，OK。一开始我想设计这个造型的时候，原本想说要站得平，要站得好，所以下面底部是要平的。那我开始设计的时候一开始想说正方形，或者还是三角形什么之类，因为正方形的话，最后我要弄得很圆，正方形会比较困难一点，会比较没那么美。所以三角形我这样设计的话，等一下我加一点泡泡在旁边，它就会变得比较美。所以三角形是，我觉得三角形是一个很理想的一个设计来的。
明白。
来呢，260的也是一样。所以 Jeff 平常在做造型派送的时候啊，如果小女生讲了一个你不认识的公主，你要怎么办？
告诉她找相片来也好。
哦，我找相片来。
对。
所以你要有时候很多新的角色我都不知道他是谁，有时候。
对，他说个名字，他是谁？
对。哦，好，接下来就把这个缠到中间的这个地方。
因为有他的相片呢，它是红的、绿的、黄的，一看，差不多就。
所以常常做这个时候，有时候就会，小朋友讲一些我不认识的人，有时候觉得好讨厌。
对啊，比较会也是木里的那个阿拉丁那个那个
那个公主，茉莉公主，我比较不认识她，所以我一定要想一下。
对，那个真的好麻烦的。
好 ，OK，
好，
想上去以后呢，我们从这个浅色的开始做。也是一样，我都是全部都一样大小，都是10公分的泡泡。好，对，然后一个熊耳结，这样，有了。好，行，然后做一个小小的环节，大概6公分左右，然后
是过来的，
是它的
那个
叫公主的旁边的那个袖子旁边的装饰。
台湾都说。好像是公主服，
就是波纱，就是那个披肩来的，
就像是公主服了，只是它露出来有一个环，一个带围住那只手的，大家就知道了。
好，一个小环节在这边，
环节这里有了
，2公分，
一个手的泡泡，
对，然后再一个熊耳结，好，这样，
有了，
好。这样子的，好，然后再2公分的泡泡，再一个熊耳结，到时候长成这个样子，
行吗
？OK， 非常好。
大小差不多一样就好了。
对，全做跟全对都是对的。然后再一样，就是另外一边的披肩，所以呢，就也是小小的、软软的，对。
好，
行，然后呢，因为你发现我的架构它都是3角形的哈，所以呢，这个时候也是回来也是一样10公分的泡泡，
那我再回去，
对，我回到它的腰的地方，好 ，OK，
行，
好，这个呢，这边我就先不要，先剪掉，
剪掉吧，
对。
为什么剪完好多这里不用啊？
哦，好，我喜欢这么做的原因是因为全部都挤在一起，感觉比较难做，但是它到时候做好，它会很坚固，对，会很牢固，它不会晃来晃去，所以这边会比较辛苦，但是有个好处，它就会做的
不好，做的碗就不好看，
对，
做的好，
肚子就变大了，有没有？
对，
好，然后呢，拿其中一条。好，中间到这个中间就是熊耳结。
好，
长度呢也是一样10公分，10公分来的。哦，这样。
这中间往上。
对，你用往中间的这个中间。然后呢，再做一个小泡泡。
小泡泡，还有了。
做一个熊耳结。
有了，
然后呢，也是回到中间这个很讨人厌很多这个地方，有10公分，10公分的泡泡。
所以说上面是看起来是这个样子吗？
对，像现在就是这个样子的，
这个样子的。
好，就是这个样子。好，然后呢，之后呢？我先做这个部分，还有浅紫色的260，一小段就好了。 我要做它的是公主后面的这个
你的毛巾啊，看毛巾。
对，从这两边的熊耳结其中一个弄出来，好，然后呢，从后面卡住这个熊耳结到另外一边。
哦，没有绑住的。
没有绑住的。
是把它压住的。
对，把它压住而已。
好，压住了。
然后就不要了。
我小手就够了吗？嗯。我小手就够了吗？
对，其实就够了。好，大概就是为什么我要中间没不是接到这种直接过来？
这是为什么？
因为我就会卡住，原因是因为等一下我的头会接到这个熊耳结上。如果说我接过来在这边的话，那头的位置就会在后面。如果这样卡住的话，头接它就会在中间。对，这样子会它的就不会有这个不对称的地方。对，所以我是这样子做的。好，接下来我就要把裙子给做完了哈。好，这个地方呢，接下来是每一个呢，我都是一样是10公分，10公分泡泡。然后呢，这边从尾巴把它剪掉以后，打结。
为什么？
中间要留长一点。
哦，怎么样？
等一下就知道我做什么。
试看。
好
，10公分的。
对，10公分。
最好尾巴剪掉长一点的。对。
每个都是一样。3个都一样。好。这样。来。
这样连号的表现点。
这3根呢，因为我这个做的目的是让裙子看起来要更蓬一点、更圆一点。这3个每个都在每个中间，卡在中间以后，这个多的线呢，把它超过下面的地方，到另外一个胸围。
我发过的动作，你说有强一点比较好。
这样子 ，OK，
这个样子，
卡在中间，先卡在中间以后，这个呢。跨过下面到对面去，这样子裙子呢，它就会有一点点圆一点的感觉，这样。下面呢会是这样，是这个样子，然后是
这个样子啊。
对。
好简单，快搞定。
多的就把它
剪掉，
这个美美的才是重点。这么做就会比应该说这个想法其实就是做花瓣的想法是一样，就是让它卡中间，让它这个地方是均匀的、圆圆的感觉，感觉比较会像裙子一样。
好多年前。Alberto，
有
注重有些地方好，对，用那个吹水尖尖的吹水做，但是好厉害，
是很厉害的想法。
对，白的吗
？260白色。
好，等一下。好，
再来，因为这个丑丑的不好看嘛，我要把它遮住，我用白色的呢去做。裙子的我们叫做lace，
叫做泡泡，
做4个泡泡，1、2，我试了过是4个泡泡是看起来最圆的，5个泡泡会有点太多，这样4个泡泡遮住，
比较没有啦，厉害。像我的骨头
那我可能要多回几切。
对，都切成一样。而且疫情下好多东西都做不了，好吧？
这也是没办法啦，还好先锋呢办了活动，让我们大家觉得有趣的事情可以做。
对，不然都好像我已经得到了。我有多办一点的先锋，多办45种。这里已经变太小了，
已经变太少了。
对，太小了。
那不晓得先锋的长官们有听到吗？
应该听到吧。
OK， 做完以后呢，底部会这样子。
对，还有去剪掉吗？
对，做就没有了，
剪掉。
好，就变成这个样子来的。所以这样子做的设计呢，它就会没问题。好，它可以站得很稳，所以好，这个是这个部分。接下来做他们的头，好，这个是前面，然后这个是后面。记得这个地方是放接头的位置，所以这个要放在中间，这个都在后面，这样整个排来才是会对的位置。
这最重要就是有放手的小东西。
对，
好。
好，它就是一个6寸的亏定肤色，因为我要等一下里面要放豆数，我都会先把它冲得很大。
我先把它
皮弄松，
皮弄松，好。说真的，我真的不敢明白的，真的不止6寸，我说是6寸，好用起来好便宜，
很便宜。
对啊。
好，绑2个。
怎么说？
葡萄，中文叫做 race， 就是那个葡萄籽，就是2个豆豆就对了。
你们绑得好漂亮哦。
我觉得没有关系，还是在里面。
不是绑得好漂亮，它那个管进去管，好讨厌啊。
对，就是绑的时候不要做得太远，就是有一点点的两边 有一点耳朵都没有关系。
其实个音朵都太漂亮了。
哦，就不用那么的美这样子。
2个够了。
2个够了，丢进去。
应该是多。
2个。
有些可能放好多的，我多放2、3个。
放2、3个。
因为它会跑来跑去，就一定有一个重嘛，没有那么讨厌。
哎，就多送，多的还有声音啊，亮亮亮的。
对。
然后放里面以后，
打多大？
打差不多体积也是10公分大。大概10公分，这个大概是10公分，大概是10公分4寸左右。好，重点来啦，打结的地方呢，就请大家打结的时候，这个地方要留一点长度，打结打到这个位置，里面这个位置。对，打这个位置，
打到底。
对，打到底。
好，行，
这样子好。接下来呢，就是做苹果结啦。因为刚刚做很软嘛，就稍微再捏软一点，你可以再捏软一点。
有数啊，我把它放进去嘛。哦，这个苹果肌很压力啊。
不会啦，先锋的质量好，不用怕。
好，行，走步。
好，做苹果结，把这个籽的地方打到中间。它有这个好处就是规定它有尾巴了，所以正中心就是这个位置，不会错的。对，所以就其实用圆球做行不行？可以。但是我会用连接球的原因，用规定是因为它这个地方刚好是它的正中间的位置，你做的位置就歪不了哪里。
因为5圈它有点小一点，大家都是这样。
好，就
我下来。
做完，因为刚刚有留长度，所以照理说应该都可以拉得出来，里面都有。
有留长的，
应该留长的啊。
那留长的啊。没有。好了，我刚刚做错了，所以我刚刚做来一个好了。
对。
这压住那个打结的地方，不有压结个。
对。
数嘛。好，压进去这块。打结。就这个样子啊，好，行。我给你抽了。好，跟住剪掉。
对。
剪掉，好，有了。
OK， 好，接下来呢，里面有2颗豆子，对不对？
还在吗？2个在。
还在吧？
我是想压住。
忘记。对。好，先2个，我是放在2边2侧各绑一个，所以先来第一个。我们通常做法都是捏住它，然后呢断
这个球皮
去把它绑起来。是这样，对不对？
一点点就行了，一点就行掉。有了。
好，然后呢，我做头发哈。这尾巴大概有
6公分左右。
对，6到8公分就行了。好，停。
行了。
这2边呢，刚刚这个地方呢会在下面，然后这个地方呢，刚刚绑的地方会在上面。
哦，球皮是下面的。
对。然后呢，大概2公分的泡泡。好。然后呢，推一个熊尾结。这样。
熊尾结，好。
对。通常我们就是在用刚刚绑的地方把它
绑上去。对。从豆子那边吗？
对。
好，行。
这样。头发就好了。接下来另外一边。
一样吗？
一样。
好。
好，另外一边也是一样做，但是我们政府有一个比较省事的方法，
省事那些12公快手比猜的时间
比较快一点的方法。
对，因为时间好赶啊。
对，因为我通常都是拿这个所谓的160或是其他球皮去绑着它，让它可以固定。那我们 Jeff 呢，有个比较特别的方式，可以直接做。那一样是先找到你要的位置，先把这个豆子先捏起来。
对称的吗？
对，对称的。
好，好讨厌啊！
不要做太好啊，就不会滚来滚去啦。
啊，啥运动得住的比较都好。
是。
先锋有没有皮肤是多了有料？
嗯。好吧，没关系。
先锋麻烦你做一个是吧？
然后呢，他就是先做一样，做个2公分的小泡泡以后呢，直接用中间的泡泡的地方去绑这个葡萄籽的地方，这样。
搞定。
再做一个熊耳结，把它卡住就行了。
这个没有形成这个问题。
这方法就快好多啦。
所以说只要线不它破掉。
对，这个就不需要多绑一个球皮去做它，直接
插进去。差不多30秒啊，差好。
糟糕，那你这个方法分享出来以后，下次你比快手的时候，人家就一样跟你一样快啦。
还有其他好厉害的。
OK， 好，头发呢，2边头发往中间的地方做，这边。
哪边呢？对准哪边？
是有260的地方，260、160都可以自己有绑的地方。
好，
绑到中间，2边到中间。这样。然后呢，用球皮，刚刚的球皮有没有？去把它绑紧一点。这样就好了。
好，绑了。
绑了。这时候你要决定哪边是前面，哪边是后面。这边假设这边当脸的话，我先做它前面的刘海的部分。一边我会先做一个软软的小环节在前面，这边哦，这边先做个小环节，
行，
好，然后呢，这边我会捏软软的捏一下，软软的，往一条往一边的熊耳结去，好，这就是它前面的这一边。然后呢，另外一个呢也是弄的软软的，
这边有的，
另外一边，好，把脸的前面大概弄这个样子啦。行，然后呢？我要把后面的头发都做出来嘛，对不对？其实做头发啦，常常最麻烦的就是因为你要填满它会很多洞，对，就没有办法。所以呢，我现在做的时候呢，我就会想办法把这边都是填的比较整齐一点。我会先再拿一条160，
你帮你相干，
你相干。没问题。然后呢，把它缠到刚刚那个环节的地方。
哦，好。
好，挑吧，慢慢把后面都编起来。OK。然后呢，因为我要把后面编起来，先一个大概2公分的泡泡。
旁边的吗？
对，旁边的。
旁边
一个2公分。
2公分的泡泡。
然后再一个3公分。
哦，这中间一个泡泡就往中间跑的。
然后中间呢，这个做一个小泡泡，大概1公分左右的小泡泡，卡住它，这样。 好，拍起来。对，好，应该另外一边也是一边小泡泡，跟到2公分，3公分。中间不是有3根吗？对，中间就这样子就变3根了，没错。哦，这个掉了。好，回来。这样。好，明白。3根吗？对，3根。3根呢，其实都没关系的。好，1根在中间，2根1根，其中你去挑1根回来，这个熊尾结这样包住刚刚这组泡泡。包住的。回到熊尾结。有没有圆的？对，就是稍微顺着它这样包回来。好，这边呢，你就顺着它包回来。哦，两边是顺着包的。好，这边。这边是吧？对，这边。包平了。好，快包完了哈。然后呢，再一次沿中间一个小泡泡。小泡泡，然后就是直接再回来，再包一个，再包还是用不用的？不用，直接拿回来。那应该后面就会，其实就已经快平了，有点这样。好，中间到了，还有呢？合理的来说，就是你后面头发都已经剪，应该都剪到这边了。应该就快速对，应该是差不多了。对。然后呢，这个熊尾结，把这个3个呢都把它固定好，定住。哦，我都把一根毛巾往这里用它。好，没关系。把3根在一起吗？对，3根就是哦，那就变一起后边串起的。对。好，等一下。好，行。好，接下来我要做辫子了。辫子就3根。那其实3根同一个地方编，我觉得会不是太好看，所以呢，我只要留，你就留1根就好了，其他2根不要，只留1根。留1根吗？我加1根就好，另外2个另外加，留1根，留1根。好，等一下。好，还有呢。然后呢，另外2根我再加上去。1根呢会加到，为什么掉下来的？会加到熊尾结这里，熊尾结这里。看你的辫子要往哪边，这边也可以往哪边绑。好，另外1根呢，这个比较重要的是说，另外1根我要留长一点的头。另外1根呢，我要绑住中间这个长度。哦，有1根长的水准头，你等我一下。够长吗？这个有长。行，可以。好，打结。我想在这边这个地方编辫子，所以呢，这个地方我从这边下面穿上来，中间。这长地方是让你绑住，都是哪一个？中间这个跟刚刚中间有一个小泡泡的地方，对，就是要告诉他，哦，打结的，这样，就不用打结啊，我就告诉他以后，比如说我在前面绑中尾结，哦，固定好就好了。好，明白。你就有3根在这边，加。比較快啊，係嘛？慢來。看不清楚的可以從 YouTube 嗰邊重播的。哎，不是只能拍照不能錄影嗎？
哦，对啊，这边的大家可以拍照，但是不可以录影的。
但是可以看小路上就看 YouTube 就好了。
对，重播就好了。
好奇怪啊！
好烂啊！好，3个准备有了。
好，3个有了。那接下来就做辫子啦。辫子的话，其实大家应该都还 OK 吧？
我一生也都没编过辫子，我不知道。
做辫子就是
中间
都往中间，
对，
左边往中间，右边往中间，一直的重复就行了。就这样。因为长发公主嘛，她编多长你自己决定。
这条需要还要多少钱？好，行了，好。
头的部分呢，加头发大概到上就这样子就完成了啊。好。还有再继续做他手的部分，
这个礼大怎么样？
等一下最后再决定。
好，对，好，
再决定。好，接下来我要做他的手，160的肤色。
然后还有
，OK， 绑这2边袖子其中一个的从我结，那是不行。
然后是前方，哦，这个是前方，对。来，
然后呢，这边呢， 中间的往中间熊耳结做一个画画，在260的上方，从上方过去到中间的熊耳结。
从哪来的？
是他的胸部来的。
他有多 sexy 吗？
其实晚礼服嘛会露一点点的。OK，
好一点点。
好，一样，就到另外一边的熊耳结。
你有没有些爸爸一起跟你说，做得漂亮一点的女生？
那就是做
不大一点。
160改260，你觉得怎么样？
好，还有呢？
好，手的话呢，我是让他做的动作是从到下面以后，中间的地方做一个熊耳结以后，然后呢做手结稍微捏一下它软软的，让它有点做手，
有一点点。
然后呢做2个环节。
哦，他你手
是这个动作，都行哦。我昨天教的是这个动作。
这个外的方面。
对。
以后讨厌。
好，一个熊耳结，2个环节。
2个环节。
感觉是做这个动作这样。
哦，这个好重要的，因为有些它还好，稍微一定要那个
拿东西放的。
对。这个好重要的。
然后呢，一样的长度，一样的手，长度要一样哦，不然是长短手。对，好，一样的长度到另外一边，这个样子。
都会剪掉。
对，
好，都会剪掉。
好，所以手的部分前面就这样完成了。
好。
好。OK。
好。
最后把头放上去啦。就是刚刚有提到，头是放到中间这个熊耳结上哈，所以它会在正中间的位置。刚刚记得有留的这个地方吗？
哦，跟我差点不要的。
等一下就上不去啦，直接缠到这个熊耳结上面。
哦，中间来一个。
对。
好。
好，行。最后就是看你怎么样把这个造型给收尾啦。你看头发是你要让它怎么样去摆，让整个是
头发是。
对，怎么放？对，这样子感觉说很飞，有没有？对，看你头发要怎么收尾。那我的话呢，我会把它固定在，比如像这样的话，我会找一个地方，然后下面找一个熊耳结。
哦，缝了绳子那边好看。
对。就是这个熊耳结上面，然后绑上看，它其实就
多的没用了。
对，然后多的头发就看你要怎么去
笑起来。
现在就是大家可以去想办法做成你想要的姿势，它可以有不同的姿态呈现。
眼睛怎么办？
第三就他的眼睛呢，通常都是怎么用画的嘛，对不对？
你呢？你几乎用什么方案的
？Sticker。
哦，你好讨厌。
对，但是好快啊！
我知道快好很多，但是这个哪里有得买啊？
哪里有得买哦？
对。
想要知道的话，传讯息给我，我告诉你哪里买。
好。这个好重要。
其实很多人都有做很多可爱的贴纸啊。
对呀。
方便你去做一些造型来的。
好多都是。不是有人给他买吧？
哦，来
我忘了，我想要有，我给你。好的，给我怎么办？行的，有方案的。哇，好厉害！你嘴巴都有啊，
对，
嘴巴跟那个。
腮红
对，这个好好啊。
OK， 行不行？
行，我好厉害的。
哦，也行了。来，就是我们今天的作品了，长发公主喽，这边。那其实这样的造型啊，其实在同样的结构可以做其他不同的公主。对，那等一下呢，大家会影片的最后呢会看到我分享一些其他我做的不同公主的照片，大家可以。在里面分享到这样子，
比如说做Snow White
啦，对，或者是说做贝拉那个美女与野兽的贝尔，对之类的很多其他的角色，我们晚一点会分享给大家影片的最后面这样子。
好，
OK， 那我们今天的课程就到这里了。那我们都把我们公主完成了。Jeff 啊，你对今天我們作品你有什麼樣嘅想法嗎？
其實我自己比較中意呢個公主呢個設計咧，第一件事咧佢好變化好多嘅。其實你只要改咗頭髮一啲造型啦，同埋一啲顏色嘅變化咧，就已經可以迎合到唔同嘅公主。
對啊，不同的角色都可以用這種方式來做。
對。還有仲有咧，其實你可以因為呢個係太重嘅細嘅，你可以做啲好大隻嘅，譬如我將個
就看客人預算有多少啊，給多點錢，我們做大嘅。
我哋可以將佢叫做350，甚至乎呢個設計可以
16，係啊，可以試試看咯。
可以嘅，係啊，咁你可以你做到6x6咁大嘅，咁就呢個好用咯，呢個設計好容易賺錢工作。
對啊，所以呢，大家在看完今天的課程以後，就是可以大家自己做自己的公主。做自己的尺寸，如果你做646這麼大的話，可以 share 照片給我們看，我很想知道做出來長什麼樣子，好不好？
係啦，咁大家記得睇晒成條片啊，因為我哋有彩蛋嘅。
真的。那我們今天的課程呢，就是到這裡。去年辦了，今年辦了，明年
不是個 WBC 嗎？
明年打 WBC， 對，明年打 WBC 應該也會繼續舉辦嘛，對不對？照理來說，那也許。我們明年WBC 見咯！
好啦，明年見
！See you next year！
拜拜。
Olá pessoal, sejam todos bem-vindos à minha aula. Esta aula especial preparada com muito carinho se chama Os Desafios do Retail. Vou falar espanhol e português, eu falo bem devagar, mas a gente tem uma comunidade hispana, então para quem me escucha em espanhol, bem-vindo a minha classe. Vamos a ter uma classe sobre os desafios de vender al detalhe, ¿no? Hoy hay una tendencia muy grande para vender arreglos y es importante ustedes agregar esos detalles, ¿no? Me encantan los detalles y voy a mostrar un poquito de lo que podemos hacer para transformar un diseño. Então, como estava falando, eu vou, em minha aula, vai ter detalhes para agregar valor aos desenhos e aí você vai conseguir ter um desenho mais rico e poder vender o desenho a um preço melhor. E na verdade hoje a tendência é que os arranjos são mais atrativos, são mais ricos em detalhes. Ok, aqui eu tenho uma caixinha, uma caixa retangular. Na verdade eu preferi que fosse base baixinha, para a gente poder colocar alguns detalhes aqui. Aqui estou utilizando esponja floral e eu coloquei um papel de seda, só para que ele não ensuje um pouco a pelúcia, né? Então veja que eu coloquei ela bem justa aqui, pronto, e ela encaixa. Se você tiver dúvida se vai sair, então o que você pode fazer também é colocar uma fita dupla face. Eu tenho aqui algumas, tenho dashes, né? E também tenho essa que eu acho que ela é excelente para este caso, né? Que é balão bonde, todo mundo já conhece. É uma fita dupla face. Caso você não tenha neste momento, pode utilizar outra que você tenha na sua região, né? Então aqui eu vou colocar. Já tenho este aqui, né? Dessa forma, fica firme. E aqui então a gente vai tentar decorar de uma forma que fique tudo bem organizado. Aqui eu tenho duas pelúcias super lindas. Vamos utilizar ele, acho que é esta que está sentada, né? Então vejam, eu vou encaixar ele aqui. Você pode segurar ele também, ajustando aqui na base. Com algum nylon, caso você tenha, assim, eu normalmente coloco dessa forma, não seguro ele porque pode danificar outro arame, algum outro material. Aqui eu vou colocar então, este, como se fosse lençol, o mesmo papel de seda, você pode colocar outras cores, fica bem bonito também. Então aqui eu vou ir encaixando, né? Vejam que eu faço, são simples e eu coloco chama bambu, palito de bambu, né? E aqui eu coloco assim, dessa forma, que ele tenha movimento, aplico o movimento aqui. E uma das coisas que eu quero fazer sempre vi balões encaixados aqui na caixinha, mas eu quero fazer diferente, eu quero levantar ele para dar mais altura, né? Eu quero dar mais volume, então já eu desenhei para que ele tivesse pelo menos uma altura, como se fosse um arranjo para uma mesa de doces, por exemplo, uma mesa de dulces. Então aqui, vem aqui, vou encaixar meu globo 5 polegadas. Vejam como ele fica. Mas eu quero mostrar o seguinte, aqui tem duas formas de colocar, ok? Aqui temos uma vareta, que ela é uma vareta integrada. Então, eu simplesmente cortei. Essa vareta aqui é uma vareta que já vem com um copo incluso, né? Tá? Dessa forma. Mas também eu faço o seguinte. Inflo. Eu quero que ele fique bem redondo, então eu faço este movimento assim. E aqui eu faço um nó, hago um nudo e corto, ok? Outra forma de fazer é esta acá. Vou cortar aqui de forma angular, sempre é importante cortar de forma angular, né? E aqui vou utilizar silicone quente, pistola de silicone, e vou colocar aqui em el palito. Vean que eu coloco só um pouquinho. E aqui tenho que deixar esfriar um pouquinho, mas eu vou colar aqui na parte onde está perto do nó, que é a parte mais forte, porque tem mais látex, ok? Então eu espero um pouquinho que esfrie, e depois vou colocar da seguinte forma. Vejam aqui o nó e vou colocar de lado. Seguro aí. E já tenho um balão pronto para encaixar. Diferentes alturas, ok? E vejam que com esse copinho é muito fácil. Já vou explicar por quê. Um nó. Este copinho tem aqui um buraquinho, né? Tem um huequito. Aí vou colocar meu globo, meu balão de látex, e em esse buraquinho vai encaixar um nó, ok? Então encaixa, umas voltas e coloco aqui por dentro. Eu posso cortar este excesso aqui. E fica perfeito, ok? Então já eu tenho uma vareta com látex, fica bem redondo, também utilizado muito para tocos de bolo, então ele fica bem bonito e bem profissional. Vou explicar como eu fiz aqui esse balão com glitter. Aqui tenho 5 polegadas transparente. Inflei, desinflei. Quando você não tem um cano mais fino, eu faço o seguinte, porque eu não gosto de sujar o balão. Eu utilizo esta ferramenta aqui para abrir o balão, ok? E eu coloco uma gota dentro do meu balão de látex. E meu percurso fica perfeito. Aqui, simplesmente vou espalhar. Necesito distribuir o gel, que seria o high float, para que o glitter, a escarcha, ela cole perfeito. Aqui tenho um funil, que seria um embudo, e coloco desta forma. Okay? Aqui coloco um pouquinho de ar para que ele fique aberto desta forma. E coloco meu glitter. Vejam como cai. Sempre é bom colocar suficiente, não vai flutuar, então não tem problema. E aqui, simplesmente inflo. Um tamanho menor, já que eles são todos pequenos. E faço um. Assim eu faço esses detalhes. Colocar 2 ou 3 é muito bom. Ele agrega valor, dá pontos de luz e o desenho fica mais bonito. Ok. Aqui então posso utilizar estes acá. Este já está colado acá. Alguns estão amarrados aqui na copa e aqui estão colados. Então tenho diferentes. Aqui que eu vou fazer, tenho diferentes alturas, mas eu tenho aqui um balão de foil. E neste caso é uma estrela, pode ser um coração, pode ser um balão redondo. E o legal disso é que a gente pode personalizar e colocar o nome do bebê, né? Neste caso, a gente está trabalhando para fazer um arranjo de um bebê. E aqui que eu fiz um laço simples que é mais para tampar esse acabamento, ok? E eu encaixo desta forma aqui, bem do lado do ursinho. E aí posso continuar encaixando. Dessa forma eu posso ver aqui, por exemplo, para que não atrapalhe, então coloco de lado meus balões, posso colocar aqui posso colocar este. Neste caso temos amarelo, verde e azul. Amarillo, verde e azul. Então, eu coloquei alguns também do mesmo tom para complementar, dar um toque, ok? E posso continuar colocando para tampar esses buracos que eu consigo visualizar nesta posição, ok? Aí está. Aqui vamos colocar este aqui de lado. Coloco meu lençol dessa forma. O lençol pode ser qualquer um, pode ser incluso de celofane, também fica bonito, mas sempre é bom ter suficiente para tampar esses buraquinhos. Aqui coloco outro ponto de luz, aqui. Neste caso é um pouco difícil ver nessa posição, mas vamos tentar colocar este por aqui. E aqui continuo colocando na parte de trás, aqui, porque preciso esconder a mecânica do meu trabalho, sempre importantíssimo, de qualquer ângulo, para que se veja um trabalho profissional. E aqui tenho já meu arranjo. Incluso tenho mais um por aqui. Isso aí já ele é bonito. Eu vou complementar com alguns doces. É típico aqui, todo mundo ama, gosta. Então, a gente está fazendo com um chocolate que todo mundo vai amar. Então, se colocamos vários tipos também, fica bonito, ok? Podemos colocar ainda mais, podemos colocar outro tipo de chocolate na mão do ursinho, enfim. Aqui tenho já então a base. E o que eu preciso fazer? Estes detalhes são importantes. Eu posso fazer uma base e colocar balões com caseiro. É muito tradicional. Hoje no nosso mercado é exatamente isso. Balões com uma base e balões com caseiro. Isso é o que mais vende hoje. Só que a gente precisa dar detalhes, fazer detalhes diferentes. Estes detalhes do glitter, ele agrega valor. Incluso vocês podem acrescentar mais um pouco, né? Depende do ângulo que vocês tenham para poder ir colocando detalhes no lugar correto. Mas o que acontece? Precisamos agregar valor, sempre agregar detalhes para que nosso trabalho tenha um selo. E nossa missão nesta aula realmente é isso, é que você possa fazer coisas diferentes, com uma criatividade, com base no material que você tem em seu negócio, ok? Então é muito importante isso. Para isso eu estou aqui utilizando balões de foil. E eu estou utilizando na composição, como falei, né? Porque eu poderia fazer uma base simples, mas o que acontece é que essa base simples poderia ser, digamos, muito comum, mas a gente precisa fazer coisas diferentes. Por isso que eu estou apresentando essa base. Pode ser que tenha um pouquinho mais de trabalho ou o curso seja diferente, mas é isso mesmo. Você precisa ter um diferencial. Então aqui eu vou utilizar ele. Vou colocar aqui deste lado. E aqui coloco um buquê tradicional, como nós estamos acostumados, só que com uma base diferente. E é isso exatamente o que queremos mostrar aqui. Ok. Simples. Aqui tenho mais 2 balões, ok? Que vamos fazer? Aqui eu posso colocar ele assim, dessa forma, e já fica lindo. Só que eu tenho aqui mais 2 balões de látex, que eles estão combinando com base as cores que tenho aqui na base, os balões de látex. Então, aqui eu posso colocar na composição, aqui está faltando mais um. Vamos segurar ele aqui. E eu vou colocar da seguinte forma. Inflo. Desinflo. E aqui coloco o high float, dessa forma cá, e vou escanear, suavizar aqui. É importante que inflemos a 11 polegadas, tá? Exatamente a 11 polegadas. Sempre com um bom acabamento. E aqui, simplesmente, coloco meu buquê escalonado dessa forma. Pronto. Então aqui coloco meu buquê e vou segurar ele aqui na parte de trás, onde tenho. Ok, aí posso colocar aqui na parte de trás. Então aí eu tenho já esta, digamos, este grip, que ele já vem com cola. Eu conecto aqui escondido, bem escondido, e aí eu vou amarrar o meu buquê na medida que eu preciso. Amarro ele aqui todo. Corto. E já tenho um arranjo. E já tenho um arranjo diferente, com uma base diferente aqui. Personalizo e pronto, tenho uma base diferente, chamativa, bonita e com valor agregado. Ok, agora vamos a nosso segundo arranjo e a gente vai trabalhar da forma prática. Sempre é importante que você tenha processos dentro do seu negócio para poder trabalhar de forma rápida e que o dia seja muito produtivo. Aqui eu tenho duas duplas para poder criar um cluster. Sabemos o passo dele, é bem simples. Para fazer isso, eu vou mostrar aqui com valores menores, mas o processo é o mesmo, só o tamanho varia. Juntar, esticar, duas voltas e um nó. Aqui vamos com outro. Vejam que estou utilizando a bombinha como um medidor. Não estou usando um medidor que estou contabilizando. 1, 2, 3, tiro, volto acá e começo novamente aqui. 1, 2, 3, cruzo, aqui junto, estico bem. 1, 2, pronto. Então aqui tenho dupla e vou fazer assim, né? Da mesma forma como eu fiz aqui. Então não tem segredo. Eu posiciono aqui, não coloque assim, senão ele tem que encaixar. Vou pegar um pescoço, qualquer um, da base, posiciono e estico esse pescoço acá. Vejam que estico, vou fazer um número 8, outro número 8 e solto. Aqui eu vou fazer então meu peso, vou colocar meu peso. Lembrando que o limite para colocar ou fazer um peso máximo é esse tamanho aqui. Vejam essa linha aqui. Se ele ficar maior, sua base não terá estabilidade. Então aqui, conecto. E vou fazer um nó ou segurança. Por quê? Porque ele tem peso e a gravidade vai fazer com que ele comece a descer. Então, melhor fazer um nó. Então, vejam que a base está firme. Mas esta base pode ser uma base orgânica. Você pode colocar um balão aqui sozinho ou pode colocar outros dessa forma aqui. Vejam como ele encaixa. Este que está aqui é um double staff, que seria um balão dentro de outro. Aqui estou utilizando o rose, que seria a rosa mexicana. Coloco acá. Dou uma bombada. Vejam que o látex está concentrado acá, então vou levar esse látex para trás, para que fique com mais brilho aqui. E aqui vai ficar mais opaco, mas não tem problema, porque essa parte a gente esconde. Tá vendo? Então ele fica com brilho, fica bonito. E aí podemos utilizar outro balão. Neste caso, a gente está utilizando o Caribbean. Neste caso, posso fazer com 5 polegadas, não? Eu tomei 6 polegadas com ele, porque já tenho aqui, vou trabalhar já com ele. Mas pode ser 5 polegadas sem problema nenhum. E aqui só vou fazer esse movimento aqui, para que ele fique nessa forma e eu possa fazer essa dupla. Então veja que eu estou fazendo uma dupla com um balão só. E aí vou amarrar o terceiro aqui. E aqui eu fiz um nó. O que eu vou fazer? Então, vou utilizar 160. Eu vou dividir este em 2. Ok? Vou tirar o ar, porque essa é a ponta. E eu vou amarrar aqui nessa base. Ok? Deste outro extremo, eu vou amarrar outro cluster de 3 balões. É muito usado, é muito tradicional fazer base orgânica e assim, não tem uma regra. Você pode fazer aqui vários balões individuais, nesse caso é mais prático. Eu estou ensinando, digamos, uma forma que eu acho que é melhor, que seria, depois de fazer o cluster, você vai amarrar, unir com um twister, mas com bastante distância, para que você possa vir, encaixa, posiciona e pronto. Isso é bem prático e isso que a gente procura, né? Mostrar algumas dicas para que possam fazer um trabalho diferente aqui. E eu vou fazer mais 2 deste lado. E eu vou fazer a mesma coisa aqui. Estico e encaixo. Posso colocar um para baixo, outro para cima, né? Minha referência. Mas é isso aí. A gente já tem uma base orgânica grande, né? Estou trabalhando no tamanho grande. Então aqui a gente encaixa os balões. Vou trabalhar com esse balão aqui, já que proximamente a gente terá o Dia das Mães. Mas você escolhe um tema, se é um aniversário para uma menina. Vou inflar com ele. Coloco sempre acabamento, super importante, é muito tradicional, como eu falei, a gente fazer este tipo de buquês, que eles realmente são lindos, vendem muito bem. Então aqui o que eu vou fazer é um buquê escalonado, muito comum. Colocamos a cor mais clara em cima, em látex, foil, látex, foil e látex. Então, aqui já tenho um buquê pronto para encaixar aqui na minha base. E pronto, já tenho um buquê com uma base orgânica, correto? Mas assim, a gente pretende nesta aula buscar que nossos clientes possam fazer coisas diferentes. E isso aí é o que eu quero te mostrar. Aqui eu fiz uma flor que eu gostei muito, né, do impacto, né, das cores com que a gente já está trabalhando, e isso que vamos aprender a fazer. É bem fácil, prático, e assim, se vocês veem, não tem maior complicação. Então, bora lá já. A primeira coisa que eu vou fazer é a base da flor, que seria uma bombada. E como estamos fazendo uma flor, ela tem 5 pétalas. Então eu vou fazer a base, uma bombada. E para fazer o cluster de 3, simplesmente infla uma bombada e uno a la dupla. Então vou unir cluster de 3 com uma dupla. Pronto, aqui está a minha base. Ok, agora o que vamos fazer? Vamos dar 2 bombadas para um quickly. Você pode fazer também com 5 polegadas, ok? Não tem problema. Aqui que eu vou fazer. O nó, eu deixo que ele esteja um pouquinho mais em cima. Este dedo pega aqui o nó e empurra para o outro lado. E aqui seguro, o outro lado segura, giro aqui e aí eu vou fazer um nó, uma amarre, né, com 260 ou 160. Ok, já tenho então a técnica do apple twist. Só que aqui, a técnica da maçã, né, eu vou fazer este movimento aqui, para que ele fique de lado. Então vejam que ele fica de lado, ok? Pronto. Eu vou fazer isso 5 vezes mais. 2 bombadas, um nó, subo, amarro aqui. Vejam que é super prático, porque a técnica da maçã, ela é super prática. Como ele está inflado, 2 bombadas, ele está bem elástico, então não tem problema. E aqui. Ok. Pronto. Temos 5, ok? Agora vamos fazer o centro. O centro eu vou utilizar um balão transparente e vou utilizar um balão, neste caso, da cor rosa. Vou utilizar isopor colorido. E aqui vou colocar inflei, desinflei. Podem colocar aqui com esta ferramenta ou simplesmente colocam com o funil. Então tem várias formas. Este é bem simples, na verdade, que é muito comum também aqui, é utilizado em vários desenhos. vou colocar meu balão, neste caso é rose, coloco, posiciono ele aqui, aqui eu vou inflar só um pouquinho e vou inflar então aqui meu balão de dentro. E aqui eu vou sacar um pouquinho o ar. Só quero criar uma textura, porque é uma flor e a flor ela tem um miolo, às vezes ela tem essa textura, várias cores, né? Pronto, então aqui está, posso passar o lápis para trás, para que fique mais claro aqui. Pronto, então o que vamos fazer? Eu vou utilizar também, se vocês... Vamos utilizar esta cor aqui. Se vocês verem, quero mostrar duas formas, ok? Este que está cá é um 160. Simplesmente vou criar segmentos e dobro para fazer um look twist. Eu tenho esta forma com 160, mas aqui também tenho com 260. Então, fica a critério do que você quer ou que você tenha também, é importante. Não tem problema. Aqui nós simplesmente abrimos nossa flor aqui. Vamos colocar o miolo. E aqui vou conectar o cabo. Só organizo. E pronto. Então aqui eu vou encaixar meus balões como uma dupla. Aqui eu vou encaixar 3. Ok. Vejam que aqui está amarrado com distância. Então, encaixo cá. E encaixo cá. Aqui é só organização, mas posiciono aqui, organizo aqui, e aqui só posicionar. Eu utilizei acrílex, tinta, para poder dar esse toque na flor aqui, justo nesse buraco, né? en el huequito colocamos punta. E aí, deixamos secar, ok? Vejam que ela vai secando. E enquanto minha base, eu posso posicionar aqui duas dessa forma acá. O mais importante é que seu arranjo fique lindo, mas que você não tenha que trabalhar aqui nessa posição. Aqui eu vou colocar no posto desse. Eu estou colocando, posso colocar mais uma. E é só encaixar. Aqui você também pode se ajudar com o clipper. Então vejam como a base ela já tem um acabamento diferente, ok? Mas também, se nós queremos agregar mais detalhe ainda, eu posso colocar aqui nesta base, nessa parte final, uma folhinha, aqui também, e estou aproveitando tudo, por isso que é muito importante ver todas as dicas sempre de como aproveitar melhor seu material. Então aqui eu posiciono assim, mas eu vou utilizar corações de 4 polegadas. E aqui vou selar, sempre é importante selar bem, sem rugas. Posiciono aqui. Eu vou fazer mais um. Ok? E aqui eu vou esconder para cá. Podem utilizar o balão bonde, que ele é muito bom, ou dashes. Os dois são muito bons. Coloco cá. E vou colocar mais um pouquinho aqui nesta parte. E vou colocar aqui a folhinha, assim. Então vejam que a folha, as folhas, elas são muito boas. Eu posso colocar várias aqui, né? Vou fazer um nó, as 3 juntas, porque cortei. Então é importante sempre amarrar. Aqui está faltando mais uma. Fica assim, fica super lindo, né? Pode fazer curly também, para dar um movimento a essa folha, assim, não tem problema. Coloco aqui também. Igual como eu fiz no outro. E coloco aqui. E finalmente temos já um arranjo. Pronto, então a gente já tem um arranjo lindo aqui com valor agregado. Veja que é um detalhe, se você quer fazer só uma flor, dá para fazer tranquilamente. E sempre é importante colocar algo que agregue valor, seja com balões redondos, a gente trabalhou aqui balões redondos e só um pouco de twister para dar um pouquinho de movimento e criar as folhas. Então, isso aí a gente conseguiu fazer nesse arranjo, espero que tenha gostado e que você faça muitos arranjos. E quando fizer, me marca, não? Aí estou no Instagram, me marca para eu ver essas lindezas que você vai fazer. Muito obrigada e até a próxima!
Hola everybody! Hello in balloon land out there. Hi Tom and Keith, and thank you guys so much for getting me through the quarantine last year, and as well as all you great twisters and decorators who taught me some really cool things. My name is Susan, aka Balloonidots, and I am going to show you how to do the Carmen Miranda fruit hat. For those of you youngins or maybe people from other countries who might not know who Carmen Miranda was, she was a famous movie star / comedian in the 30s, 40s. Look her up sometime, Google her sometime, she's really good. Okay, she always had a fruit hat on. So, let's get started, shall we? Okay, so to start with, we are going to need 6 mocha 260s blown up with about a 7-finger tail. We're going to need, 7 mocha blown up with a 7-finger tail. We're going to need 1 dark green, 1 light green, and 1 light purple, and 1 darker purple. Those are going to be for the grapes. And we're going to need an orange bee body and a red bee body. If you don't have bee bodies, you could use the quick links, and you would just draw the Sharpie out, the little thingy, the stem. Okay, so let's start. So we're going to start with our mocha. I'm going to do a pinch twist. Oh, and I forgot to mention, we also need a chrome 260 blown up a little more than halfway. I mean 2 chromes. There we go again. Or you could use the silver if you want. It depends what color you want your earrings to be. That is up to you. Okay, so we did a pinch twist on our mocha. Now we're going to do about 6 fingers and twist. We're going to take our next mocha and twist it in a couple of times, and the smaller end should be on the bottom and the longer end should be on the top. Do the same thing a few more times. 6 fingers. Twist it in a couple of times. Lower part on the bottom, blah, blah, blah. And while I'm doing this, I just want to point out to you that I highly suggest, anyway, that you wear a woven balloon hat at your venues, because it's an attention getter, for one thing. It doesn't have to be one like this. It could be a top hat, doll hat, clown, you know, whatever you want. The more elaborate, the better, I say, because it does attract attention. I mean, I've been at gigs, and did I do 6? Oh, okay. I've been at gigs outside, and I've had people approach me from across the street who see me. Oop, I'm going to take this off. I got that chia hat hair going. I hate that. Yeah, I've had people approach me who see me at gigs outside and ask me for my business card. So it is an attention getter. 6? Oh, I only did 6. That's why it's too small. 7. I have trouble multitasking. You'll have to excuse me. Okay. So now we got 7. Now we try it on. Yeah. Pretty good. Maybe a little big, but that's okay. All right. Now, again, we did another 6 fingers for our last bubble of our first row, that is. And we're going to twist that in, bring it just to ensure it. Now we got the first row of our hat. Kind of looks like the Statue of Liberty a little. Okay. Now we're going to start with a little spacer bubble under one of the pinch twists. And because we did a little bit on the bigger side, wider side on the top, let's go just a tad bit narrower. I don't know if you noticed it, but our heads tend to get narrower as we go up. So we want to do the same with our hat. Don't get drastic and go like a cone head. Remember the cone heads from Saturday Night Live? We're from France. I love them. Dan Aykroyd and James Burton. Okay. Their heads were literally shaped like cones. Ours are not. Okay, a few more times. Spacer bubble. Twist. Are you having fun yet? A couple more times, brothers. And you want to work with the longer ends. Going that way. Now we're going to bring our last one. Going to do the same. And by the way, this one comes out to about 5 fingers. Okay. And we're going to twist that in to the beginning of our thingy. Like so. Good. Now, we just have 4 more to go. Yeah. I'm a fanatic when it comes to fitting Okay. Do it a few more times. I'm going to go a tad, just a tad bit smaller. Let's not go crazy here. And the next one probably should have blown up a little more. Hope we don't run out. I did blow up an extra one just in case. A few more times. Hope everybody's staying safe, by the way. Social distancing, especially on your gigs, really important. I highly recommend, by the way, when you're doing outdoor venues, to tell the parent or the person in charge of the event to take little frisbees, and put them on the ground and draw around them with a chalk. And that'll be your little social distance circles for the kids. And they stand inside of them. They kind of like that. It worked out really good when I did one. I think it was on Halloween. Somebody suggested that to me on one of the balloon pages, I think. Okay. Uh-oh. Did I make it too narrow? All right, well, the next one, I don't know. Kind of do that one a little bit. Kind of close to that one. I think I might have made it a little too narrow. Now, we did 4 rows so far. I'm going to try to hold this up for you. I apologize. And through, like so. We did 4 more. We're going to do 2 more. And then we'll be ready for our vitamin C, aka fruit. Now, let's see. Let's try it on again. I know. Yeah, okay. Definitely go a little narrower now. And room number 5. Yeah, we'll start with the fruit next. This hat probably, I would say of all the hats they do, is probably the biggest attention getter, the most compliments I think I get, and the most photo requests I get as well. People want to get their pictures taken with me. I feel like a model. You cannot be shy when you do this stuff. A couple more. And that was row number 5. Yeah, that's good. Okay. And, of course, don't forget to do your spacer bubbles. And the last one, let's make pretty small. Because I probably should have left more of a, less of a tail, by the way. But this is good because this way I don't really have to trim off much of these before I go to tie them up. That one I will have to. I'm only doing a couple of fingers here, by the way, for this last row. Yeah, see? Okay. And, oh, also, by the way, this hat that I'm doing right now, it's not only limited to using it for these fruit hats. You could use it for a number of things, like I use it for clown hats, excuse me, doll hats, all kinds of things. You could switch up the colors, not only make it different colors, but do 7 different colors and get a nice little pattern going on there. All right, now we did all 6. One is not going to happen. That one, luckily I blew up an extra one. I don't know why I pinch twisted that one. I shouldn't have. Okay, I blew up an extra one. Where did I put my little thingy? Ah, there it is. Okay, and I just did another couple inch bubble. And I'm going to tie it into that little nubby thing and then cut that one off. Tie them together. Okie doke. Trim off your excess. All right, now, we're ready. Now, we're going to take it about three finger bubbles, and you're going to twist the top things there and cut off at the ends. Come on. And knot. And do that with all your other ones. Knot. I don't know if we have to do it with that one. No, we don't. That one's perfect. Now I have to think about that one. Okay. I'm scared if I cut that, I'll fizzle out. Okay. All right, so we're going to take 2 of our ends and meet them. Match one directly across from the other until they meet. Hello! Too much sugar today. I'm sorry. Knot them together. And do the same again. Now, as I mentioned with this one, I think what I'll do is I'll twist off a little thingy there. Twist it in to that. And then cut off the rest and knot it in. Okay? I just didn't want to take a chance and cut it and the whole thing fizzle out. I'll have to do another one. Okay. So again, you're going to take another one and bring it under your guys here. And same with the one directly across. Bring that one under. And knot them. There. And 2 more. Bring one under. And the other one under. I want you guys to see all my little doggies up there. Okay. Yeah, my little, what are those? John Coon dogs. I love those. Okay. And so there we have it. The hat. Okay, that is done. Now we're going to take one of our clusters of grapes. Oh, we gotta make a cluster of grapes. That was just an example. All right. Yeah, whatever. Okay, stay. You know you're in trouble when you start talking to your balloons. All right, we're going to take one of our 260s. We'll start with the dark green. I think you guys call it forest green. And do about 8 bubbles, about 2.5 fingers each. Not 8, I'd say, yeah, 7. There I go getting the numbers wrong again. I apologize. 3, 4, 5. I don't have to be exactly the same because grapes are different sizes anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, you want to take right at the end of your 7th grape and between your first and your second grape, you're going to twist them in and bring lock twist in the remainder until you get what looks like the little guy from Charlie Brown, Woodstock. A green version, a green Woodstock that is. And we're going to do not 7 this time, but 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And keep the key to get so they don't become undone is to twist them in the same direction. And then we're going to take our last one and twist it into our first one on this group. Lock twist the rest in like so. Yeah, and you have that. Another 6 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Twist them in. Now we have 3 circles of grapes. We're going to position them all together. Like so. One more time. By bringing one into the other, like that. Cut off the rest. In. You might want to tie it in. I have arthritis in my fingers, so the least time I have to do, the better. I'm going to keep that little thing at the end. You're going to take a scrap, excusez-moi. I don't know. I was hoping I could find green, but I didn't want to keep you waiting. Ah. All right, just tie it somewhere in. Right there is good. In this case, I can't twist. This one has to be tied. Cut off your remainder. And you have that. This we need for tying in purposes. All right, so we're going to attach it to the fruit. To the hat. Attach the fruit to the hat. Let's start with the end, where the little knotty thing is, and put it on one of your little nubbies, your little pinch twist. Okay? That. Now you're going to take your scrap and like about 1, 2, 3, or 4 up. 4 up, I think it looks like. We're going to bring the string through a couple of times like that. I'm not going to knot it off in the back because I'm going to be tying them together to other ones later on. Okay, now we're going to take let's do a lighter one, shall we? Okay, a lighter purple. I like to go dark lighter purple. And attach the knotted part into your next pinch twist. Twist it in a few times. Okay. And then do the same thing as you did before. Twist it in a couple of times. Okay. Now we're going to take, I mean, you could do whatever color combination you like, but this is what I choose to do. And it's my video. I'll do what I want. Your video, you do what you want. Okay. Catch your little stringy thing in your scrap a couple of times, like so. Oh. I think I don't know, maybe I'll have to add another scrap. I'm not even sure about that one. Yeah. Maybe not, maybe not. Yeah, no, I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Whew. Okay, now I'm gonna take the other one and I'm going to attach it this time right above the light purple. Twist that in a couple of times. And then your stringy part, your scrap, bring it in, up and around, attach it in. Like so. And you have that. Okay, now we're going to take our, let's start with the red. We're going to do an apple. And as you can see, I tied a scrap. I blew this up about a hand's length. And I'm going to take my knotted end, bring it through with my forefinger, and attach it with the, meet it up with the other end, the back end, pointy end, whatever, and twist. No, this kind of twist. This being silly, and then bring it in, and there you have it, an apple. Oh, it's not real. Sorry. And that's your apple. Now, for the orange, we're going to do the same thing, except one slight change, which I'll show you in a few seconds. Okay. Bah! I hate when that happens. Oh, okay, bring that down. How embarrassing. All right. All right, now, so now, even it out a little bit, like here, I mean, no. Okay, now we have, looks like an orange apple. The way you change that, you take your top thingy here, and you just tuck it in, twist it in both times. Come think I got it. Gotta kind of play with it a little bit. Okay, and that's what you got. Looks like an orange. Nothing like a little vitamin C. All right, now let us start with the orange, shall we? And put it anywhere your little heart desires. I choose right here above for my second row. I'm going to put the scrap in and tie it to one of the loose ends I have in there. Okay, and we're going to do the same with the apple. I don't know. Yeah, I might say right above it, or you might choose right there. Might look good as well. Whatever your creative little heart desires. We all have different tastes. Okay. Which is what makes us all unique. Now again, we're going to tie it to, one of our other ends. I'm tying my orange and the apple ends together in this case. All right. And, I don't know about that. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's all right. That. Now we're going to take a quick link, put this aside. I'm going to take a quick link and my electric pump, and we're going to blow it up. I'll show you. Like a little more than a hand's length, I'd say. Yeah, kind of like that. A little more than a palm's length, you know, than the size of like a football. And then you're going to knot it at the very top, so you have extra air going on there. Okay. It's always good to have a little bit of a top because that's going to be like our stem. So, but anyway, okay. So we are going to give it a nice squeeze, because this is going to be our pear. Yeah, that's going to be our pear. Give it a nice squeeze. And then after you squeeze it, if you want it to look more pear-like, you take the top and you squish. Give it a little squish like that. Do it again. Fold it down like that. Play with it a little bit. Yeah. Not cooperative on this one. Okay. There we go. Yeah, like that. Okay. Kind of like that. All right. And that is going to be tied into the hat as well. I would say, I don't know, right there somewhere. Like under your first row. And I'm tying it. Probably should have attached the thing into it, a scrap. But I'll just have to make do with the little end of the quick link that I have here. Come on. You know you're in trouble when you start talking to your balloons. All right, so we have that. Okay. You could cut that off a little bit. And to make it look more like a stem, take a brown Sharpie and kind of brown it up. Yeah, like that. Okay, so it looks more like a stem. All right, now Ooh, I'm worried we're going to run out of film here. Cross your fingers so we don't. We're going to take our yellow 260, blown up most of the way, tie the ends together, and twist it in half, the halfway point, yeah, give it a little twist, and do the same again, fold it in half, and at the top twist, and bring one end through the other, lock twist it, and then do a little scroll through. And that will be our bananas. Take a Sharpie. Uh-oh, what did I do with that? Oh, there it is. Okay, it's right in front of me. All right, draw your little liney things on. One, two. And if you look from one end to the other as you're drawing your line, I think it makes it straight. It helps make it straighter. Ah, I spoke too soon. Okay, that's all right. All right, so we got 4. And to make it more genuine too, if you want, you could even attach a, oh, I didn't on this one. Huh. Oh, I think it might have fallen off. But I attached, yeah. You could attach like a sticker from a real banana, like a Chiquita banana, preferably, and to make it look more authentic. Yeah. So you take the end of your banana, and I'm saying don't tie it into the top. Tie it into the first row, right near your pear and your thingy. Your grapes. Bring it in a couple of times. I'm going to bring the other end through as well. And tie them together. Come on. There we go. Now, do we have time? Do we have time? Yes. Ah, there it is. Okay, good. We're going to make our earrings. Do you, just the way you did the grapes, I mean this part, a couple of fingers width. Do 8 of them, 8 bubbles, all twisted in the same direction. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tie them together, the front to the last, first one and the last one. Ah, came undone. How embarrassing. Tie it, twist it again. And tie that last bit there. Cut off. I should be using my cutter. I'm not used to it. I just got it the other day, so I got to get used to having it, knowing that it's there. Okay, so let's do it now. There we go. Now you take your end, give it a little, oh, that's where I need the scissor. Give it a little puff of air. Tie it. Take your hat and put it on and decide, a little snug, okay, decide where you want it to go. I choose right here. Let's make it about that long. Where my finger is where I'm going to twist it in. Give it a knot. These do come undone. Let's see what my hair looks like. It's all over the place. Okay. And I've already made up this one to make things a little shorter here. and tie that one in as well. Ooh, we might be able to do this time-wise. Okay. Yes. All right. I think we did it. Okay. Yay, we did it. Hola. That is my Chiquita banana. See? Yeah. There we go. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the rest of the convention and stay safe, everyone. Ciao.
What a part 5 that was.
Thank you very much, Susan, for finishing off our part 5 and getting us ready for part 6 in the party mood with her party hat. We love the Carmen Miranda hat. Thank you very much for sharing that with us.
I can carry it off this morning, though.
And your obvious love of balloons. We love having like-minded people on our show.
We do.
We
need, again, another fast turnaround here because we've got to shut everything down, restart everything, and get ready for a competition as well on the second stream.
So what I'm going to do is, in the chat, I have just put the link to the next part. So part 6 of the Q Corner Convention 2021.
Fantastic lineup once again.
We do have that. But no, what we'll do is we can do that when we get on the other side.
Oh, we'll wait. You can check the schedule.
Yes, absolutely. Check it when you get
Let's get the show on the road.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, but I think we're going to shut this off. It's really early here. It's 7 o'clock. We're going to dive off, shut the stream down, start the new one, and while we're down, we might even grab ourselves a fruit cocktail breakfast after seeing that hat.
Sounds like a plan.
Thank you very much, Susan. Thank you very much, everybody from part 5, and you guys for watching. We'll see you on
the
part
next
6.
stream.